in the sunlight through the trees. In the distance I heard a police siren. I felt the heat go out of my chest the way a hot-eyed, hook-beaked raven would fly out of a cage. "Sure," I said. "I mean it. All the way across the road," he said. I held up my palms. "No problem," I said. "Don't you want me to move my truck, though? We're blocking a lot of traffic." I saw the sun-bleached boy and the girl walk Sally Dio around to the other side of the van. A sheriff's car was driving around the traffic jam on the edge of the road. Cletus put his revolver back in his nylon shoulder holster. "You crazy son of a bitch," he said. The holding cell in the county jail was white and small, and the barred door gave onto a small office area where 2 khaki-uniformed deputies did their paperwork. The cell contained nothing to sit on or sleep on but a narrow wood bench that was bolted into the back wall, and no plumbing except a yellow-streaked drain in the center of the cement floor. I'd already used the phone to call the babysitter in Missoula to tell her that I would probably not be home that night. One of the deputies was a big Indian with a plug of chewing tobacco buttoned down tightly in his shirt pocket. He bent over a cuspidor by the side of his desk and spit in it. He'd come into the office only a few minutes earlier. "They already told you Dio's not pressing charges?" he asked. "Yeah." "So it's just a disorderly conduct charge. Your bond's $100. "I don't have it." "Write a check." "I don't have one." "You want to use the phone again?" "I don't know anyone I can call." "Look, guilty court's not for 2 days. There's nothing I can do about it, partner. The judge has already gone home, or the sheriff could ask him to let you out on your own recognizance. We'll see what we can do tomorrow." "I appreciate it." "You came all the way up here from Louisiana to stomp Sally Dio's ass?" "It sort of worked out that way." "You sure picked on one bad motherfucker. I think you'd be better off if you'd blown out his light altogether." For supper, I ate a plate of watery lima beans and a cold Spam sandwich and drank a can of Coca-Cola. It was dark outside the window now, and the other deputy went home. I sat in the gloom on the wood bench and opened and closed my hands. They felt thick and stiff and sore on the knuckles. Finally, the Indian looked at his watch. "I left a message for the judge at his house. He didn't call back," he said. "I got to take you upstairs." "It's all right." As he took the keys to the cell out of his desk drawer, his phone rang. He nodded while he listened, then hung up. "You got the right kind of lady friend," he said. "What?" "You cut loose. Your bail's your fine, too. You ain't got to come back unless you want to plead not guilty." He turned the key in the iron lock, and I walked down the wood-floored corridor toward the lighted entrance that gave onto the parking lot. She stood under the light outside, dressed in blue jeans and a maroon shirt with silver flowers stitched on it. Her black hair was shiny in the light, and she wore a deerskin bag on a string over her shoulder. "I'll drive you back to your truck," she said. "Where's Cleet?" "Up at Sal's." "Does he know where you are?" "I guess he does. I don't hide anything from him." "Nothing," I said. She looked at me and didn't answer. We walked toward her Jeep in the parking lot. The sheen on her hair was like the purple and black colors in a crow's wing. We got in, and she started the engine. "What's China pearl?" she asked. "High-grade Oriental skag." "Why?" "You knocked out one of Sal's teeth. They gave him a shot of China pearl for the pain." "You must have been trying to kill him." "No." "Oh?" "I saw his face. There are bloody towels all over his living room rug." "He dealt it, Darlene. He's a violent man, and one day somebody's going to take him out." "He's a violent man?" "That's too much." "Listen, you're into some kind of strange balancing act with these people. I don't know what it is, but I think it's crazy. Cleet said he met you when you drove Dixie Lee all the way back to Flathead from a reservation beer joint. Why would you do that for Dixie Lee?" "He's a human being, isn't he? He's also barroom furniture that usually doesn't get hauled across the mountains by a pretty Indian girl." She drove up the east shore of the lake without answering. The trunks of the aspens and birch trees were silver in the moonlight, the rim of mountains around the lake black against the sky. I tried one more time. "What does it take to make you understand you don't belong there?" I said. "Where do I belong?" "I don't know. Maybe with another guy." I swallowed when I said it. The scars on the backs of her hands were thin and white in the glow of moon and starlight through the window. "Do you want to take a chance on living with me and my little girl?" I said. She was silent a moment. Her mouth looked purple and soft when she turned her face toward me. "I won't always be in this trouble. I've had worse times. They always passed," I said. "How long will you want me to stay?" "Until you want to leave." Her hands opened and then tightened on the steering wheel. "You're lonely now," she said. "After we were together, maybe you'd feel different." "You don't know that." "I know the way people are when they're lonely. It's like the way you feel at night about somebody. Then in the daylight, it's not the same." "What would you lose by trying?" She slowed the Jeep on the gravel shoulder a few feet behind my parked pickup truck and cut the engine. It was dark in the heavy shadow of the pines. Out over the lake, the sky was bursting with constellations. "You're a nice man. One day you'll find the right woman," she said. "That's not the way you felt this morning. Don't put me off, Darlene." I put my arm around her shoulders and turned her face with my hand. Her eyes looked up quietly at me in the dark. I kissed her on the mouth. Her eyes were still open when I took my mouth away from hers. Then I kissed her again, and this time her mouth parted, and I felt her lips become wet against mine, and her fingers go into my hair. I kissed her eyes and the moles at the corner of her mouth. Then I placed my hand on her breast and kissed her throat, and tried to pull aside her shirt with my clumsy hand and kissed the tops of her breast. Then I felt her catch her breath, tear it out of the air, stiffen, push against me, and turn her face out into the dark. "No more," she said. "What? It was a mistake. It ends here, Dave. People's feelings don't work like that. We're from different worlds. You knew that. This morning I led you into it. It's my fault, but it's over." "You going to tell me Cleet's from your world?" "It doesn't matter. It's not going anywhere. Maybe at another time. I'm just not going to listen to that stuff, darling. You have to accept what I tell you. I'm sorry about all of it. I'm sorry I'm hurting you. I'm sorry about Cleet. But you go back home or you're going to be killed. Not by the likes of Sally D, I'm not. I put my arm around her shoulders again and tried to brush back her hair with my hand. I'm sorry, she said, but this time calmly, with her eyes straight ahead. Then she got out of the jeep and stood in the dark with her arms folded and her face turned toward the lake. The water's surface was black and flecked with foam in the wind. I walked up next to her and put my fingers lightly on her neck. It's no good, she said softly. I could not see her face in the shadows. I walked away from her toward my truck. The gravel crunched loudly under my feet, and the wind was cold through the pines. The next morning was Friday. I was headed back to the other side of the divide when my water pump went out at Bonner on the Blackfoot River, 10 miles east of Missoula. I had my truck towed to a garage in town and was told by the mechanic that he would not have the repairs done until Monday at noon. So I had to mark off 2 days that I could sorely afford to lose. The air was cool and smelled of wood smoke when I woke Monday morning, and the sun was bright on the lip of Hellgate Canyon, and the valley was filled with blue shadows. I made cush-cush for Alafair and me, walked her to school in the spreading sunlight, then sat on the front porch in a long-sleeved flannel shirt and drank another cup of coffee and read the paper. A few minutes later, a Land Rover with a fly rod case in the gun rack pulled to a stop in front. Dan Nagurski got out, dressed in a pair of beltless jeans, an army sweater, and a floppy hat covered with trout flies. "I've got a day off. Take a drive with me up to Blackfoot," he said. "I have to pick up my truck in the shop later." "I'll take you there. Come on. You got a fishing rod?" His seamed, coarse face smiled at me. He looked like he could bench 300 pounds or break a baseball bat across his knee. I invited him in and gave him a cup of coffee in the kitchen while I got my Fenwick rod out of the closet and tied on my tennis shoes. "What do you got in the way of flies?" he asked. "Nothing, really. Popping bugs." "I've got what you need, brother. A number 14 Renegade drives them crazy." "What's this about?" His mouth twitched, and the muscles in the side of his face and throat jumped. "I thought I'd pick up some tips from you on how to handle Sally D," he said. "I think you got a first there. I don't believe anybody's ever cleaned Sal's clock before." "How'd you hear about it?" "The sheriff's office reports to us whenever Sal comes to their attention. A deputy told me you tried to use Sal's face to repaint the side of his van. I always knew he had some worthwhile potential." "He's got skag and coke in that house." "How do you know?" "A friend told me." "Purcell?" "No." "Oh, the Indian girl." "What do you know about her?" "Nothing. She's just some gal Purcell picked up. They come and go at Sally D's. What's your point about the coke and the skag?" "Get a warrant and bust the place." "When I put Sal away, it's going to be for the rest of his worthless life, not on a chicken shit possession charge. He'd have one of those lame-brained beach boys doing his time anyway." I spent some time up at the Flathead Courthouse. "Why is he buying and leasing up property around the lake?" Nagurski set his cup in the saucer and looked out the window at the backyard. The grass was wet and green in the shade, and the sunlight was bright on the tops of the trees across the alley. "He thinks casino gambling's going through the legislature," he said. "The time's right for it. People are out of work. They've used up all their compo. Agriculture's in the toilet. Casino gambling could turn Flathead Lake into another Tahoe. Sal would be in on the ground floor." It's that simple?
Yeah, more or less.
I don't think it's going to happen, though. People here don't like outsiders anyway, particularly greasers and Californians. What did you come over here to tell me?
Don't worry about it. Come on. I got an appointment with an 18-inch rainbow.
We drove up through the Blackfoot River Canyon, which was still dark and cool with shadows and smelled of wood smoke blowing up from the mill at Bonner. Then we broke out into meadowland and ranch country and sunshine again, turned off the highway and crossed the river on a planked log bridge and began climbing on a dirt road through hills and lodgepole pine and scrub brush, where white-tailed deer sprang in a flick of the eye back into the dense cover of the woods. Then we came back into the canyon again, into the most beautiful stretch of river that I'd ever seen. The rock cliffs were red and sheer and rose straight up 300 feet. The crests were thick with ponderosa, and the water, blue and green, turned in deep pools where the current had eaten under the cliffs. The rocks along the shore were bone white and etched with dried insects, and out beyond the canyon shadows, the great boulders in the middle of the river were steaming in the sun, and flies were hatching out in a gray mist above the riffle. I tied a renegade fly on the tippet of my nylon leader and followed Nagurski into the shallows. The water was so cold inside my tennis shoes and khakis that my bones felt as though they had been beaten with an ice mallet. I false cast in a figure 8 above my head, laid out the line upstream on the riffle, and watched the fly swirl through the eddies and around the boulders toward me. I picked it up, false cast again, drying it in the air with a whistling sound inches from my ear, and dropped it just beyond a barkless, sun-bleached cottonwood that beavers had toppled into the stream. The riffle made a lip of dirty foam around the end of the log, and just as my leader swung around it and coursed across the top of a deep pool, I saw a rainbow rise from the bottom like an iridescent bubble released from the pebble and silt bed and snap my renegade down in a spray of silvery light. I raised my rod high and stripped off-line with my left hand and let him run. He headed out into the current, into deep water, and my Fenwick arched and vibrated in my palms, drops of water glistening and trembling on the line. Then he broke the surface, and the sun struck the red and pink and green band on his side. I had to go deeper into the current with him, up to my chest now, and strip off my line to keep from breaking the tippet. I kept walking with him downstream while he pumped against the rod and tried to wrap the line around a submerged boulder, until I was back in the deep shade of the canyon with the wind cold on my neck and the air heavy with the smell of ferns and wet stone. Then I was around a bend, up into shallow water again, the gravel firm under my tennis shoes. It was all over for him. I worked him up into a small lagoon, watched him gin impotently over the clouded bottom with his dorsal fin out of the water. Then I wet my hand and knelt in the shallows and picked him up under the stomach. He felt cold and thick in my hand. His mouth and gills pumped hard for oxygen. I slipped the fly loose from the corner of his mouth and placed him back in the water. He hovered momentarily over the gravel, his tail moving for balance in the light current, before he dropped away over a ledge and was gone in the current. While Nagurski fished farther upstream, I kicked together a pile of driftwood out in the sunlight, started a fire on the stones, and fixed a pot of cowboy coffee from his rucksack. It was warm in the sun. I sat on a dead cottonwood and drank the coffee black from one of his tin cups and watched him fish. There was a ranch farther upstream, and curious Angus wandered out of the unfenced pasture and nosed through the willows and clattered across the stones on the beach into the shallows. I saw Nagurski break his leader on a snag, then look back at me in frustration. I pointed to my watch. He walked up the beach with his fly rod over his shoulder. His jeans were wet up to his thighs. He slipped his straw creel off his shoulder, slid open the stomachs of 3 rainbow, scooped out the guts, and threw them back into the willow. Then he stood by the edge of the stream and dug the blood membrane out of the vertebrae with his thumbnail. "I saw you turn that big one loose," he said. "I don't keep them much anymore. I don't have a Montana license anyway." "You hunt?" "I used to. I don't much anymore." "You give it up in the Army?" "Something like that." He poured himself a cup of coffee, took 2 wax paper wrapped pork chop sandwiches out of his rucksack and gave me one, then sat down on the log next to me. The veins in his thick neck stuck out like webs of cord when he chewed. "What kind of gun do you have?" he said. "An Army .45 automatic." "You have a permit for it?" "In Louisiana I do. Not here." "They're not real big on gun permits in Montana, but let's get you one anyway." "What are we talking about?" "We have a tap on Sally D's telephone. He knows it." "So?" "He doesn't know that we have a tap on a payphone down the shore from his house, the one that he uses for some of his long-distance calls." I picked up a small, flat, gray stone and skipped it out on the water. "He called a bar in Vegas," Nagurski said. "He said to the guy who answered, 'Tell Charlie I've got a yard job for him up here.' You know what that is?" "No, that's a new one." "I've heard a couple of Quentin graduates use it. It's when they do somebody out on the yard. Last time we heard Sal say something like that on a tap, a witness against him got a .22 Magnum round behind the ear. But we don't know who Charlie is." I tossed another small stone in a gentle arc out on the water. It made a circle like a trout rising, then the circle floated on down the riffle into white water. "Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with you," he said. "The Dios have lots of enemies." I brushed the gravel off my palms, and I didn't say anything for a while. The sun was hot now, and the flies were hatching out of the cattails and rainbows popping at them in a shaded pool under the cliff. "What do you think I ought to do?" I said finally. "Maybe it's time to go back to New Iberia." "You think he'd bring in a mechanic, risk his whole operation because of pride?" "Look, he's got a little clout in the mob because he's Frank Dio's son, but basically Sal's a loser. He's a lousy musician. He did time for stolen credit cards. His wife dumped him after he broke her nose. His friends are bought and paid for rummies and cokeheads. Then you come along and remodel his face while everybody gets a watch. What do you think a guy like that is feeling for you right now?" "It won't matter then if I go back to Louisiana or not." "Maybe not." I looked at my watch. Across the stream I saw a hawk drop suddenly into a meadow and hook a field mouse in its talons. "Thanks for the fishing trip. I need to pick up my truck now," I said. "I'm sorry to be the one to drop this on you." "Don't worry about it." "Why in God's name did you do it, Robicheaux?" I didn't sleep that night. As we say in AA, the executive committee held a session in my head. I thought about sending Alafair back to Louisiana to stay with my cousin or Batiste and his wife, but then I would lose all control over her situation. I doubted that Harry Mapes would make a move against either of us as long as my trial was pending, and it looked like I was going to take the fall for Dalton Vadrine's murder. But then again, you can't second-guess a psychopath, and I believe that's what he was. I still wasn't convinced by Dan Nagurski about Sally Dio's calling Vegas to bring in a contract killer. The mob, or at least its members I had known in New Orleans, did not operate like that. They whacked out witnesses, Colombian competitors, and each other, but they didn't hit ordinary people because of a personal grudge. Their own leadership didn't allow it. It brought down too much heat on their operation and compromised their hard-bought relationships with politicians, police officials, and judges. Sally D was a vicious punk, but his father was smart and cautious, a survivor of gang wars and mafia power struggles. I just didn't believe they would be willing to blow it all over a broken tooth. So the executive committee stayed in session until the false dawn, and then adjourned with little resolved. As always, when I was weak and drained and absolutely burnt out with my own failed attempts at reasoning through a problem, I turned it over to my higher power. Then I cooked sausage and eggs for our breakfast, walked Alafair to school, made arrangements for her to stay with a babysitter, put my .45 and an extra clip under the truck seat, and headed over the divide for the Blackfeet Reservation. My fan belt broke 10 miles south of the reservation, and I hitched a ride with an Indian feed grower to a filling station at Four Corners, 4 miles up the road. I bought a new fan belt and then started walking on the shoulder of the road back toward my truck. It was a mistake. Rain clouds drifted down over the low green hills to the east, shadowing the fields and sloughs and clumps of willows and cottonwoods. Suddenly the sky burst open, and a hard driving rain stung my skin and drenched my clothes in minutes. I took cover against the rock face of a small hill that the road cut through and watched the storm shower work its way across the land. Then a paintless and battered school bus with adhesive tape plastered on its cracked windows, with bicycles, collapsed tents, shovels, and 2 canoes roped to its sides and roof, came highballing round the corner like a highway-born ghost out of the 1960s. When the driver stopped for me, I could hear screws scouring into brake shoes, the twisted exhaust pipe hammering against the frame, the engine firing as if all the spark plug leads had been deliberately crossed. The driver threw open the folding door with a long lever, and I stepped inside of what could have been a time capsule. The seats had all been torn out and replaced with hammocks, bunks, sleeping bags, a butane stove, a bathtub, cardboard boxes bursting with clothes. A woman nursed a child at her breast. A white man with Indian braids sat on the floor, carving an animal out of a soap bar. Another woman was changing an infant's diapers on the back seat. A bearded man in a ponytail slept face down in a hammock so that his body looked like a netted fish's suspended from the ceiling. I could smell sour milk, reefer, and burnt food. The driver had dilated blue eyes and a wild red beard, and he wore leather wristbands and a fatigue jacket open on his bare chest, which was deeply tanned and scrolled with dark blue jailhouse tattoos. He told me to sit down in a wood chair that was located next to him at the head of the aisle. Then he slammed the door shut with the lever, crunched the transmission into gear, and we careened down the road in the blowing rain. I told him where I was going and held on to a metal rail to keep from bouncing out of the chair. "That's a bad place to stand, man," he said. "There's fuckers come around that curve 70 miles an hour. Crazy sons of bitches in log trucks think they own the fucking road. What one of 'em needs is somebody to wind up a brick on a string, put it through his window. You live around here?" "No, I'm just a visitor." "That's a weird accent. I thought maybe you was a Canuck." "Nope, I'm from Louisiana." His eyes were curious, and they moved over my face. The bus drifted toward the shoulder. "Say, there's a cafe up on the right. I think I'll get off and get something to eat," I said. "I said we'd take you to your truck. You'll get there, man. Don't worry about it." The woman who was breastfeeding the child wiped his chin with her shirt, then put his mouth on the nipple again and looked impassively out the window. Her face was without makeup, her hair dull brown, long, and stuck together on the tips. "You keep looking in the back of the bus? Something bothering you?" the driver said. "Not at all." "You think we're spikers or something?" "What?" "Spikers. You think we go around driving railroad spikes in trees?" "No, I don't think that." "'Cause we don't, man. A tree is a living thing, and we don't wound living things. That makes sense to you?" "Sure." "We live up on the reservation. We're a family. We lead a natural way of life. We don't get in nobody's face. All we ask is nobody fuck with us. That ain't a lot to ask, is it?" I looked out the streaked window panes of the folding door. The countryside was green and wet and covered with a gray mist. "Is it?" he said. "No, it's not. 'Cause a lot of people won't let you alone. They're at war with the earth, man. That's their fucking problem. You don't do it their way, they try to kick a 2x4 up your ass." The ride was becoming increasingly more uncomfortable. I figured it was 3 more miles to my truck. "Do you know a girl named Darlene American Horse on the reservation?" I said. "I don't know her. She's from there." "That might be, man, but I don't know her. Check with my old lady." He nodded backward toward the woman with the child at her breast. I asked her about Darlene. She wore large wire-rimmed glasses, and she looked at me quietly with no expression in her face. "I don't know her," she said. "You've lived there long?" "A year." "I see." "It's a Blackfeet reservation," she said. Her speech had that flat quality of quasi-omniscience that you hear in women who have reached a certain gray plateau in their lives from which they know they'll never escape. "Yes," I said. "They're all Blackfeet. The Sioux live over in South Dakota." "I don't understand what you mean." "American Horse is a Sioux name," she said. "He fought with Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse against the whites." It's her married name, I thought. "You know how they bought it, too?" the driver said. "Dealing with the man under a flag of truce. They went into the fort and got their asses shot. That's what happens if you trust those fuckers." My God, why didn't I see it? I thought. "Hey, you're looking a little gray," the driver said. "What?" "You want some food? We got extra," he said. "No, thank you. Did y'all know a guy by the name of Clayton Desmarteau?" "You better believe it. Same outfit as me. First cab." "Did he have a sister?" "What do you mean, did?" "You haven't seen him around in a while, have you?" He thought for a moment. "I guess not," he said. "Do you know if he had a sister?" "I don't know nothing about his family. He don't live on a reservation. He used to come on it to organize for AIM against them oil and gas companies. They're going to mess up the East Front, try to build pipelines and refineries and all kinds of shit. What color were his eyes? His eyes? He turned and grinned at me through his red beard. His teeth were missing and back. I look like I go around looking at guys' eyes. Come on, were they turquoise? What the fuck I know about a guy's eyes? What kind of stuff are you into, man? He's a policeman, the woman with the child said. Is that for real? The driver said. No. Then why are you asking all these questions? You trying to give some shit to Clayton's people? The hair on his forearms grew like red metal wires on the edges of his leather wristbands. No. 'Cause the Indians don't need no more hassle. These are native people, man. I mean, it was their place, and whites been taking a dump on them for 200 years. I'll get off here, I said. You bothered by something I said? Not in the least, partner. The rain's stopping now, and I need to walk. My truck's just over the rise. 'Cause we got no beef with nobody. We thought we were helping you out. You gotta watch out for a lot of people in this state. I ain't blowing gas, Jack. It's the times, he said. I stood on the side of the road in the damp, sunlit air, a green pasture behind me, and watched the bus disappear over the rise. My truck was still a mile down the road. The old woman was hoeing in a rocky vegetable patch behind her house. She wore laced boots, a man's oversized wool trousers, and a khaki shirt, and a shawl was wrapped around her head. In the distance, the wet land sloped toward the divide, where the mountains thrust up violently against the sky, their sheer cliffs now purple with shadow. Up high it had snowed, and the Ponderosa was white on the crests and through the saddles. The old woman glanced sideways at me when I opened her wood gate and walked into the yard, then continued chopping weeds in the rows as though I were not there. Darlene American Horse is your daughter, isn't she? I asked. She didn't answer. Her white hair bunched out under her shawl, and the corners of her eyes were creased with concentration on her work. Mrs. Desmarteau, believe me, I'm a friend, I said. I want to find out what happened to your son. I want to help Darlene if I can. She thudded and raked the hoe in the dirt and stones and notched out weeds between the cabbages without ever touching a leaf. I think Darlene lives among some bad people. I want to get her away from them, I said. She pulled back the door of an abandoned, dilapidated privy, put away the hoe, and took out a shovel. In the back of the privy, a calico cat was nursing her litter on top of a pile of gunny sacks. Mrs. Desmarteau laid the shovel across a wheelbarrow loaded with manure and began pushing it toward the edge of the vegetable patch. I took the handles out of her hands and wheeled it across the dirt yard, and then began spreading the manure at the end of each row. The clouds were purple on top of the mountains, and snow was blowing off the edges of the canyon. Behind me, I heard the plastic sheets of insulation rattling on a window. She's your daughter, isn't she? I said again. Are you one of the FBI? She said. No, I'm not, but I used to be a policeman. I'm not any longer. I'm just a man who's in some trouble. For the first time, her eyes looked directly at mine. If you know Darlene, why are you asking me if she's my daughter? She said. Why are you here and asking that question? You don't make sense. Then I realized that perhaps I had underestimated this elderly lady, and like most people who consider themselves educated, I had perhaps presumed that an elderly person, like someone who is foreign-speaking or unschooled, could not understand the complexities of my life and intellect. I didn't relate the name to yours, I said, but I should have. She wears her brother's 1st Cav Army jacket, doesn't she? She also has turquoise eyes. Your family name is French-Canadian, not Indian. Darlene and Clayton's father was part white, wasn't he? Why do you say she lives among bad people? The man she stays with isn't bad, but the people he works for are. I believe she should come back home and not stay with these people on the lake. You've been there? Yes. Are they criminals? Some of them are. Her hand slipped down over mine and took the shovel. Her palm was rough and edged with callus. She was motionless, the shovel propped against her wool trousers, her eyes fixed on the jagged outline of the mountains against the sky. The clouds on the high peaks looked full of snow. Are they the ones that killed my boy? She said. Maybe they were involved in some way, I don't know. Why is she with them? She thinks she can find out what happened to Clayton and his cousin. She worked in a bar. Where is it? 5 miles down the road. You passed it when you came here. Do you know a man named Dixie Lee Pugh? No. Do you see Darlene? She comes 1 day a week and brings groceries. Talk to her, Mrs. Desmarteau. She's a good girl. Between the two of us, we'll get her back home. I saw her breathe through her mouth. Her lips moved without sound. What? I said. Clayton never did no harm to anybody. They said he carried a gun. If he did, they made him. They wouldn't let him alone. They were afraid of him because he was brave. It was turning cold. I helped her finish spreading manure in her vegetable patch, then said goodbye and latched the wooden gate behind me. The sky was overcast and gray now. She looked small and alone with her hoe in her dirt yard in the wind that blew down off the backbone of the world. I drove back down the dirt road and stopped at the place where Clayton Desmarteau and his cousin had put their car in the ditch. Did Mapes and Vadrine kidnap and drive them someplace, or did it all happen here? I asked myself. I jumped across the stream that bordered the far side of the road and walked up the slope into the lodgepole pine. The ground was thick with pine needles. Chipmunks played in the rocks, and red squirrels chased each other around the tree trunks. I walked about 1/4 of a mile through the pines, then intersected a trace of road that somebody had used at one time to dump garbage. The road dead-ended in a pile of rusted box springs, tin cans, mattresses, beer and wine bottles, and plastic soap containers. I went on another 400 yards or so through the pines. Then the trunks thinned, and I came out on a tea-colored stream coursing over gray rocks. The stream cut along the edge of a low, rock-faced hill that rose abruptly into box elder, wild rose bushes, and thick scrub brush. I walked up and down the stream bank, crossed the sculpted tracks of deer, the delicate impressions of turkey and grouse in the wet sand, found the rotted soft logs of an old cabin, tripped over the half-buried remains of a wood stove, and flushed a white-tailed buck that might have had 10 points on his rack. But I saw nothing that was out of the ordinary that could be helpful in discovering the fate of Clayton Desmarteau and his cousin. Finally, I came to a spring that flowed out of the hillside on the far bank of the stream. The spring dripped over rocks and it had eroded away the dirt and exposed the gnarled roots of small pines on the hillside. The water drained over a wide area of wet pine needles and black leaves, and the ground there was spongy and bursting with mushrooms and dark fern. I could smell the water, the coolness of the stone, the dank humus, the exposed tree roots that trailed like brown cobweb in the current. It smelled like the coulee on my property back in Louisiana. I wondered when I would be going back there, or if in fact I would be able to. Because I had decided that if I did not develop a better defense than the one I presently had, I was not going to deliver myself up for trial and a sure jolt in Angola pen. I was tired. After hiking back to my truck, I drove up the road in the gray light between the wet fields. Then I glanced in the side mirror at a black Willis Jeepster, a remake of the classic model manufactured right after World War II. Because the road was wet and there was no dust, I could see the driver's tall outline behind the steering wheel. Then he accelerated and closed on my rear bumper, as though he wanted to see my reflection in the side mirror or some detail of my pickup. The dealer's name, a bumper sticker that read Mulates, Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. Up ahead was the wide, squat log tavern where Clayton Desmarteau and his cousin had probably spent the last night of their lives, where Darlene had waited tables, and where she had probably met Dixie Lee Pugh while he was in a drunken stupor, saved him from getting his head kicked in, and driven him over the mountains to Sally Dio's on Flathead Lake. It was starting to mist, and a purple and orange neon war bonnet was lighted on the roof against the gray sky. I pulled onto the gravel parking lot and waited to see what the driver in the Jeepster would do. He slowed abreast of me, his long hands on the top of the steering wheel, and stared intently out the passenger window. His face, forehead, and neck were streaked with thin scabs, as though he had walked through a nest of rust-colored spiderweb. I wanted him to stop, to open his door, to confront me with his injury and his anger. I wanted to see weapons in his hand and feel that adrenaline surge, that violent sanction that lights and clarifies the mind and resolves all the complexities. But Harry Mapes was holding all the good cards. Harry Mapes had been a helicopter pilot in Vietnam, and he knew that you don't change the terms of your situation when your Gatling guns are locked in on a solitary pajama-clad target in the middle of a glassy rice field. He turned into the parking lot and parked by the front door, where 3 Indians in work clothes were drinking canned beer next to a truck. He lit a cigarette with a gold lighter before he got out of his Jeepster, then went inside without looking back at me. By the time I got back to Missoula that night, Alafair had already had her supper at the babysitter's, but I took her for a late snack at a pizza place called Red Pies over Montana. She wore her soft denim jeans with the elastic waistband, patent leather shoes with white socks that were now gray with dust from the playground, and her yellow T-shirt printed with a smiling purple whale and the words Baby Orca on it. Her cheeks were spotted with red pizza sauce. Through the restaurant window I could see the stars over the mountain. "Dave," she said. "What is it, little guy?" "When we going back home?" "Don't you like it here?" "I want to see Tex. Maybe Baptiste needs us at the shop. He can't read." "Well, you don't have to read to sell worms and shiners." "Nothing here is like it is at home." "Has a lot of good things, though, doesn't it?" "I miss Tripod. I miss Clarice. It's cold at night." I brushed her shiny black hair with my hand. "It won't be long. You'll see," I said. But my assurance was an emotional lie. I didn't know when we could go back. I wasn't sure if I ever could. That night, in the dark, with the doors open between our bedrooms, I heard her saying her prayers by the side of the bed, then climbing in under the covers. "Dave?" "What?" "Are people trying to hurt us? Is that why we had to move?" I got up and walked barefoot into her room and sat on the edge of the bed. Her face looked round and tan in the moonlight through the window. Her blanket was pulled up to her chin. "Don't think like that, Alf. Nobody wants to hurt guys like us. We're good guys," I said. "Think of all the people who love you. Baptiste and Clarice and your friends and teachers at school. They all love you, Alfie. And I love you most of all." I could see her wide-spaced teeth and the brightness of her eyes when she smiled up from the pillow. But her thoughts were not far from my own. That night I dreamed of South Louisiana, of blue herons standing among flooded cypress trees, fields of sugar-cane beaten with purple and gold light in the fall, the smell of smoldering hickory and pork dripping into the ash in our smokehouse, the way billows of fog rolled out of the swamp in the morning so thick and white that sound, a bass flopping, a bullfrog falling off a log into the water, came to you inside a wet bubble. Pelicans sailing out of the sun over the breakers out on the Gulf, the palm trees ragged and green and clacking in the salt breeze, and the crab and crawfish boils and fish fries that went on year-round, as though there were no end to a season and death had no sway in our lives. And finally the song that always broke my heart, La Jolie Blonde, which in a moment made the year 1945. Our yard was abloom with hibiscus and blue and pink hydrangeas, and the neighbors came on horseback to the Fay Dodo under our oaks. The next morning, I got a call from Tess Reagan, the third-grade teacher and assistant principal at Alafair School. She said she had a 1-hour break at 11 o'clock, and she asked if she could walk down to the house and talk with me. "Is there something wrong?" I said. "Maybe it's nothing. I'd rather talk to you about it at your house." "Sure, come on down." A few minutes later, she knocked on the screen door. She wore a pale green cotton dress, and her auburn hair was tied back with a green kerchief. I could see baby powder on her freckled shoulders. "I hope I'm not bothering you," she said. "No, not at all. I have some iced tea made. It's a beautiful day. Let's have some on the porch." "All right," she said. The corners of her eyes wrinkled good-naturedly at the deference to her situation as a lay person in a Catholic elementary school. I brought the tea out on the porch, and we sat on 2 old metal chairs. The light was bright on the lawn and the trees, and bumblebees hummed over the clover and the grass. "A man called earlier," she said. "He said he was a friend of yours from Louisiana. He wanted to know where you and Alafair lived." "What was his name?" "He wouldn't give it." "Did you tell him?" "No, of course not. We don't give out people's addresses. I told him to call information. He said he tried, but your number was unlisted." "It isn't, but my address isn't in the phone book, and information usually won't give out addresses." "Why did the call bother you?" I leaned slightly forward. "He was rude." "No, it was more than that. His voice was ugly." "What else did he say?" "He kept saying he was an old friend, that it was important he talk with you, that I should understand that." "I see." Alafair said you used to be a police officer. Does this have something to do with that? Maybe. Could you tell if it was long distance? It didn't sound like it. I tried to think. Who knew that Alafair went to a parochial school in Missoula? Darlene, perhaps. Maybe I said something to Cleet. Or maybe the person called New Iberia and got something out of Batiste or Clarice. Then he could have phoned every Catholic elementary school in town until he hit the right combination. What was the first thing this guy said? I asked. Her mouth was wet and red when it came away from her glass. Her green eyes looked thoughtfully out into the sunlight. He said, "I'm calling for Dave Robicheaux," she said. I told him I didn't understand. Then he said it again. "I'm calling for Dave." So I said, "You mean you're delivering a message for him?" Then he knew he'd found the right school. What? He's a slick guy. "I'm sorry if I handled it wrong," she said. "Well, don't worry about it. He's probably a bill collector. They follow me around the country." I smiled at her, but she didn't buy it. She set her iced tea on the porch railing and sat with her knees close together and her hands folded in her lap. She dropped her eyes, then looked up at me again. "I'm probably being intrusive, but you're in some trouble, aren't you?" "Yes." "Who is this man?" "I'm not sure. If he calls again, though, I'd appreciate you letting me know." "Is he a criminal?" I looked at her face and eyes. I wondered how much of the truth she was able to take. I decided not to find out. "Maybe," I said. She pinched her fingers together in her lap. "Mr. Robicheaux, if he's a threat to Alafair, we need to know that," she said. "You have an obligation to tell us that, I think." This guy didn't have a Texas accent, did he? No, he didn't have an accent. "A couple of guys have a beef with me. Maybe he works for one of them. But their beef is with me. It's not going to affect anything at your school." "I see," she said, and her eyes went away into the sunlight on the yard. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound sharp," I said. "You weren't." "I'm sorry you're having this trouble." She stood up to go. "I think you should consider calling the police. Your daughter is a beautiful little girl. There's no law against a guy asking for somebody's address. You probably understand these things better than I, then. Thank you for the tea. Wait a minute. I appreciate your help, I really do. And Alafair thinks the world of you. But I could start explaining my situation to you now, and we'd still be talking tomorrow morning. It's a mess, and it involves a bunch of bad people. I don't have any answers for it either. Sometimes cops can't do you any good. That's why as I get older, I believe more and more in prayer. At least I feel like I'm dealing with somebody who's got some real authority. I smiled again, and this time it took. I bet you handle it all right, she said, and her eyes crinkled. She squeezed my hand and walked down the steps onto the sidewalk, out of the porch's shadow into the sunshine, her calves clicking with light in the bright air. I went into the kitchen and fixed a bowl of grape nuts for lunch. While I ate, I stared out the window at the neighbor's orange cat climbing up the roof of the garage out by the alley. Overhead, 2 doves sat on the telephone wires. Who had been the man on the telephone, I thought? Sally Dio's mechanic out of Vegas? Or maybe somebody who worked with Harry Mapes? Why not? It would be a safe way for Mapes to keep me agitated and off balance. He was a mailer of hypodermic needles and threats against a child. A telephone call to the school would be consistent with his past behavior. At least that's what a police department psychologist would say. Except for the fact that I was the defendant in an upcoming murder trial and Mapes was the prosecution witness. The apparatus of the law was on his side. He was the friend of the court, the chain-whipped victim of an alcoholic, burnt-out cop. Mapes didn't need to shave the dice. Which brought me back to my original speculation and Dan Nagurski's warning, one I truly did not want to confront. A faceless button man whose only name was Charlie. Call the police, she had said. Suffering God, I thought, why is it that in problematic situations almost everyone resorts to axioms and societal remedies that in actuality nobody believes in? Tess Regan was a good girl, and obviously I was being too hard on her in my frustration. But ask yourself, have you ever known anyone whose marriage was saved by a marriage counselor, whose drinking was cured by a psychiatrist, whose son was kept out of reform school by a social worker? In a badass beer glass brawl, would you rather have an academic liberal covering your back or a hobnailed redneck? I drove to Bob Ward's Sporting Goods, a mountaineering and tackle and gun store I had heard about even in Louisiana, and used my MasterCard to buy a .38 revolver, a box of rounds, and a cutaway holster for it, a second-hand 12-gauge shotgun, and a box of double-aught buckshot. Back home, I carried the tool chest from my truck into the kitchen, slipped the top shelf out of the cupboard, and tacked the .38 holster to its bottom. I replaced the shelf, loaded 5 rounds into the revolver, set the hammer on the empty chamber, slipped the revolver into the holster, and snapped the leather strap across the base of the hammer. Then I took a hacksaw from the tool chest, laid the shotgun on the back porch step, placed my knee hard against the stock, and sawed through the ventilated rib sight in both barrels 10 inches above the chambers. I broke open the breech, looked through the barrels at the clean, oily whirls of light, plopped 2 double-aughts into the chambers, snapped the breech shut, set the safety, and put the shotgun on the top shelf of the closet in the front hallway. With the .45 in the bedroom, there would now be no place in the house where I would not have almost immediate access to a weapon. It wasn't a panacea, but it was all I had. I could have spent time regretting that I had bounced Sally Dio's head off his van in front of his friends, but if he was involved with Harry Mapes or Star Drilling Company, and I believe he was, it would have been only a matter of time before I had trouble with the Dio family anyway. I was still tired from yesterday's drive over the divide. No, it went deeper than that. I was tired of pursuing a course that seemed to have no resolution, of walking about in what seemed to be a waking nightmare, of feeling that I deserved all this, that somehow I had asked for it, that it was inevitable that I ride in a wood cart like a condemned 17th-century criminal, creaking over the cobbled street through the mob toward the elevated platform where a hooded man waited with wheel and iron bar. I put on my gym shorts, running shoes, and a cut-off sweatshirt, and ran 4 miles along the river. It was a cloudless day, the sky hard and blue, and the pines high up on the mountains seemed to tremble with light. In the south, the bitter roots were as sharp and etched against the sky as if they'd been cut out with a razor blade. The spring runoff of melted snow was starting to abate in the river, and great round boulders that had been covered by the current only 2 days ago were now exposed and hot-looking in the sun. the skeletal remains of Helgramites welded to their sides. I ran all the way to the University District, thumped across the river on an abandoned railroad bridge, and looked down below at a fisherman horsing a rainbow out of the current onto the gravel. The riverbank was lined with cottonwoods and willows, and the wind blew out of Hellgate Canyon and flattened the new leaves so that the trees looked like they had changed, in a flick of the eye, to a pale green against the brown rush of water. When I turned into my block, my body was running with sweat, and I could feel the sun's heat deep in my skin. I did 50 push-ups off the back steps, 50 stomach crunches, 100 leg lifts, and 25 chin-ups on the iron stanchion that supported the clothesline, while my neighbor's orange cat watched me from the garage roof. Then I sat quietly in the grass, my forearms on my knees, breathing the sweet smell of the clover, my heartbeat as regular and strong and temporarily as confident as it had been 20 years before. The moon was down that night, somewhere beyond the black outline of the bitter roots, and dry lightning leaped whitely between the clouds over the mountains. I could smell electricity and impending rain through the screen door, and the trees along the street were dark and shaking in the wind. At 9 o'clock, the phone rang. "Hello," I said. "Can you come up here, Dave?" The line was heavy with static. "Cleet? I need you up here, man. Real bad." "What is it?" "Darlene. Fuck, man. She's dead." Chapter 8. The regular babysitter wasn't home. I found Tess Regan's number in the telephone book, called her, then took Alafair over to her house. An hour and a half later, I drove up the dirt lane to Cleet's small redwood house on Flathead Lake. All the lights were on. It was raining, and the lake was black in the background, and I could see the rain blowing in the light from the windows. Farther up the dirt lane, past the electronic gate, the Dio house was dark. I knocked on Cleet's front door. When no one answered, I went inside. I heard a toilet flush somewhere in the back, then he walked out of the bedroom with a wet towel held to his mouth. His face looked bloodless, the skin as tight as a lampshade. His tie was pulled loose, and his white shirt was wet down the front. He sat down at the table by the sliding glass doors and drank noisily out of a coffee cup. His whole hand wrapped around the cup to keep it from shaking. On the table were a carton of milk and a fifth of cutty sark. He drew in deeply on a Camel and held the smoke down as though he were taking a hit off of a reefer. His breath jerked in his chest when he let the smoke out. Out on the lake, a lighted, anchored sailboat pitched in the troughs. He rubbed the towel on his mouth again, then on the back of his thick neck. "I can't keep anything down. I think I got a peptic ulcer," he said. "Where is she?" "In the main bathroom." He looked up at me with his poached face and swallowed. "Get yourself together." "I came back from Missoula. She was like that. I can't take this shit." But I wasn't listening to him. I walked down the hall to the bathroom. When I looked inside, I had to clasp one hand on the door jamb. The safety razor lay on the tiled floor, glued thickly to the surface with her blood. She was nude and had slipped down in the tub on her side, so that only half her face floated above the soapy red water. There was a deep incision across the inside of both forearms. "Oh, Lord God," I thought, and had to take a deep breath and look away. She had bled until she was almost white. I sat on the edge of the tub and touched her soft, wet hair with my fingertips. It felt like wet feathers. Written in lipstick on the bathroom mirror were the words, C. Checking out. Bye-bye, love. D. I ran my hand through my hair and stared numbly at her. Then I saw the tiny scratches and the red discolorations like pale strawberry bruises, like love bites on her neck and shoulder. I took a sheet out of the bedroom and draped it over her, then went back into the living room. Cleet was pouring another scotch and milk at the table. The smoke from his Camel curled up over the nicotine stains on his fingers. The skin around his eyes flexed abruptly when he saw my expression. "Hey, you get that look out of your face, man," he said. "What were you doing in Missoula?" I said. "I pick up cigars for Sal's old man. There's only one store in Missoula that carries his brand." "Why tonight?" "He told me to." "Why haven't you called the locals?" "They're going to bust me for it." "For a suicide?" I watched his face carefully. "It's no suicide. You know it's not." "Cleet, if you did this..." "Are you crazy? I was going to ask her to marry me. I'm seeing a therapist now because I'm fucked up, but when I was straightened out, I was going to see about taking us back to New Orleans. Living a regular life, opening up a bar maybe, getting away from the grease balls." I looked steadily into his eyes. They stared back at me, hard as green marbles, as though they had no lids. The stitched scar that ran from the bridge of his nose through one eyebrow looked as red as a bicycle patch. Then his eyes broke, and he took a hit of the scotch and milk. "I don't care what you believe," he said. "If you think I got jealous over you and her, you're right. But I didn't blame her for it. I got a condition I can't do anything about right now. The therapist says it's because all that stuff back in New Orleans, and because I'm working for greaseballs and pretending I like it when actually I wouldn't spit on these guys. But I didn't blame her, you got that?" "She told you?" "What's the tale? There's ways a guy knows. But out of my personal affairs streak." I put a sheet over her. Don't go back in there till the cops get here. I picked up the telephone. The moon had broken through a crack in the clouds over the mountains on the far side of the lake, and I could see the froth on the waves blowing in the wind. "You saw the bruises?" Cleet said. "Yes." "Most of the locals aren't real bright, but when the coroner does the autopsy, they're going to pick me up." "Maybe. What's the point?" He drank out of the cup again, then drew in on the cigarette. His breath was ragged coming out. "You're not big on sympathy tonight, are you?" he said. "To be honest, I don't know what I feel toward you, Cleet. It's Sal. It's gotta be. I'm going to be on ice. He's going to be playing rock and roll with Dixie Lee and the Tahoe cornholers. I'm going to nail that fucker, man. I'm going to blow up his shit. I'm going to do it in pieces, too." "What's his motive?" I set the receiver back down. "He doesn't need one. He's psychotic." "I don't buy that." "She was on to something. It's got to do with oil.
Dixie Lee, maybe with dope, I don't know. She believed in spirits. She thought they told her things. Then yesterday, she saw Sal chopping up lines for Dixie Lee and a couple of the Tahoe broads. And she told him he was a fucking cancer. That one day his kind were going to be driven into holes in the earth. Can you dig that? Holes in the earth. Where are the Dios now? They said they were going to a play up in Big Fork. Have you heard Sally Dio say anything about a guy named Charlie? Charlie? No. Who is he? A hitman out of Vegas. Wait a minute. They picked up a guy at the airport in Missoula last night. I thought he was just another one of Sal's butt wipes. I offered to drive in and get him, but Sal said I needed a night off. What did he look like? I don't know. I didn't see him. The clouds over the lake were silver where the moon had broken through, and the water below was black and glazed with light. I'm going to call the cops now, then I'm taking off, I said. I don't want my name in it, all right? Whatever you say. Then he said, you're pretty cool. A cool operator. You always were. Nobody shakes old Streak's cookie bag. They could strike matches on your soul and not make you flinch. I didn't answer him. I walked out into the misting rain and the broken moonlight and drove my pickup truck back down the lakefront road toward Polson. The cherry trees in the orchards were dripping with rainwater in my headlights. The wooded hills were dark, and down on the beach I could see a white line of foam sliding up on the sand. With the windows up, I was sweating inside the cab. I passed a neon-lit bar, a boat dock strung with light bulbs, a wind-sheltered cove where the pines grew right down to the water's edge, a clapboard cottage where people were having a party and somebody was still barbecuing in the darkness of the porch. Then I turned east to Polson at the foot of the lake and headed for the Jocko Valley, and I knew that I would be all right. But suddenly the clouds closed over the moon again, the sky became as black as scorched metal, and a hard wind blew out of the ice-capped missions. A curtain of driving rain swept across meadow, irrigation canal, slough, poplar windbreak, and willow-lined stream. Lightning leapt from the crest of the missions to the black vault of sky overhead. Thunder rolled out of the canyons, and hailstones the size of dimes clattered on my truck like tack hammers. I pulled to the side of the road, sweat boiling off my face, my windows thick with steam. The truck shook violently in the wind. My knuckles were round and white on the steering wheel. I felt my teeth grinding, felt the truck's metal joints creak and strain, the tailgate tremble and reverberate against the hooked chain. Then a shudder went through me that made my mouth drop open, as though someone had clapped me on both ears with the flats of his hands. When I closed my eyes, I thought I saw a copper-colored stream beaten with raindrops, and in it a brown trout with a torn mouth and blood roaring in clouds from its gills. The next morning, I walked down to the old brick church next to Alafair's school. The sun was brilliant in the bowl of blue sky above the valley. High up on one of the mountains above Hellgate Canyon, I could see horses grazing in the new grass and lupin below the timber, and the trees along the river were dark green from the rain. The current looked deep and cold between the sun-baked boulders that protruded from the water's surface. Someone had planted a garden by the side door of the church, and yellow roses and spearmint bloomed against the red brick wall.
I went inside, crossed myself at the holy water fount, and knelt in a pew close to the altar. Like almost all Catholic churches, this one smelled like stone and water, incense and burning wax. I think that fact is no accident inside a Catholic church. I think perhaps the catacombs, where the early Christians celebrated Mass, smelled the same way. I prayed for Darlene, for Alafair, my father and brother, and finally for myself. A muscular, blond-headed priest in black trousers, scuffed cowboy boots, and a T-shirt came out of the sacristy and began removing the flower vases from the altar. I walked to the communion rail, introduced myself, and asked if he would hear my confession. "Let's go out into the garden," he said. Between the church and the rectory was a sunny enclosure of lawn and flower beds, stone benches, bird feeders, and a small greenhouse. The priest and I sat next to one another on a bench, and I told him about my relationship with Darlene and finally about her death. While I talked, he flipped small pieces of dirt at the leaves of a potted caladium. When I finished, he was silent a moment. Then he said, "I'm not quite sure what you're confessing to. Do you feel that you used this woman?" "I don't know." "Do you think you contributed to her death?" "I don't think so, but I'm not sure." "I think that something else is troubling you. Something that we're not quite talking about." I told him about Annie, the shotgun blasts that leapt in the darkness of our bedroom, the sheet drenched with her blood, the coldness of her fingers when I put them in my mouth. I could hear him breathing next to me. When I looked up at him, I saw him swallow. "I'm sorry," he said. "It won't go away, Father. I don't believe it ever will." He picked up another piece of hard dirt off the grass and started to flip it at the plant, then dropped it from his hand. "I feel inadequate in trying to advise you," he said. "But I think you're a good man, and you're doing yourself an unnecessary injury. You were lonely when you met the Indian lady. You obviously cared for her. Sometimes, maybe, it's a vanity to judge ourselves. Did you ever think of it that way? You make your statement in front of God, then you let Him be the measure of right and wrong in your life. And I don't believe you caused your wife's death. Sometimes when that kind of evil comes into our lives, we can't explain it. So we blame it on God or ourselves. In both cases, we're wrong. Maybe it's time you let yourself out of prison." I didn't answer him. "Do you want absolution?" "Yes." "What for?" "I don't know. For my inadequacies, my failures. For any grief or injury I've brought an innocent person. That's the best I can say. I can't describe it." His forearms were folded on his thighs. He looked down at his boots, but I could see a sad light in his eyes. He took a deep breath. "I wish I could be of more help to you," he said. "We're not always up to the situation. Our experience is limited. You've been more than kind. Give it time, Mr. Robicheaux." Then he smiled and said, "Not everybody gets to see a blinding light on the way to Damascus." When I left that sunny green enclosure between the buildings, he was kneeling down in a flower bed, troweling out a hole for the pink and gray striped caladium, his eyes already intent with his work, his day obviously ordered and serene and predictable, in a way that I could not remember mine being since I walked off the plane into a diesel-laced layer of heat at Tan Son Nhut Air Base in 1964. I wanted to go into yesterday, and I don't think that's always bad. Sometimes you simply have to walk through a door in your mind and lose 30 or 40 years in order to remember who you are. Maybe it's a self-deception, a mental opiate that I use to escape my problems, but I don't care. We are the sum total of what we have done and where we have been, and I sincerely believe that in many ways the world in which I grew up was better than the one in which we live today. I stuck a paperback copy of Ernest Gaines's Of Love and Dust in my pocket and walked down to Bonner Park and sat on a bench under a maple tree and read. The fountain and concrete wading pool looked dry and white in the sun, and in the distance the mountains were a sharp blue against the clouds. The wind was cool, blowing out of the shade, but I was already inside the novel, back on a hot sugarcane and sweet potato plantation in South Louisiana in the 1940s. No, that's not really true. I was back in New Iberia the summer after my second year in college, when my brother Jimmy and I worked on an offshore seismograph rig and bought a 46 Ford convertible that we put dual Hollywood mufflers on, lowering blocks and fender skirts, painted canary yellow and lacquered and waxed until the metal seemed to have the soft, deep gleam of butter. It was the best summer of my life. I fell in love seriously for the first time with a girl who lived on Spanish Lake outside of town, and as is always the case with your first love, I remembered every detail of the season as though I had never experienced summer before, sometimes with a poignancy that would almost break my heart. She was a Cajun like myself, and her hair was brown and bleached in streaks by the sun, so that it looked like dark honey when the wind blew it. We danced at Voorhees Roof Garden in Lafayette and Slick's in St. Martinville, drank 20-cent long-neck Jack's beer under the oaks at Deer's Drive-In in New Iberia. We fished for white trout out on the Salt, went to crab boils and fish fries at Cypremort Point, and drove home in the lilac evening down that long 2-lane blacktop parish road between the cypress and the oaks, with the wind warm off the Gulf, the new cane green in the fields, the western sky streaked with fire, the cicadas deafening in the trees. She was one of those girls who love everything about the man they choose to be theirs. She never argued or contended. She was happy in any place or situation where we were together, and I only had to touch her cheek with my fingers to make her come close to me, to press herself against me, to kiss my throat and put her hand inside my shirt. It rained every afternoon, and sometimes after it cleared and the clouds were pink and maroon on the horizon, we'd drive down the levee to the dock where my father kept his boat, the cypress dripping into the dead water, and in the soft light her face would have the color and loveliness of a newly opened flower. Jimmy Clanton's Just a Dream was on every jukebox in southern Louisiana that summer, and car radios at the drive-in were always tuned to Randy's Record Shop in Memphis at midnight, when Randy kicked it off with Swanee River Boogie. Each morning was one of expectation, of smoky light in the pecan trees outside my bedroom window, of innocent desire and the confidence that within a few hours I would be with her again, and that absolutely nothing would ever come between us. But it ended over an unreasonable and youthful concern. I hurt her without meaning to, in a way that I could not explain to myself, much less to her, and my silence caused her an even greater injury that these many years later still troubles me on occasion. I'll never forget that summer, though. It's the cathedral I sometimes visit when everything else fails, when the heart seems poisoned, the earth stricken, and the dead leaves blow across the soul's windows like bits of dried parchment. My experience has been that grief and loss do not necessarily become more acceptable with time, and commitment to them is of no value to either the living or the dead. The next morning I was back in the Lake County Courthouse. The sheriff looked as hard and round as a wooden barrel. His dark blue suit was spotted with cigarette ash that he had tried to clean off with a wet paper towel. He wore his gray hair in a crew cut, his white shirt lapels ironed flat so that his chest hair stuck out like a tangle of wire. He was one of those elected law officers who've probably been diesel mechanics or log truck drivers before someone had talked them into running for office. He sat at the corner of his desk when he talked rather than behind it, and smoked a cigarette and looked out the window at the lake with such private concentration that I had the feeling that he already knew the outcome of our conversation and that he was talking to me now only because of a public relations obligation that the office imposed upon him. "You were a homicide detective in New Orleans?" he said. "That's right." "Then a detective in the sheriff's department in, what's the name of that place?" "New Iberia, where they make Tabasco sauce." I smiled at him, but his eyes were looking through his cigarette smoke at the blue wink off the lake. "You know a DEA agent named Dan Nagurski?" "Yeah." "He was here yesterday. He said I could count on you coming to see me." "I see." "He said I should tell you to go back to Louisiana. What do you think about that?" "Advice is cheap." "You're wondering about the coroner's report?" I let out my breath. "Yes, sir, I am," I said. "Because you think she was murdered?" "That's right." "What for? Who had reason to kill her?" "Check out Sally D's record. Check on a guy named Harry Mapes, too." I felt the heat start to rise in my voice, and I paused. "I'd give some thought to Purcell, too." "From what I've been told, these are all people you've had trouble with at one time or another. You think you're being entirely objective here?" "The Dios are animals. So is Mapes. Purcell killed a guy for some paramilitary crazies in New Orleans. I wouldn't underestimate the potential of any of them." "Why would Purcell kill her?" He looked at me with interest for the first time. I dropped my eyes to my shoes, then I looked back at him. "I was involved with Darlene," I said. "He knew about it." The sheriff nodded and didn't reply. He opened his desk drawer and took out a clipboard on which were attached Xerox copies of the kinds of forms that county medical examiners use in autopsies. "You were right about the bruises," he said. "She had 'em on her neck and her shoulders." I waited for him to continue. "She also had a bump on the back of her head," he said. "Yeah." "But it's going down as a suicide." "What?" "You got it the first time." "What's the matter with you? You're discounting your own autopsy report?" "Listen, Robicheaux, I don't have any evidence that she didn't kill herself. On the other hand, I have every indication that she did. She could have hit her head on the tub. She could have gotten the bruises anywhere. Maybe you don't like to hear this, but Indians around here get into trouble. They get drunk, they fight in bars, families beat the shit out of each other. I'm not knocking them. I've got nothing against them. I think they get a lousy break. But that's the way it is. Look, if I suspected anybody, it would have to be Purcell. But I don't believe he did it. The guy's really strung out on this." "What about Sally D?" "You give me the motive. You put him in the house. I'll cut the warrant." "You're making a big mistake, Sheriff." "Tell me how. Fill me in on that, please." "You're taking the easy choice. You're letting them slide. The Dios sense weakness in you, they'll eat you alive. He opened a deep drawer in the bottom of his desk and took out a baton. The layers of black paint were chipped, and the grip had been grooved in a lathe and drilled to hold a leather wrist loop. He dropped it loudly on the desktop. "The guy I replaced gave me this the day I took office," he said. "He told me everybody doesn't have to go to jail, and there's days when maybe I got that kind of temptation. I see Dio in the supermarket, and I shudder. This is good country. He doesn't belong here, but I don't bust heads. I don't let my deputies do it either. If that don't sit right with somebody, that's their problem." He mashed out his cigarette without looking at me. "I guess I'll be on my way," I said, and stood up. Then, as an afterthought, I said, "Did the autopsy show anything else unusual?" "Not to me, and the medical examiner." "What else?" "I think we've ended this discussion." "Come on, Sheriff, I'm almost out of your day." He glanced again at his clipboard. "What you had for supper?" "Traces of semen in the vagina." I took a breath and looked out the window at the electric blueness of the lake in the sunlight and the low green hills and pine trees in the distance. Then I pinched my eyes and the bridge of my nose with my fingers and put on my sunglasses. "You were on the money about Cletus," I said. "What are you talking about?" "He didn't do it. He's impotent. She was raped before she was murdered." He sucked his teeth, smiled to himself, shook his head slightly, and opened his newspaper to the sports page. "You'll have to excuse me," he said. "It's the only chance I get to read it." I found out from the medical examiner's office that Darlene's family had picked up the body that morning and that the funeral was the next afternoon on the Blackfeet Reservation. The next day was Saturday, so Alafair drove across the mountains with me to Dupuy on the south end of the reservation. I found out from the local newspaper that the service was to be held at a Baptist church up on the Marias River at 2:00. We had lunch in a clapboard cafe that was built onto the side of a grease-stained cinder-block filling station. I had little appetite and couldn't finish my plate, and I stared out the window at the dusty street while Alafair ate her hamburger. The bars were doing a good business. Rusted pickup trucks and oversized jalopy gas burners were parked at an angle to the curb, and sometimes whole families sat listlessly in them while the old man was inside the juke joint. People who looked both devastated and broke from the night before sat on the curb, their attention fixed on nothing, their mouths open like those of silent, newly hatched birds. Then I saw Alafair watching them, her eyes squinting as though a camera lens were opening momentarily in her mind. "What do you see, little guy?" I said. "Are those Indian?" "Sure." "They're like me?" "Well, not exactly, but maybe you're part Indian. An Indian Cajun from Bayou Teche," I said. "What language they talk, Dave?" "English, just like you and me." "They don't know no Spanish words?" "No, I'm afraid not." I saw a question mark, then a troubled look slip into her face. "What's on your mind, little guy?" I asked. "The people in my village. They sat in front of the clinic like those people there." Her eyes were looking at an elderly man and woman on the curb. The woman was fat and wore army shoes and dirty athletic socks, and her knees were splayed open so you could see up her dress. "Dave, They ain't got soldiers here, have they? You get those thoughts out of your head, I said. This is a good country, a safe place. You have to believe what I tell you, Alf. What happened in your village doesn't happen here. She put her hamburger on her plate and lowered her eyes. The corners of her mouth were turned downward. Her bangs hung in a straight line across her tan forehead. It did to Annie, she said. I looked away from her face and felt myself swallow. The sky had clouded, the wind had come up and was blowing the dust in the street, and the sun looked like a thin yellow wafer in the south. The funeral was in a wood-framed church whose white paint had blistered and peeled into scales. All the people inside the church were Indians, people with braided hair, work-seamed faces, hands that handled lumber without gloves in zero weather, except for Cleet and Dixie Lee, who sat in the front pew to the side of the casket. It was made of black metal, lined and cushioned with white silk, fitted with gleaming brass handles. Her hair was black against the silk, her face rouged, her mouth red as though she had just had a drink of cold water. She had been dressed in a doe-skin shirt and a beaded necklace with a purple glass bird on it. Wings outstretched in flight rested on her breast. Only the top portion of the casket was open so that her forearms were not visible. The skin of Cleet's face was shiny and stretched tight on the bone. He looked like a boiled ham inside his blue suit. I could see his cigarettes tied against his shirt pocket. His big wrists stuck out of his coat sleeves. His collar had popped loose under the knot of his tie. The strap of his nylon shoulder holster made a hard line across his back. His eyes had the glare of a man staring at a match flame. I didn't hear, or rather listen, to much of what the preacher said. He was a gaunt and nervous man who read from the Old Testament and made consoling remarks in the best fashion he was probably capable of. But the rain that began clicking across the roof and windows, sweeping in a lighted sheet across the hard-pan fields and river basin, was a more accurate statement of the feelings that were inside me. I made a peculiar prayer. It's a prayer that sometimes I say, one that is perhaps self-serving, but because I believe that God is not limited by time and space as we are, I believe perhaps that he can influence the past, even though it has already happened. So sometimes when I'm alone, especially at night in the dark, and I begin to dwell on the unbearable suffering that people probably experienced before their deaths, I ask God to retroactively relieve their pain, to be with them in mind and body, to numb their senses, to cool whatever flame licked at their eyes in their final moments. I said that prayer now for Darlene. Then I said it again for my wife Annie. The cemetery, a windswept and weed-grown square of land enclosed by wire strung between concrete posts, was located a short distance from the edge of the river bottoms. The Marias Basin was strange country. The bluffs and the gradated channelings of the river looked as if they had been formed with a putty knife, the clay and silt layered and smoothed in ascending plateaus. Even the colors were strange. The eroded bluffs on the far side of the basin were gray and yellow and streaked with a burnt orange that looked like rust. The water in the main channel was high and brown, and leafless cottonwood limbs floated in it. The sky was sealed with gray clouds from horizon to horizon. In the thin rain, the countryside looked as if it were poisoned by the infusion of toxic waste. This was the place Darlene had told me about, the site of what was called the Baker Massacre of 1870. On this afternoon, except for a solitary purple dogwood blooming by the cemetery fence, it looked as though the spring had never touched the land here, as though this place had been predestined as moonscape. a geographical monument to what was worst in us. I watched the pallbearers lower Darlene's casket into the freshly dug hole in the cemetery. The piled orange and gray dirt next to the grave was slick with rainwater. The graves around hers were littered with jelly glasses and dime store vases filled with dead wildflower. A small American flag lay sideways on a soldier's grave, spotted with mud. A picture of a little girl not more than 5 or 6 was wrapped in plastic and tied to a small stone marker with baling wire. On the incline to one side of the cemetery, a long length of black plastic pipe ran from a house trailer down to the lip of the river basin. The pipe had cracked at a joint, and a stream of yellow-black effluent had leaked its way in rivulets into one side of the cemetery. I walked over to the pickup truck where Alafair slept on the seat with the door open. I stared out over the wet land. In the distance I could see rain falling heavily on some low, gray-green hills dotted with a few pine trees. After a while I heard cars and pickups driving away over the dirt road, rocks knocking up under their fenders. Then it became quiet again, except for the sound of the 2 gravediggers spading the mound of dirt on Darlene's casket. Then a strange thing happened. The wind began to blow across the fields, flattening the grass, wrinkling the pools of rainwater in the road. It blew stronger and stronger, so unexpectedly hard, in fact, that I opened my mouth to clear my ears and looked at the sky for the presence of new storm clouds or even a funnel. A cloud shifted temporarily away from the sun, and a curtain of light moved suddenly across the bluffs and the graded layers of the river basin. As it did, the wind stripped away the purple flowers of the dogwood blooming by the cemetery fence and blew them in a pocket of air out over the river's surface like a fragmented bird. Then it was all over. The sky was gray again, the wind dropped, and the weeds stood up stiffly in the fields. I heard someone standing behind me. "Looks like the end of the earth, don't it?" Dixie Lee said. He wore a gray western suit with a maroon shirt that had pearl snap buttons on it. "Or what the earth'll look like the day Jesus ends it." I saw Cleet behind the wheel of Dixie's pink Cadillac convertible, waiting for him. "Who paid for the casket?" I said. "Cleet." "Who did it, Dixie?" "I don't know." "Sally Dio?" "I can't believe something like that." "Don't tell me that." "Fuck, I don't know." He looked at Alafair, who was sleeping with a rump in the air. "I'm sorry, but I don't know. I ain't sure about anything anymore." I continued to look out over the river flats, the swirl of dark current in the middle of the river, and the orange-streaked bluffs beyond. "It ain't any good to stand out here studying on things," he said. "Convoy on back with us, and we'll stop in Lincoln for something to eat." "I'll be along after a while." I heard him light a cigarette, click his lighter shut, and put it in his pocket. I could smell the cigarette smoke drifting from behind me. "Walk over here with me. I don't want to wake up that little girl," he said. "What is it, Dixie?" I said irritably. "Some people say life's a bitch and you die. I don't know if that's right or not, but it's what you're starting to think right now, and it ain't your way. You get yourself a lot of distance between you and them kind of thoughts, son. Look, you got involved with her. Everything ain't lost on me. I know what you're feeling. You're sober." "So I eased up a couple of days. I got my own program. — 'You guys stay sober one day at a time. I get drunk a day at a time.
convoy on back with us. Give me a break from Cleet. Some bitches drive me crazy. It's like being next to a balloon that's fixing to float down on a hot cigarette. I tell you, he catches the guy that did this, it ain't ever getting to the jailhouse. I followed them back toward the divide, across the greening plains and into the mountains, up the glistening black highway into thick stands of ponderosa pine, blue shadow in the canyons, white water breaking over the boulders in the stream beds far below, long strips of cloud hanging wetly in the trees. It was misting heavily in the town of Lincoln. The air was cool and purple in the twilight and smelled of cut logs and wood smoke and food cooking and the diesel exhaust from the 18-wheel log trucks idling in cafe parking lots. I saw Cleet and Dixie pull off the road next to a cafe and look back at me. I shifted into second, accelerated through the traffic light, and kept going through town. Alafair looked at me in the light from the dashboard. Her window was half down, and there were drops of water in her hair and on her tan face. "We ain't going to stop," she said. "How about I buy you a buffalo burger on the other side of the mountain?" "They wanted you to stop with them, didn't they?" "Those guys want lots of things. But like somebody once told me, I don't want to be there when they find it." "Sometimes you don't make no sense, Dave." "I've got to have a talk with your teacher," I said. On Monday morning, I started to call my lawyer, then decided I didn't need higher phone bills or more depressing news. If he had gotten a continuance, he would have called me, and anything else he might have to say would be largely irrelevant. I walked Alafair to school, then ate a bowl of grape nuts at the kitchen table and tried to think, as I had all day Sunday, of a reasonable plan to push Harry Mapes and Sally Dio to the wall. But I was quickly running out of options. I would never be able to find the bodies of the dead Indians, much less prove that they were killed by Harry Mapes and Dalton Vadrine. I wondered how I had ever thought I could solve my legal problems by myself anyway. I wasn't a cop, I had no authority, access to police information, power of warrant, arrest, or interrogation. Most motion pictures portray private investigators as chivalric outsiders who solve crimes that mystify the bumbling flat feet of officialdom. The reality is that most PIs are former jocks, barroom bouncers, and fired or resigned cops who would cut off their fingers to still have their civil service rating. Their licenses gave them about as much legal authority as a postman. I could go back on the eastern slope of the divide and start checking oil leases in county courthouses. Maybe somehow I would tie Dio into Harry Mapes and Star Drilling Company and the Indians. But even if the connection existed, how would that help my defense on the murder charge in Louisiana? And who had killed Darlene, and why? My thoughts became like dogs snapping at each other. I was distracted by the sound of somebody walking between my house and the neighbor's. I got up from the table and looked through the bedroom door and out the screen window. In the leafy shade I saw a thick-bodied blond man in a yellow hard hat and a denim shirt with cut-off sleeves disappear through some bushes into the backyard. A tool belt clinked on his side. I walked quickly to the back door and saw him standing in the sunlight in the middle of the lawn, staring up at the telephone pole with his hands on his hips. His biceps were big and red with sunburn. "Could I help you?" I said. "Telephone company. There's trouble on the line." I nodded and didn't reply. He continued to stare up at the pole, then he glanced back at me again. "Did you use your phone this morning?" he asked. "No." "Did it ring and just stop?" "No." "Well, it's no big thing. I got to get it up on your pole, then maybe I'll have to use your phone in a little bit. We'll get it fixed, though." He grinned at me, then walked out into the alley and behind the garage where I couldn't see him.
I went into the hallway, picked up the telephone, and listened to the dial tone. Then I dialed the operator. When she answered, I hung up. I looked out the back door again and couldn't see the repairman. I sat back down at the kitchen table and continued eating from my cereal bowl. Something bothered me about the man, but I couldn't think what it was. Maybe I'm just wired, I thought. Or maybe I wanted the dragons to come finally into my own yard. No, that wasn't it. There was something wrong in the picture, something that was missing or that didn't fit. I went to the front of the house and stepped out on the porch. There was no telephone truck parked on the street. 4 houses down, a short man in a cloth cap with 2 canvas sacks cross-strung on his chest was putting handbills with rubber bands on people's doors. The bags were full and heavy, and there were sweat marks on his T-shirt. I returned to the kitchen and thought I heard somebody between the houses again. I looked out the screen door, but the backyard was empty and the repairman was nowhere in sight. Then 2 doves settled on the telephone wire, and I glanced at the pole for the first time. The lowest iron climbing spikes were set in the wood some 15 feet above the ground, so children could not get up on the pole. That's it, I thought. He didn't have climbing spurs strapped onto his boots and ankles, and he didn't wear a safety belt. I went back into the hallway and picked up the telephone receiver. It was dead. I took the .45 out of the drawer of the nightstand next to my bed. It felt cold and heavy in my hand. I pulled back the receiver, eased a hollow point round into the chamber, and reset the hammer. It was quiet outside, and the bushes next to the bedroom windows made deep shadows on the screens. I went to the front door just as the handbill carrier was stepping up on the porch. I stuck the .45 inside the back of my trousers and went outside. Listen. Go to the little grocery on the corner, dial the operator, and ask for the police, I said. All you have to say is assault in progress at 778 Front Street. Can you do that for me, partner? What? He was middle-aged, but his stiff straw-colored hair sticking out from under his cap and his clear blue eyes gave him a childlike appearance. I've got some trouble here. I need some help. I'll give you $5 after the cops get here. Look, just tell the operator you need the cops out here and give them this number. I pointed to the 10 numerals on the screen door. Then I took out my pocket knife, pried the set of attached numbers loose from the wood, and handed it to him. Just read the numbers into the phone. 778 Front Street. Then say, emergency. Okay, partner? What's going on? His face looked confused and frightened. I'll fill you in later. Just dial O? A drop of sweat ran out of his cloth cap. You got it. He started off the porch, the heavy canvas sack swinging from his sides. Leave your sacks here, okay? I said. Yeah, sure. I'll be right back with the cops. He headed down the street, the metal house numbers in his hand. I watched him go inside the little yellow brick grocery store on the corner. Then I headed around the side of the house, through the shrubs and the shadows toward the backyard. I could see my telephone box, partly obscured by hedge, under the bathroom window, and I was sure that the wires on it had been cut, but before I could look I saw the repairman walk across the sunny lawn toward my back door. I moved quickly up to the edge of the house, the .45 in my right hand. I could feel the moisture in my palm against the thin slick of oil on the metal. The wind was cool between the houses and smelled of damp earth and old brick. The repairman pushed his yellow hard hat up on his forehead, rested his hand on the leather pouch of his tool bag, and started to knock on the screen door. Surprise time, motherfucker, I thought. Cocked the .45, stepped out into the yard and pointed it at him with both hands. Right there. Hands behind your head, down on your knees, I shouted. What? His face went white with shock. He stared incredulously at the automatic. Do it! Now! I saw his right hand flutter on his tool pouch. You're an inch from the next world, Bubba, I said. All right, man. What the hell is this? All right. I'm not arguing. He knelt on the wood steps and laced his fingers behind his neck. His hard hat slipped down over his eyes. His arms looked thick and red in the sunlight, and I could see the taut whiteness of his chest where the sleeves of his denim shirt were cut off. He was breathing loudly. You got me mixed up with somebody else, he said. Where's your truck? Down the street, in the fucking alley. Because you're shy about parking on the street? With your left hand, unstrap your tool belt, let it drop, then put your hand behind your head again. Look, call my company. You got the wrong guy. Take off the belt. His hand worked the buckle loose, and the heavy pouch clattered to the step. I rattled the tools loose out on the concrete pad. Pliers, blade, and Phillips screwdrivers, wire cutters, and ice pick with a small cork on the tip. I held the ice pick up to the corner of his vision. You want to explain this? I asked. Wasps build nests inside the boxes sometimes. I use it to clean out the corners. Drop your wallet behind you. His fingers went to his back pocket, jerked the wallet loose, and let it fall. I squatted down, the .45 pointed at the center of his back, picked up the wallet, moved back on the grass, and shook everything out. The back of his neck was red and hot-looking in the bright air, and his shirt was peppered with sweat marks. I fingered through the dollar bills, ID cards, photographs, and scraps of paper at my feet, and gradually became more and more uncomfortable. He had a Montana driver's license with his picture on it, a Social Security card with the same name on it, a local Elks membership card, and 2 tickets to a U.S. West Communications employees' dance. I let out my breath. Where did you say your truck was? I asked. Down the alley. Let's take a look, I said, getting to my feet. No, you walk ahead of me. He stayed in front of me as I had told him, but by this time I had eased down the hammer on the .45 and had let it hang loose at my side. We walked past the garage into the alley. Parked at the end of the alley, hard against somebody's tool shed in the shade of a maple tree, was his company truck. I stuck the pistol in my back pocket. His face was livid with anger, and he closed and unclosed his fists at his sides. I'm sorry, I said. You're sorry? You son of a bitch, I ought to knock your fucking teeth down your throat. You got a right to. You probably won't understand this, but somebody is trying to do me and maybe a little girl a lot of harm. I thought you were that guy. Yeah? Well, you ought to call the cops then. I tell you, buddy, I feel like ripping your ass. I don't blame you. That's all you got to say? You don't blame me? You want a free shot? There was an intense, measured look in his eye. Then the moment passed. He pointed his finger at me. You can tell the cops about it. They'll be out to see you, I guarantee it, he said. Then he walked to the back steps, put his tools back in his leather pouch, and replaced all the articles in his wallet. He didn't bother to look at me as he recrossed the lawn toward the alley in his parked truck. My face felt round and tight in the wind. Two uniformed cops were there 10 minutes later. I didn't try to explain my troubles with Sally Dio, Instead, I simply told them that I was an ex-police officer, that the DEA had warned me that an attempt might be made on my life, and that they could call Dan Nagurski in Great Falls to confirm my story, and that I had made a serious mistake for which I wanted to apologize. They were irritated and even vaguely contemptuous, but the telephone man had not filed charges against me. He had only phoned in a report, and I knew that it wasn't going anywhere and that all I had to do was avoid provoking them. I just didn't act very smart. "I'm sorry," I said. "Where's the gun?" the older of the two cops said. He was big and bareheaded and wore pilot sunglasses. "In the house." "I suggest you leave it there. I also suggest you call us the next time you think somebody's trying to hurt you." "Yes, sir, I'll do that. Actually, I tried. Didn't the handbill man call y'all?" "The what?" "The guy who puts handbills on the front doors. I sent him to the grocery to call you when I thought my line was cut." I realized that I was getting back into the story again when I should let it drop. "I don't know anything about it. Believe me, I hope I don't hear any more reports from this address. Are we fairly straight on that?" "Yes, sir. You're quite clear." They left, and I tried to reorder my morning. When the squad car had pulled up out front, some of the neighbors had come out on the porches. I determined that I was not going to be a curiosity who would hide in his house, so I put on my running shorts and an old pair of boat shoes and began pulling weeds in the front flower bed. The sun was warm on my back, and the clover among the ryegrass in the yard was full of small bees. The willow trees out on the river were bent in the breeze. After a few minutes, a man's shadow fell across my face and shoulders. "The phone was broke. I had to go up on Broadway," the man said. His clear blue eyes looked down at me from under his cap. "Oh, yeah. How you doing?" I said. "Look, I'm sorry to send you running off like that. It was a sort of a misfire. I saw the cops leave from the corner, so I had me a soda. Everything worked out all right, huh?" "Yeah, and I owe you $5, right?" "Well, that's what you said. But you don't have to, though. It was 3 blocks before I found a phone." "A deal's a deal, partner. Come inside. I'll get my wallet." I opened the screen and walked ahead of him. He caught the screen with his elbow rather than his hand when he came in. "Could I have a glass of water?" he asked. "Sure." We went into the kitchen, and as I took a jelly glass out of the cabinet, I saw him slip both hands into his back pockets and smile. I filled the glass from the tap and thought how his smile reminded me of lips painted on an Easter egg. He was still smiling when I turned around and he raised the slapjack and came across my forehead with it. It was black and flat and weighted at the end with lead, and I felt it knock into bone and rake across my eye and nose. Then I was falling free into a red-black place deep under the basement floor, with a jelly glass that tumbled in slow motion beside me. I woke as though I were rising from a dark, wet bubble into light, except my arms were locked behind my head. I couldn't breathe or cry out, and I was drowning. Water cascaded over my face and ran down my nostrils and over the adhesive tape clamped across my mouth. I gagged and choked down in my throat and fought to get air into my lungs and felt the handcuffs bite into my wrists and the chain clank against the drain pipe under the sink. Then I saw the handbill man squatting on his haunches next to me, an empty iced tea pitcher in his hand, a curious expression on his face as though he were watching an animal at the zoo. His eyes were sky blue and laced with tiny threads of white light. He wadded up a ball of paper towels in his hand and blotted my face dry, then widened my eyes with his fingers as an ophthalmologist might. By his foot was one of his handbill sacks. "You're doing all right. Rest easy and I'll explain the gig to you," he said. He took an Instamatic camera from his bag, focused on my face and the upper half of my body, his mouth askew with concentration, and flashed it twice in my eyes. My head throbbed. He dropped the camera back in his bag. "I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back," he said. I heard him urinate loudly in the toilet. He flushed it, then walked back into the kitchen and knelt beside me. "The guy wants before-after shots," he said. "So I give him before-after shots. He's paying for it, right? But that don't mean I have to do everything else he wants. It's still my gig. Hell, it's both our gig. I don't think you're a bad dude. You just got in the wrong guy's face. So I'm going to cut you all the slack I can." He looked steadily into my face. His eyes were vacuous, as clear and devoid of meaning as light itself. "You don't understand, do you?" he asked. "Look, you piss a guy off bad. You make him look like shit in front of people. You keep turning dials on him. You show him up a punk in front of his gash so they ain't interested in his dreamsicle anymore. He's going to stay up nights thinking about you." His eyes were serene, almost kind, as though it had all been explained in a way that should be acceptable to even the most obtuse. "You're a little thick, aren't you?" he said. "Look, you're supposed to go in pieces. Left lung, then cock in the mouth. But I say fuck that. At least not while the guy knows it. Nobody tells me how to do my work, man. Hey, this maybe isn't much comfort to you, but it could be a lot worse, believe me." He put his left palm flat on my chest, almost as if he were reassuring or comforting me or feeling for my heartbeat as a lover might, and reached behind him into the canvas sack with his right hand. The knife was a foreign imitation of the Marine Corps K-bar, with a stainless steel blade, saw teeth on the top, a black aluminum handle with a bubble compass inserted in the butt. I remembered seeing them advertised for $6 in the Times-Picayune Sunday magazine. The back door was shut. The yellow linoleum floor glistened with sunlight from the window. Water ran from my hair and drenched shirt like ants on my skin. My own breathing sounded like air being forced through sand. His hand moved down my sternum, over my stomach, toward my loins, and he shifted his weight on his knees, cupped the knife palm up in his right hand, and moved his eyes slowly over my face. I clanged the handcuff chain against the drain pipe, tried to twist away from him, then jerked my knees up in front of my stomach as a child might, my voice strangling in my throat. He took his hand away from my body and looked at me patiently. "Come on, man. Trust me on this one," he said. A shadow went across the glass window in the back door, then the handle turned, and Cleet came through the door as though he were bursting through barrel slats, flinging the door back against the wall, knocking a chair across the linoleum, his .38 revolver aimed straight out at the handbill man's face. He looked ridiculous in his old red and white Budweiser shorts, T-shirt, blue windbreaker, crushed pork pie hat, loafers without socks, and nylon shoulder holster twisted across one nipple. "What's happening, Charlie?" he said, his face electric with anticipation. "Throw away the shank, or I blow your shit all over Streak's wallpaper."
The handbill man's vacuous blue eyes never changed expression. The white threads of light in them were as bright as if some wonderful promise were at hand. He set the knife on the floor and grinned at nothing, resting comfortably on one knee, his right forearm draped across his thigh. "Charlie almost got away from me," Cleet said. "Sal told me he took his rental back to Missoula and caught a flight last night. Except Charlie's been getting some nook up on the lake, and his punch told me she's supposed to meet him at the airport tonight. I thought you were a pro, Charlie. You ought to keep your hammer in your pants when you're working. Roll over on your stomach and put your hands behind your neck." Cleet knelt behind him and shook him down, patting his pockets, feeling inside his thighs. "Where's the key to the cuffs?" Cleet said. The handbill man's face was flat against the floor, pointed at me. His eyes were bright with light. "Hey, you got problems with your hearing?" Cleet said, and kicked him with the point of his loafer in the rib cage. Still, the handbill man didn't say anything. His breath went out of his lungs, and he breathed with his mouth open like a fish out of water. Cleet started to kick him again, then his eyes went to the top of the kitchen table. He slid the knife across the linoleum with his foot and picked up the handcuff key from the table. He knelt beside me and unlocked one of my wrists. I started to raise up, but before I could, he snapped a loose cuff around the drain pipe. "Sorry, Streak. Not just yet," he said. "Get the tape off your mouth and dangle loose a minute while we talk to Charlie here." He picked up the canvas sack by the bottom and shook it out on the floor. The Instamatic, a roll of pipe tape, and a .22 revolver clattered on the linoleum among the scatter of handbills. "Sal wanted some pictures for his scrapbook, huh? And it looks like we got a Ruger with a Magnum cylinder. Streak, we're looking at your genuine all-American psychopath here. I got a friend at Vegas PD to pull Charlie's sheet for me." I had the tape worked loose from my mouth now. I sat up as best I could under the lip of the sink and pinched the skin around my mouth. It was stiff and dead to the touch. I could feel a swollen ridge through my hairline and down my forehead. "What are you doing, Cleet?" I said. My words sounded strange and outside of myself. "Meet Charlie Dodds. Vegas says he'd been tied to 5 syndicate hits they know about, and maybe he iced a guy on the yard at Quentin. His finest hour was whacking out a federal witness, though. The guy's 14-year-old daughter walked in on it, so Charlie took her out, too." "Give me the key," I said. "Be mellow, Dave." He had put the .22 in one of the big pockets of his Budweiser shorts. He started to lean over the man on the floor. "Call the locals, Cleet." He straightened up and looked at me as he would at a lunatic. "You think you or I can keep this guy in jail? What's the matter with you?" he said. "He'd be out on bond in 3 hours, even if these hicks would file charges. No matter how you cut it, he'd be back doing lines with the cornholders before the 5 o'clock news. I'll tell you something else, too, Dave. The mortician told me a tear was sealed inside Darlene's eye. He couldn't clean it out. You know what she must have gone through before she died?" His jaw flexed. The skin of his face tightened. The scar that ran through his eyebrow and across his nose reddened. And he kicked the man on the floor hard in the rectum. He kicked him in the same place again, then leaned over him and whipped the barrel of the .38 across the back of his head. Then he said, "Fuck!" as though an insatiable rage had released itself in him, put his revolver in his other deep pocket, hoisted the man to his feet by his belt as if he were made of rags and sticks, threw him against the wall, and drove his huge fist into his face.
Then Cleet held him erect by the throat, hit him again and again until his knuckles were shiny and red, and the man's eyes were crossed and a bloody string of saliva hung from his mouth. "For God's sake, cut it out, Cleet," I said. "The guy's all we've got. Use your head, man." "Bullshit. Charlie's no sissy. Our man here is a stand-up con." And with that, he wrapped his hand around the back of the man's neck, ran him across the room, and smashed him head down on the side of the stove. I saw the skin split above the eye. Then Cleet threw him to the floor. The man's eyes had rolled, and his straw-colored hair was matted with sweat. Cleet stuck his wrist down at my face. "Feel my pulse," he said. "I'm calm. I'm copacetic. I'm fucking in control of my emotions. I don't have a hard-on. I'm extremely tranquil. I saved your fucking ass this morning. How about a little gratitude for a change?" "You unlock me, Cleet, or I'm going to square this. I swear it." "You'll never change, Streak. You're unteachable." Cleet picked up the roll of pipe tape and the survival knife from the floor and knelt next to the unconscious man. He ripped off a 10-inch length of tape, sliced through it with the knife, and wrapped the man's mouth. Then he pulled his arms behind him, wrapped each wrist individually, made a thick figure 8 between both wrists, and sliced the tape again. The knife was honed as sharp as a barber's razor. He wrapped the man's ankles just as he had done the wrists. "I don't know what your plan is, but I think it's a bad one," I said. "I'm not the one up on a murder charge in Louisiana. I'm not the guy cuffed to a drain pipe. I don't have a knot on my head. Maybe I'd do something right once in a while. Try some humility along with the gratitude." He went to the front of the house, and I heard him pushing furniture around, tumbling a chair or a table to the floor. A moment later, he came back into the kitchen, dragging my living room rug behind him. His face was flushed, and sweat ran out of the band of his pork pie hat. He ripped off his windbreaker and used it to wipe the sweat out of his eyes. The powder blue sleeves were flecked with blood. "Sorry to fuck up your house. See if you can write it off on the IRS as part of Neighborhood Watch," he said. He kicked the rug flat out on the floor and began rolling the man up in it. "Cleet, we can bring Dio down with this guy." But he wasn't listening. He breathed hard while he worked, and there was a mean bead in his eye. "You got out of that murder beef in New Orleans. You want him to stick you with another one?" I said. Again he didn't answer. He went out the back door. Then I heard his Jeep grinding in reverse across the lawn to the steps. Cleet came back into the kitchen, unhooked the spring from the screen door, lifted up the man inside the rolled rug, and dragged him outside to the Jeep. When he came back inside, his face was dusty from the rug and running with sweat, and his big chest heaved up and down for air. He put a cigarette in his mouth, lit it from a book of matches, and flipped the burnt match out through the open screen into the sunlight. "You got a hacksaw?" he said. "In my toolbox behind the driver's seat." He went back outside, and I heard him clattering around in my truck. Then he walked back up the wood steps with the saw hanging from his hand. "You can cut through the chain in about 15 minutes, he said. "If you want to call the locals in, ask yourself how much of this they'll believe. Also ask yourself how much trouble you want over a shitbag like that guy out there." "What are you going to do with him?" "It's up to him. Are you really worried about a guy who'd kill a 14-year-old girl? The guy's a genetic accident." He pulled up a chair, sat down, and leaned toward me while he puffed on his cigarette and tried to get his breath back at the same time. "Did you ever think about it this way, Streak? You know how the real world works just like I do. But half the time you act like you don't. But it lets you feel good around guys like me." What do your AA pals call it? Drinking down? That's not the way it is, Cletus. Why'd you keep partnering with me at the 1st District after you saw me bend a couple of guys out of shape? He grinned at me. Maybe because I do the things you really wanted to. Just maybe. Think about it. Don't kill this guy. Hey, I gotta be on the road. You want anything before I split? Glass of water or something? He put the hacksaw in my hand. It's never too late to turn it around. Oh, that's solid gold, Dave. I wonder if old Charlie out there thinks of something like that while he's doing a job on somebody. Man, that's fucking noble. I gotta remember that. He hooked the spring on the screen door again, worked it back and forth a couple of times, then looked at me and said, after you cut through the chain, the cuff key's there on the table. You want to take down Sal and that other fart that framed you in Louisiana, get real. Or buy yourself some Mousquetaire ears. In an hour, I'll have Charlie's life story. You want in on it, call me at the Eastgate Lounge at 6 o'clock. Then he was gone. Chapter 9. I filled a clean dish towel with ice cubes and cracked them into a fine wet paste with a rolling pin on the edge of the sink. Then lay down on the living room couch and held the towel to my head. What a sharp ex-cop I proved myself this morning, I thought. I had managed to rouse, terrify, and infuriate an innocent telephone man, then invite a contract killer into my house right after the cops had left, turned my back on him unarmed when I had access to a .45, a double-barreled 12-gauge, and a .38 revolver nailed in a holster under the cabinet shelf, and get sapped and manacled to a drain pipe. I didn't want to think about the rest of it. The moist touch of his hand sliding across the quivering muscles of my stomach, the total absence of moral light in his eyes, the transfixed, almost opiated shine on his face while he let the knife hover over my heart cavity. I had seen the work of his kind before in New Orleans. They created object lessons that no one in the criminal community ever forgot. A grand jury witness garroted with wire, a hooker drenched with gasoline and turned into a cone of flame, a mob member who had cuckolded a friend emasculated and his phallus stuffed in his mouth. The men who did the work made you shudder. I heard all kinds of explanations for their behavior and their perverse nature. My personal feeling is that they're simply evil. The hooker, the street dips, the check riders, the fences and hot money passers at the track, that bumbling urban army of brain-fried misfits, are often people with families and other jobs who eventually disappear into the normalcy of American life without ever leaving more than a forgettable scratch on it. Charlie Dodds's kind are a special bunch, however. I don't think there are many of them around, but enough perhaps to remind us that not every human being can be fixed or explained, and that the jailer who keeps them in maximum security lockdown, chained ankle, waist, and wrist when they're moved only a short distance in the prison, knows and appreciates something about them that the rest of us do not. I had decided not to call the heat about Charlie Dodds's visit. As Cleet had said, how much of it would they be willing to believe, particularly after I had rousted the telephone man? Also, I was tired of having to prove myself to cops. Sometimes it's not good to interfere with the fates. Maybe Cleet and Dodds had found each other. The ice melted in the towel. I got up from the couch, my forehead numb and tight from the cold and the swelling, and cleaned up the kitchen.
I wiped Dodds's blood off the wall, stove, and linoleum with wet paper towels, cleaned the same areas again with detergent and rubbing alcohol, then put the towels, his survival knife, his cloth cap, and the sawed handcuffs into his canvas handbill bag, wadded it up, and threw the whole mess down the basement stairs. Then I showered and took a nap in the bedroom. The breeze ruffled the bushes outside the window and blew coolly across the sheets. In my dream, I saw Annie sitting on the rail of my father's houseboat in the misty early morning light down in the Atchafalaya marsh. The houseboat was weathered and paintless, streaked with moisture, and clouds of vapor billowed out of the islands of willow and cypress trees and hung low on the motionless water. Her hair was gold, her skin tan, her mouth red in the mist, but she wouldn't speak to me. She smiled and looked toward my father, who waited for me in the outboard, and I realized that I was only 15 and that I had to help him run the crab line, dripping with catfish heads that we had strung across the bay the night before. As the sun burned the mist off the water and back into the trees, we filled the bait well with blue-point crabs, then began picking up the conical fish nets that we had weighted with bricks marked with sealed plastic Clorox containers and dropped into deep current yesterday morning. We worked through lunch, shaking huge mudcat and gaspagoo, what Texans call buffalo fish and Negroes goo fish, into the bottom of the boat. Our backs hot and striped with sweat under the white sun. My father's hair was curly and wild like black wire, his hands as big as skillets, his teeth strong and white, his laugh genuine and full of fun, his shoulders and arms so powerful and corded with muscle that he could fight 3 men at one time in the middle of a dance floor and take blows from every direction without going down. On the pipeline and in the oil field they called him Big Al Robicheaux, with the kind of respect and affection that working people have for a man who possesses their best qualities. I leaned over the gunwale, grabbed a floating Clorox container, and got the lip of the net almost to the surface. But it was as heavy as concrete. The wooden hoops fouled, the netting torn, and no matter how I strained, I couldn't lift the first loop clear of the water. My father cut the engine, climbed to the bow so he wouldn't capsize the boat, and jerked the net up with his massive arms until he could see the outline of the trapped gar just below the yellow surface. "Fils patin," he said. He hadn't shaved in 3 days, and his hair and beard were dripping with sweat. The gar must have been 5 feet long. Its fins and tail and armor-like scales and long, teeth-filled snout were mired in the netting, and there was no way to get it back out through the series of hoops. My father pulled up the bricks that we used to anchor the net, cut them loose, and dropped them into the bottom of the boat. Then we towed the net slowly behind us back to the willow island where the houseboat was moored in the shade. We took the gar out of the ruined net on the bank and watched it flop and gasp for air and coat its gills with sand. Its teeth could cut a bass in half like a razor slicing through it. My father got behind it, hit it once on the head with a brick, then drove his skinning knife through a soft place between the head and the armored shell, pushing down with both hands until the knife point went through the throat into the sand and blood roared from the gar's mouth and gills. But the gar continued to flop, to twist against the knife and flip sand into the air until my father crushed its head and its eyes became as suddenly lifeless and cold as black glass. Then he brought the knife straight back along the dorsal fin, and the black-green armor cracked away from the rows of pink meat as cleanly as pecan shell breaking. It wasn't a good day. The gar wasn't a commercial fish, and we couldn't afford the loss of a net. But my father always put the best light on a situation. "We can't sell him, no," he said. "But he gonna be some good garfish balls. You mess with Alderson Dave, you gonna get fry, you gonna get eat, you better believe, partner."
We cleaned and filleted fish in pans of bloody water until evening, when the mosquitoes started to boil out of the shadows and purple rain clouds gathered on the horizon and lightning flashed far out on the Gulf. We packed the fish in the ice bin so tomorrow we could take them downriver to sell in Morgan City. I went to sleep in my bunk bed with the wind blowing cool through the window from across the bay. Then I woke to a smell that shouldn't have been there. It was thick and gray, as fetid as excrement and sweet at the same time. But we had thrown all the fish guts and heads and piles of stripped mudcat skins into the current, and had washed the deck and all the pans clean. I kept the pillow over my head and tried to push myself deeper into sleep, but I could feel the stench against my face like a rat's breath. In the first blue light of dawn I went out on the deck, and Annie was leaning against the rail in the mist, dressed like a Cajun fisher girl in sun-faded jeans, tennis shoes without socks, a khaki shirt with the arms cut off. The smell was everywhere. She pointed toward my father, who waited for me on the sandbar, a shovel over his shoulder. "Don't be afraid," she said. "Go with Al." "I don't want to this time." "You mustn't worry about those things. We both love you." "You're about to go away from me, aren't you?" Her face was kind, and her eyes moved over my face as though she were an older sister looking at her younger brother. I followed my father into the marsh, our tennis shoes splashing through the sloughs, the wet willow branches swinging back into our faces. The early sun was big and hot on the edge of the flooded woods, and the cypress trees looked black against the red light. The water was dead and covered with green algae. Cottonmouth moccasins were coiled on the low branches of the trees. The smell became stronger so that I had to hold my hand to my face and breathe through my mouth. We came up out of a slough onto a hard-packed sandbar, and lying stretched on the sand, huge divots cut out of its back by a boat propeller, was the rotting carcass of the biggest bull alligator I had ever seen. His tail dragged and the sharp imprints of his feet trailed off the sandbar back through the trees. I could see the open water where he had probably been hit by a commercial boat of some kind, or the screw on a seismograph drill barge, and had beached himself and begun his crawl to this spot, where he had died on high ground and turkey buzzards and snakes had begun feeding on his wounds. "May that stink," my father said, and waved at the air in front of his face. "You start dig a hole." He handed me the shovel, then he grinned, as he sometimes did when he was about to play a joke on me. "Where you going to dig a hole, you?" I didn't understand him. I started scraping the dry sand with the shovel's tip. "Que tu préfères, cher? Tu veux travailler comme un nègre?" he said, and laughed. "What are you doing, dear one? You want to work like a Negro?" I pressed down again into the hard sand, felt it grate and slide over the blade. He took the shovel out of my hand, walked to a dip in the sandbar where the water from two sloughs had washed a small channel, and dug deeply and easily into the wet sand and flung it out into the sunlight, his face grinning at me. "You do it very soft," he said. "Ain't you learned nothing from your old man?" I woke to a clatter of birds in the trees outside the window, my head thick with afternoon sleep. I rinsed my face in the bathroom sink and looked at the tight purple lump that ran down through my hairline. The dream made no sense to me other than the facts that I missed my father and Annie, that I feared death, and that I conducted a foolish quarrel with the irrevocable nature of time. "Al, what are you trying to tell me?" I thought, as the water streamed off my face in the mirror's silent reflection.
Shortly before 3 o'clock, I walked down to the school and waited for Alafair by the side of the playground. A few minutes later, the doors of the building were flung open, and she came running across the small softball diamond with a group of other children, her Donald Duck lunchbox clanging against her thigh. Her elastic-waisted jeans were grimed at the knees, and there were dirt and sweat rings around her neck. "What'd you guys do today at recess?" "Mud wrestling," I said. "Miss Regan let us play dodgeball. It's fun. I got hit in the seat. You ever play it, Dave?" "Sure." "What happened to your head?" "I hit it when I was working on the truck. Not too smart, huh?" Her eyes looked at me curiously. Then she put her hand in mine and swung her weight on my arm. "I forgot," she said. "Miss Regan said to give you this note. She said she'd call you anyway." "About what?" "About the man." "What man?" "The one at the schoolyard." I unfolded the piece of paper she had taken from her lunchbox. It read, "Mr. Robicheaux, I want to have a serious talk with you. Call me at my home this afternoon. Tess Regan." Under her name, she had written her phone number. "Who's this man you're talking about, Alafair?" I said. A bunch of children ran past us on the sidewalk. The sunlight through the maple trees made patterns on their bodies. "The other kids said he was in a car on the corner. I didn't see him. They said he was looking through what you call those things, Dave. You got some in the truck." "Field glasses?" "They called them something else." "Binoculars?" "Yeah." She grinned up at me when she recognized the word. "Who was he looking at, Alafair?" "I don't know." "Why does Miss Regan want to talk to me about it?" "I don't know." "What time was this guy out there?" "At recess." "What time is recess?" "First through third graders go 10:30. "Is that when he was out there?" "I don't know, Dave." "Why you look so worried?" I took a breath, released a hand, and brushed my palm on the top of her head. Sometimes strange men who are not good people, try to bother little children around schools or at playgrounds. There are not many people like this, but you have to be careful about them. Don't talk with them. Don't let them give you anything. Don't let them buy you anything. And no matter what they say, never go anywhere with them. Never get in a car with them. You understand that, little guy? "Sure, Dave." That kind of man will tell you that he's a friend of your father's, that your father sent him to pick you up, maybe. But if he was a friend, you'd recognize him, right? "They hurt children?" "Some of them do. Some of them are very bad people." I saw doubt and fear working into her face like a shadow. Her throat swallowed. I picked up her hand in mine again. "Don't be scared, little guy," I said. "It's the same thing I've told you before. We just have to be cautious sometimes. Miss Regan tells all the children that, doesn't she? It's no big deal." But it wasn't working. Her eyes were locked on images in her memory that I could not touch or eradicate. "Look, when I tell you not to stick your hand in the window fan, that doesn't mean you should be afraid of the fan, does it?" I said. No. If I tell you not to put your finger in Tripod's mouth, that doesn't mean you should be afraid of Tripod, does it? No. Her eyes crinkled slightly at the corners. If Clarice won't let Tex eat at the breakfast table, that doesn't mean she's afraid of horses, does it? She grinned up at me, her face squinting in the sunlight. I swung her on my arm under the maple trees, but there was a feeling in my chest like a chunk of angle iron. At the house, she poured a glass of milk and cut a piece of pie at the kitchen table for her afternoon snack, then washed out her lunchbox and thermos and began straightening her room. I took the telephone into the bathroom so she could not hear me talking to Tess Regan. "What's the deal with this guy at the school ground?" I said. "I beg your pardon?" "You sent a note home. Then Alafair told me about the guy with binoculars." "I was referring to your tone. Are you always this cross with people over the telephone?" "It's been an unusual day. Look, Miss Regan, Tess, what's the deal?" At recess, we used some of the 8th graders as monitors for the lower grades. Jason, one of the monitors, said a man was parked in his car under the trees across the street. He said the man walked over to the fence and asked where Alafair Robicheaux was. He said he was a friend of her father's and he had a message for her. We teach all the children not to talk to people off the street, to direct all visitors to the principal's office. Jason told him he should see Sister Louise inside the building. Then the man pointed to where the little ones were playing dodgeball and said, "Oh, there she is." Jason said, "Yeah, but you have to see Sister Louise." The man said he didn't have time, but he'd be back later. When he got back in the car, the children said he looked at the school ground through a pair of binoculars. "What time was he there?" "It must have been about 11 o'clock. Then it wasn't Charlie Dodds, I thought. He was already inside my house by then." "What kind of car?" "The kids said it was yellow." "What did the guy look like? Did he have an accent?" "Jason just said he was tall. I didn't ask about an accent." "That's all right. Was there anything unusual about him? A scar on his lip?" Children usually don't remember those kinds of details about adults. In their world, adults are simply big people whom they either trust or dislike. "I'd like to talk to Jason." "Then you'll need to make an appointment with Sister Louise, and maybe she'll ask the parents to bring Jason in, but I doubt it. Not unless you want to tell us what this is about and also call the police, because that's what we're going to do." "Oh, that's good. But you need to listen to me now and not be afraid of what I'm going to tell you. This guy is not a child molester. He wants to get at me through Alafair. He may work for the mob out of Vegas or Reno. I had one like that in my house this morning. That's why it's been an unusual day. Or he may be somebody connected with an oil company, a guy named Mapes, or somebody who works with him. Either way, the local cops don't have much experience with this kind of guy." "The mob?" she said. "That's right. You mean like in The Godfather? The honest-to-God mafia?" "The real article. And you didn't tell me this before?" "It wouldn't have changed anything, except maybe to alarm you. I think I'm very angry right now. Look, I don't want to be the guy to mess up your day. You asked for the truth, I gave it to you. There's no big revelation in what I told you either. There's some Reno transplants right up there at Flathead Lake. The mob's any place there's money to be made in gambling or dope or any kind of vice." She didn't answer. "Listen," I said, "if that guy comes back, you try to get his license number, then you call the heat. Then you call me, okay?" "What do you plan to do?" she said. Her voice was dry, the way heat is when it lifts off a metal surface. "I'm going to seriously impair his interest in children on schoolyards. I'll give your words some thought. In the meantime, you might reflect a bit on the need for a little more candor in your relationships with other people. Maybe they don't like to feel that they're not to be trusted with this great body of private information that you have." The line went dead in my hand. I couldn't blame her. How would any ordinary person deal with the knowledge that an emissary of the mob could stroll into a world as innocent and predictable as a children's playground? But was the man indeed one of Dio's people? A partner of or a backup for Charlie Dodds? Why would Dodds need a backup? It was a simple hit. Probably a 5-thou whack that a guy like Dodds considered a cakewalk. Unless Dio's outraged pride was so great that he wanted a child's death as well as my own. It didn't compute, though. If Dodds had been paid to hurt Alafair also, he would have waited until after 3 o'clock when we were both home, or he would have come on the weekend. So that left Harry Mapes. He had been driving a black jeepster when I had seen him just south of the Blackfeet Reservation, but maybe the man in the yellow car with the binoculars worked with Mapes or had been hired by him. Why would he want to turn the screws on me now? Did he think I was close to finding something or turning it around on him? If he did, he had a lot more confidence in me than I did in myself. I called Sister Louise, the principal at the school, and caught her just before she left the office. She had already talked with Tess Regan, and she was no more happy with me than Tess Regan had been. She sounded like some of the nuns I had known as a child, the ones who wore black habits that were probably like portable stoves, and who whacked your knuckles with tri-corner rulers, and they could hit you on the run with their 15-decade rosaries. She told me that she had just made a police report, that I should do the same, and that a patrol car would be parked by the school tomorrow morning. "I'd still like to talk with the little boy. What's his name, Jason?" I said. "He's told me everything he knows. He's a shy boy. He's not one to study detail in adults." "Does he remember if the man had an accent?" "He's 14 years old. He's not a linguist." "Sister, it's good that you'll have a patrol car out there tomorrow, but our man won't be back while the cops are around." "That's the point, isn't it?" "But he may well be when they're gone. That's when we can nail him." "There's no 'we' involved in this, Mr. Robicheaux." "I see. Well, I'm glad you do. Goodbye." For the second time in 10 minutes, someone had hung up on me. I took Alafair to the park to play. Then we went back home and fixed supper. Cleet had told me I could call him at the Eastgate Lounge at 6 o'clock. I wasn't sure that I should. And whatever he had done with Charlie Dodds, it wasn't good. But at that point my legal problems, as well as the threat to Alafair's and my safety, were so involved and seemingly without solution that I wondered why I should be troubled over some marginal involvement with the fate of a depraved and psychotic character like Dodds, whom nobody cared about except perhaps Sally Dio, because he'd probably paid him half the hit money up front. It was 5:30, and we were 5 minutes into our meal when I heard a car park in front, and somebody walk up on the porch. Even before I could make out his silhouette against the screen door, I saw Dixie Lee's battered pink Cadillac convertible parked with two wheels on the edge of my grass. The top was up, but I could see that the back seat was loaded with suitcases, boxes of clothing, and cowboy boots, hangered western suits racked on a wire. His sudden change of fortune, his plans for himself, his rehearsed entreaty, were altogether too obvious and predictable. I didn't open the door. I was even a bit ashamed at my lack of sympathy, but it had been a bad day, and I really didn't need Dixie Lee in it. He was eloquent in his desperation, though. He had marshaled all the raw energies of a drunk who knew that he was operating on the last fuel in his tank. "Things are coming apart up there at the lake," he said. "You were right. Sal's a shit. No, that ain't right. He's a crazy person. He wants your ass cooked in a pot. I couldn't abide it. I had to get out." "Watch your language. My daughter's here." "I'm sorry, but you don't know what Sal's like when lights start going off in his head. He's got this twisted-up look on his face. Nobody can say anything around him unless you want your head snapped off. One of the broads is eating her dessert at the dinner table, and Sal keeps smoking his cigarette and looking at her like she crawled up out of a drain hole. Her eyes are blanking, and she's trying to smile and be pretty and cute and get off the hook. Then he says, 'You eat too much.' Puts out his cigarette in her food. He hates you, Dave. You really got to him. You bend up the wheels inside a guy like Sally D, and smoke starts to come out of the box. I don't want to be around it. That's where it stands. You tell me to get out of your life, I can relate to it. But I picked myself into some thin cotton, son, and I got nowhere to turn. I'll be straight with you on something else, too. I'm into Sal for 15 thou. That's how much flake I put up my nose on the tab. So I got that old caddy out there, $37 in my pocket, and a quarter tank of gas. I'm trying to keep it all in E major, but I blew out my amps on this one." "Save the rock and roll corn pone for somebody else," I said. "I had Charlie Dodds in my house this morning." "Dodds? I thought he went back to Vegas last night. What was he doing here?" "You don't know?" "You mean he's a mechanic?" "I didn't know. I swear in front of God I didn't. I thought he was one of Sal's mules. That how you got that purple knot on your head?" "Something like that." "Man, I'm sorry. I didn't have any idea. The guy didn't say 3 words when he's around me. I thought he was retarded. All those mules got that meltdown look in their eyes. They swallow balloons full of skag, fly in and out of canyons, land on dirt roads at night. We're talking about the dumbest white people you ever met." "I think he might have a backup man still after me. Is there one other new guy hanging around Sal's place?" "No." "You sure?" "Yeah." "Anyway, I can't help you, Dixie." He looked at me blankly through the screen. He swallowed, glanced up the street as though something of significance were waiting for him there, then started to speak again. "I've got too many problems of my own. That's about it, partner," I said. "No way, huh?" "Afraid not." He blew his breath up into his face. "I can't blame you," he said. "I just ain't got many selections right now." "Start over." "Yeah, why not? Ain't my first time washing dishes or living in a Hallelujah mission. Hey, I want you to remember one thing, though, Dave. I ain't all bad. I never set out to harm anybody. It just worked out that way. Whatever you do, good luck with it, Dixie, I said, and closed the inside door on him and went back to the kitchen table where Alafair had already started in on her dessert. I looked at my watch. It was 5:45 now, and tried to finish supper. The food seemed tasteless, and I couldn't concentrate on something Alafair was telling me about the neighbor's cat chasing grasshoppers in the flower bed. "What's wrong?" she said. "Nothing. It's just a little headache. It'll pass." "That man make you mad or something?" "No. He's just one of those guys who will always have his elevator stuck between floors." "What?" "Nothing, little guy. Don't worry about it." I chewed my food and looked silently out the window at the shadows and the cool gold light on the backyard. I heard Alafair wash her dishes in the sink, then walk toward the front of the house. A moment later, she was back in the kitchen. "That man's still out there, just sitting in his car." "What's he doing, Dave?" she said. "Probably figuring out ways to sell the Rocky Mountains to Arab strip miners." "What?" "Just ignore him." But I couldn't. Or at least I couldn't ignore the 12-step AA principle that requires us to help those who are afflicted in the same way we are. Or maybe I knew that I had asked for all my own troubles and it wasn't right any longer to blame it on Dixie Lee. I set my knife and fork down on my plate and walked outside to his car. He was deep in thought. A cigarette burned almost down in his fingers, which rested on top of the steering wheel. His face jerked around with surprise when he heard me behind him. "Lord God, you'd like to give me a heart attack," he said. "You can't drink while you stay with us," I said. "If you do, or if you come home with it on your breath, you're 86th. No discussion, no second chance. I don't want any profanity in front of my daughter, and you go outside if you want to smoke. You share the cooking and the cleaning, and you go to bed when we do. The AA group down the street has a job service. If they find you some work, you take it, whatever it is, and you pay 1/3 of the groceries and the rent. That's the deal, Dixie. If there are any rules here you can't live with, now's the time to tell me." "Son, you say frog, and I'll say how high." He began unloading the back seat of his car. His face wore the expression of a man who might have been plucked unexpectedly from the roof of a burning building. As he piled his boxes and suitcases and clothes on the sidewalk, he talked without stop about the 1950s, Tommy Sands, Ruth Brown, the Big Bopper, the mob, cons in Huntsville, the actor's wife who paid goons to beat him up behind Cook's hoedown in Houston. I looked at my watch. It was 5 minutes to 6. He was still talking while I looked up the number of the Eastgate Lounge. "Called him the hippy-dippy from Mississippi, yes, indeed. Mr. Jimmy Reed," he said. "When that cat went into Big Boss Man, you knew he'd been on Parchment Farm, son. You don't fake them kind of feelings. You don't grow it in New York City, either. You don't put no mojo in your sounds unless you pick cotton 4 cents a pound and ate a mess of them good old butter beans. My daddy said he give up on me, that somebody snuck me into the crib, that I must have been a nigger turned inside out." Alafair sat delighted and amazed as she listened to Dixie Lee's marathon storytelling. I dialed the Eastgate Lounge, then listened to the hum and clatter of noise in the background while a woman called Cleet to the phone. I heard him scrape the receiver off a hard surface and place it to his ear. "Straight?" "Yeah." "Did I surprise you? Do you think maybe your old partner had headed for Taco Griso land again?" I wasn't sure. "I don't rattle, man. At least not over the shit bags." "Maybe you should be careful what you tell me." "Do I sound like I'm sweating it? When are you going to stop pretending you still got your cherry?" "You're starting to get to me, Cleet." "What else is new? All I did was save your life today." "Is there something you want to say?" "Yeah. Get your butt over here. You know where the East Gate is?" "Yeah. But I'm bringing Alafair with me. I'll meet you in the park across the river from the shopping center. You walk across an old railway trestle that's been made into a footbridge. And you'll be eating ice cream cones at a picnic table. Man, how do I get in on the good life?" he said, and hung up. I told Dixie there was a cold roast, bread, and mayonnaise in the icebox, and he could fix himself sandwiches if he hadn't eaten yet. Then Alafair and I drove across town to the ice cream place on the north bank of the Clark Fork, bought cones, and walked across the river on the footbridge to the park on the opposite side. In the past, there had been a bad fire up the sides of Hellgate Canyon, and the pines that grew down from the crest had been scorched black. And then the ash and the burnt needles had been washed away by rain and the spring snowmelt, so that the steep gray-pink cliffs of the canyon were exposed high above the river. The wind was up, and the leaves of the cottonwoods along the river's edge clicked and flickered in the soft light. Because the spring runoff had ended and the water was dropping each day, more and more white moss-scaled stones were exposed in the riverbed, and the main channel was turning from copper-colored to a dark green. The white water had formed into long, narrow trout riffles that fanned out behind big rocks into deep pools. The park was full of spruce and Russian olive trees, and kids from the university, which was only a block away, sailed frisbees overhead and played rag football. We sat on the mowed grass high up on the riverbank so we could look out over the tops of the willows and watch two men who were fishing with worms and spinning rods, throwing lead weights far out into the channel. I saw Cleet walk across the bridge with a paper sack hefted in one arm. I got Alafair started on one of the swing sets and then sat back down on the bank. His knees cracked, his stomach hung over his Budweiser shorts, and he grunted hard in his chest when he sat down beside me. "You look undressed," I said. "Oh." He touched his chest and smiled. "I don't work for Sal anymore. I don't have to walk around with a piece all the time. Feels good, man." He twisted the cap off a bottle of Great Falls. "Dixie Lee says he didn't know Dodds was a hitman." "He probably didn't. Where'd you see Dixie Lee?" "He's living at my house." "I'll be damned. He cut the umbilical cord? I didn't think he had the guts. Sal doesn't handle rejection well." "Dodds may have had a partner, a backup guy. Does Dio have another guy in town?" "If he does, I don't know about it. I know a lot of them, too. At least the ones Sal hangs with. They're New York transplants who think the essence of big time is playing bridge by the pool with a lot of gash lying around. Hey, dig this. Sal had a bunch of them staying at his motel, and the motel manager is this little Jewish guy who used to run a book for the mob out of a pizza joint in Fort Lauderdale. Of course, the Jew can't do enough for the Dagos because they scare the shit out of him. But he's got this kid who's a wise-ass college student at Berkeley, and the kid works for his old man as the poolside waiter during the summer. So 4 of the Dagos are playing cards at one of the umbrella tables, and these are big, mean-looking cocksuckers, shades, wet black hair all over their stomachs, big floppers tucked in their bikinis, and they're giving the kid a terrible time. sending food back to the kitchen, complaining the drinks taste like there's bathroom antiseptic in 'em, running the kid back and forth for cigarettes and candied cherries and sun cream for the gash and anything else they can think of. Then one guy spills ice and vodka all over the table and tells the kid to mop it up and bring him another deck of cards. The kid says, "Hey, I've been studying Italian at school this year. What does eat my shitter mean?" The old man hears it and slaps his kid's face in front of everybody. Then he starts swallowing and sweating and apologizing to the Dagos while they stare at him from behind those black shades. Finally, one of them stands up, hooks his finger in the old man's mouth, and throws him down in an iron chair. He says, "He don't have manners 'cause you didn't teach him none, so you shut up your face and don't be talking to impress nobody. You clean this up, you bring everybody what they want, you sit over there, and you don't go nowhere until we say." They made him sit out there in the sun like an organ grinder's monkey for 4 hours, till the kid finally begged him to let the old man go back inside. It's good to say "Ciao, ciao, bambino" to the greaseballs. Next time the United States drops an A-bomb on anyone, I think it should be Palermo. Where's Dodds? You really want to know? I want to know if he's going to be back after me. First, you tell me why you didn't drop the dime on me. There was a half grin on his face as he raised the beer bottle to his mouth. No games, Cleet. Because a guy out on bond for murder doesn't like to introduce cops to his blood-spattered kitchen? Because maybe he knows they might just take the easy route and haul his butt down to the bank? Sounds like your faith might be waning, Streak. Is that guy going to be back? Huh? That's one you don't have to worry about. Where is he? I asked. Get serious. You don't need to know any more, Streak. Well, except the fact that our man didn't like heights. What? Did you ever meet a psychopath yet that wasn't scared of something? That's what makes him cruel. Charlie didn't like high places. At least, not the one I showed him. I looked out silently at the river. A frisbee sailed by overhead. Too grim for you? Cleet said. Did he kill Darlene? Nope. I'm convinced that's one he didn't do. Dio, then? He didn't know. Put it in the bank, too. I stood up and began brushing the grass off my pants. You gonna turn to stone on me, huh? He said. It's a school night. Alafair has to get home. Why is it you always make me feel like anthrax, Streak? You're right about one thing today. I didn't call the heat because I didn't want to be part of another criminal investigation. Particularly when I was left with the problem of explaining how somebody's blood got smeared all over my walls and stove and floor. Right now I'm going to believe that Charlie Dodds is on a flight to new opportunities in Mexico City. Beyond that, I wouldn't count on anything, Cleet. I'm going to get the guy that did her. You won't sit around and bite your nails. That's cool with me. I walked off toward a group of children with whom Alafair was playing tag. Then Cleet called after me in a voice that made people turn and stare. I love you anyway, motherfucker. I needed some help. I'd accomplished virtually nothing on my own. I'd been locked up for punching out Sal and Dio, had persuaded nobody of my theories, and instead had managed to convince a couple of local cops that I was a gun-wielding paranoid. That night I called Dan Nagurski at his home in Great Falls. A babysitter answered and said that he was at a movie with his wife, that she would take down my name and number. He returned my call just after 10 when I was drifting off to sleep with a damp towel folded across the lump on my forehead. I took the phone into the kitchen and closed the hallway door so as not to wake Alafair or Dixie Lee, who was sleeping on the living room couch. I told him about Charlie Dodds in my house, about the slapjack across the head, the handcuffs, the Instamatic camera, the survival knife that he'd started to shove into my heart. Then I told him about Cleet, the working over that Dodds had taken, the rolled rug, and the trip in the Jeep probably up a log road in either the Bitterroot Valley or the Blackfoot Canyon. "You realize what you're telling me?" Nagurski said. "I don't give a damn about Dodds. That's not why I called." "You didn't tell the cops any of this?" "I'm telling you. Do with it what you want. I bet nobody ever finds Dodds, though. Cleet's done this kind of thing before and gotten away with it. You should have called the cops." "Bullshit. I'd be trying to arrange bond right now." "I'll have to report this to them." "Go ahead. I think their interest level on a scale of 1 to 10 will be -8. Look, Nagurski, there's somebody else after me or my daughter. He was hanging around her school this morning. Maybe it's Mapes, maybe it's another one of Dio's people. I need some help. I think it takes a hell of a lot of nerve to ask a federal agent for help after you run around 2 states with a baseball bat. We both want the same thing. Sally D doing some serious time." "No, you got it wrong. I want to do my job. You want to write your own rules on a day-to-day basis." "Then you give me a solution. You pledge the safety of my daughter. You assure me that I won't be headed for Angola Farm in about 3 weeks, and I won't be a problem to you." "What kind of help do you want?" "Can you find out if Dio might have another hitman in town?" "If he does, we don't know about it. Maybe he put out the contract and let Dodds hire a backup guy. I tell you, though, if this new guy is working with Dodds, he's not going to try for any before and after stuff. Not after Dodds blew it. He'll go for a clean hit, one that you'll never see coming. I don't want to be graphic, but you know how they usually do it. 1 behind the head, 1 in the ear, and 3 under the chin. Run Mapes for me." "What do you expect to find?" "I don't know. My lawyer says he was in trouble only once for beating up a kid with a golf club when he was 17. But I've seen this guy in action, and I can't believe he hasn't bumped into the furniture more than once." "Where's he from?" "Well, he beat up the kid in Marshall, Texas." "I'll see what I can do. And there's one other thing. Dixie Lee moved out of Dio's place. He says he's through with him. You might talk to him." "About what?" "That's your province." "How about grand jury testimony? It took guts to walk out on Dio, particularly when he owes him $15,000. "When did you decide to start sharing Pugh's secrets?" "He's probably going to need federal protection sometime. He might be a drunk, but his head sops up information in people's conversations like a blotter." "Where is he?" "He's staying with me." "What did you do for kicks as a kid? Swallow thumbtacks?" "The guy's up against the wall," I said. "No, I take that crack back. You're a slick operator, Robicheaux. Pugh becomes a federal witness. Pugh lives at your house and the people in it go under our umbrella, right?" "Not really." "I hope not, because we choose the accommodations. Clever people don't end up in the mess I'm in, Nagurski." "I think maybe there's solid truth in that statement. I'll get back to you. In the meantime, you watch your butt. When can I hear from you about Mapes? I'm going the extra mile for you. Ease up on the batter, okay? Have a little trust. If you ever get out of this, get your badge back. I think everybody would rather have you inside the tent pissing out the flap rather than the other way around. I'm sure of it. Dixie Lee was up early the next morning and had breakfast with me and Alafair at the kitchen table. He was one of those drunks whose eyes clear and whose skin becomes pink and unlined with only a 24-hour respite from alcohol. This morning his face was shaved and bright, and he wore a pair of pleated white summer shorts and a white sports shirt with green parrots on it. I walked Alafair to school and made him go to an AA meeting with me down the street and put his name in with the job placement service. His mood was not as cheerful on the way back home as it had been earlier. "Them people make me nervous, son," he said. "I feel like a turd floating around in somebody's soup bowl." "It's the one place where maybe people can understand guys like us, Dixie." "Yeah, well, I've been in them meets before and it didn't take. I think that's just the way it is with some guys. Jesus pointed his finger at the people he wanted. I ain't seen nobody point his finger at me. Hey, you remember those jokes we used to tell in the 50s? Like what'd the bathtub say to the toilet? I get the same amount of ass you do, but I don't have to take all that shit." Come on, partner, what's really bothering you? I don't relate to that 4th and 5th step stuff, where you got to go over all you done wrong and confess everything to somebody. I really don't dig all that. I got enough damn guilt without poking at it with a stick. Take it a step at a time. You don't have to do that now. Besides, haven't you owned up to a lot of things already? You told me some pretty honest stuff when you were in the hospital in Lafayette. I got all kinds of things that make me ashamed. Hell, I knew Sal was no good when I met him in the pen. He was a geek. But he had bread, a lot of dope, and he liked me. So I didn't have to sweat the wolves and the swinging dicks and the guys who'd blow out your candle if they ever thought you snitched for the boss man. So I pretended not to see what went on in our cell. I wrote it off. A lot of guys turn homosexual inside the joint. I didn't go for it myself, but I didn't knock the guys who did. So Sal had a punk. Big deal, I thought. The fucking system does it to guys. That's what I said to myself. So I'd take a walk when this Mexican kid would come to our cell. Wasn't my business, right? Except something very weird started happening. We sat down on the front steps of my porch. Birds flew in and out of the shade. There was no wind, and the maple trees looked green and bright and stiff against the sky. You see, in that kind of relationship, in the pen, I mean, the punk is disposable, Dixie Lee said. Pair of pork chops. All right, it's sickening stuff, but that's the way it is. But this kid was a real lover for Sal. He'd bring lipstick and women's underwear to the cell, and he'd wash and comb Sal's hair. Then they'd hang a blanket down off the top bunk and really go at it. Except the kid turned out to be a lot more than Sal's punk. Sal really fell for him. The kid always had cigarettes, candy bars, lewds, magazines, an easy job in the infirmary, safe conduct pass with the badasses. Then the kid started acting like a celebrity, walking around with a little pout on his face, making cow eyes at some very dangerous guys in the shower. A couple of guys told Sal he'd better straighten out his punk. But it wasn't too long before everybody knew that this kid could jerk Sal around any way he wanted to. The problem was, some black guys wanted to take over Sal's drug action, but he had too many mean guys working for him, and they knew he was connected on the outside too, so they always walked around him. Then the kids started making him look like a douchebag, and they decided it was time for them to get into some serious pharmaceutical sales. Sal had been bringing in about $400 or $500 a week, which is a lot of money in the joint, and in 3 weeks' time the blacks cut that in half. His mules came around the cell like scared mice and asked him what he was going to do about it, since the blacks were telling them they were out of business for good. And Sal tried to blow it off and tell them everything was cool, that he was bringing in a load of Afghan skunk that would cook brains all over the joint. But everybody was laughing at him behind his back. The kid treated Sal like he was the punk instead of the other way around. And in the meantime, he was hanging with a couple of other yard bitches who were anybody's punch, and the three of them would go swishing around the place while the kid talked in a loud voice about Sal like he was some Dagwood bumstead the kid put up with. But somebody called up Sal's old man in Galveston, and the shit hit the fan. The old man came up to Huntsville, and I don't know what he said to Sal in the visiting room, but whatever it was put the fear of God in him. His face was white when he came back to our cell. He sat up all night smoking cigarettes on the side of his bunk, and in the morning he puked his breakfast out on the work detail. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "I gotta do something." I said, "What?" He said, "Something I don't want to do." So I said, "Don't do it." Then he said, "I'm a made guy. When you're a made guy, you do what they tell you." See, that's Dago stuff. They got some kind of ritual with knives and blood and magical bullshit, and they get to be made guys, which means they can smoke cigars at front tables in Vegas and pretend they're not a bunch of ignorant fish peddlers anymore. 2 days later, right before lockup, Sal went to the kid's cell where the kid was reading a comic book on his bunk with another fairy. He told the other kid to take off. Then he took a piece of pipe out of his pants and beat that Mexican boy almost to death. He broke his nose, busted out his teeth, cauliflowered his ears, hurt that boy so bad his mother wouldn't know him. When he came back to the cell, he had his shirt wadded up in his hands to hide the blood. After lights out, he tore it up in strips and flushed it down the toilet. In the morning, he was all smiles, like he just made his first jump in the airborne or something. That kid was in the hospital 3 weeks. They shaved his head bald and put 100 stitches in it. He looked like a lumpy white basketball with barbed wire wrapped all over it. Then Sal put out the word the kid was anybody's bar of soap. You know what that means in a joint for a kid like that? There's some cruel, sick sumbitches in there, son. That kid had an awful time of it, and I don't like remembering it. Why are you telling me this, Dixie? Because most of them people at the meet are just drunks. Liquor's only part of my problem. I lived off a guy like Sal. The reason I'd done it was because it was easy. You can't beat lobster and steak every day. Plus the sweet young things were always ready to kick off their panties. If I didn't cut it with the oil business, life was still a pure pleasure around Sal's swimming pool. Didn't have nothing to do with liquor or dope. It has to do with a lack of character. It's part of the illness. You'll learn that if you keep going to meetings, I said. He pulled a long-bladed weed from the edge of the step and bounced it up and down between his feet. You'll see, I said. You want me to talk to the DEA, don't you? Why do you think that? I heard you on the phone last night. You want to? No. He bounced the weed on the toe of his loafer, then picked up a small red bug with the weed's tip and watched it climb toward his hand. You wouldn't use me, would you, Dave? He said. No, I wouldn't do that. Because I'd be sorely hurt. I mean it, son. I don't need it. I surely don't. I stood up and brushed off the seat of my pants. I don't know how you do it, I said. What's that? He squinted up at me in the sunlight. His hair was gold and wavy and shiny with oil. No matter what I talk to you about, somehow I always lose. It's your imagination. They don't come much more simple than me. I remember one of the last times I saw my mother. It was 1945, just before the war ended, and she came to our house on the bayou with the gambler she had run away with. I was out on the front dirt road trying to catch my dog, who was chasing chickens in the ditch, when he stopped his coupe, one with a rumble seat and a hand-cranked front window with gas ration stamps on it, 30 yards down from the house. She walked fast up the lane into the shade of our oaks and around the side yard, where my father was nailing together a chicken coop. She worked in a drive-in and beer garden in Morgan City. Her pink waitress uniform had white trim on the collar and sleeves, and because her body was thick and muscular, it looked too small on her when she walked. Her back was turned to me while she talked to my father, but his face was dark as he listened, and his eyes went up the road to where the coupe was parked. The gambler had his car door open to let in the breeze. He was thin and wore sideburns and brown zoot pants with suspenders and a striped shirt and a green necktie with purple dots on it. A brown fedora sat in the back window. He asked me in French if the dog was mine. When I didn't answer, he said, "You don't talk French, boy?" "Yes, sir." "That your dog?" "Yes, sir." "You know how to make him stop running them chicken. Break a stick on him. You ain't got to do it but once." I walked away in the dust toward the house and the trees, and I didn't look at my dog. I heard my father say to my mother, "In 5 minutes I'm coming there. That little gun won't do him no good, neither." She took me by the hand and walked me quickly to the front steps and sat me in her lap. She brushed my face and hair with her hands and kissed me and patted my thighs. There were drops of perspiration behind her neck, and I could smell a perfume like 4 o'clocks and the powder on her breasts. "You been good at school, huh?" she said. "You been going to Mass too, you? You been making confess and go to communion? Aldous been taking you? You got to do good in school. The brother's going to teach you lots of things. Why you stay with him?" She pressed my face against her breasts. I could feel the hard shape of her stomach and her thighs. "He shot somebody in a card game," I said. "He ain't bad. He good to me. We brung you a present you gonna see." She picked me up and carried me to the road. I could see my father watching from the side yard, the hammer in his hand. She set me down by the open door of the coupe. The air was humid and hot in the sun, and the cattails in the ditch were coated with dust. "Come see," she said. "Show it him, Mac, behind the seat." His face had no expression. He reached behind the seat, his eyes looking out at the yellow road, and pulled out a paper bag. It was folded across the top and tied with string. "Here," she said, and unwrapped it for me. Her dress was tied across her thighs, and there were dimples in her knees. The man got out of the car and walked out on the road and lit a cigarette. He didn't look in my father's direction, but they could see each other well. "You like a top, huh?" my mother said. "See, it got a crank. You push it up and down, and it spin around and whistle." There was perspiration in her black hair. She put the top in my hands. The metal felt hot against my palms. "Is he coming out?" the man said. "No, he promised. The last time was for free. You told him that. He don't want no more trouble, Mac. He ain't gonna bother us. I give a damn, me. Don't be talking that way. We gotta go. Don't be looking over there. You hear me, Mac? They gonna keep him in jail next time. We going right now. Get in the car. I gotta be at work. Dave don't need be standing out in the hot road. Ain't that right, Davy? Mac, you promised." He flipped his cigarette away in the ditch and got behind the steering wheel. He wore two-tone brown and white shoes, and he wiped the dust off the shine with a rag from under the seat. I saw my father toss his hammer up on the workbench, then pick up the chicken coop and look at the angles of its side. My mother leaned over me and pressed me against her body. Her voice was low, as though the two of us were under a glass bell. "I ain't bad, Davy," she said. "If somebody tell you that, it ain't true. I'll come see you again. We'll go somewheres together, just us two. Eat fried chicken, maybe. You gonna see you." But a long time would pass before I would see her again. The Victory Gardens, the picket fence donation centers of worn tires and bundled coat hangers, the small tasseled silk flags with blue and gold service stars that hung in house windows to signify the number of family members who were in uniform or killed in action, would all disappear within the year. An era would end, and the oil companies would arrive from Texas. I would hear that my mother worked in the back of a laundry with colored women in Baton Rouge, that Mac died of tuberculosis, that she married a man who operated carnival rides. Then, when I was 16 years old and I went for the first time to the Boundary Club on the Brobridge Highway, a rough, ramshackle roadhouse where they fought with knives and bottles in the shale parking lot, I saw her drawing draft beer behind the bar. Her body was thicker now, her hair blacker than it should have been, and she wore a black skirt that showed a thick scar above one knee. She brought a beer tray to a table full of oil field workers, then sat down with them. They all knew her and lit her cigarettes, and when she danced with one of them, she pressed her stomach against his loins. I stood by the jukebox and waved at her, and she smiled back at me over the man's shoulder, but there was no recognition in her face. I waited out in the car for my friends to come out of the club. I saw a drunk man pushed out the side door onto the shale. I saw some teenagers throw a Coke bottle at a car full of Negroes. I saw a man in a yellow cowboy shirt and tight blue jeans without a belt slap a woman against the side of a car. He hit her hard and made her cry and shoved her in the back seat and made her stay there by herself while he went back inside. It was hot and still in the parking lot except for the sounds of the woman. The willow trees were motionless on the banks of the Vermilion River. and the moonlight looked like oil on the water's surface. Dust drifted through the car window, and I could smell the stench of dead garfish out on the mud bank and hear the woman weeping quietly in the dark. The opinion of certain people has always been important to me. Most of those people have been nuns, priests, Catholic brothers, and teachers. When I was a child, the good ones among them told me I was all right. Some in that group were inept and unhappy with themselves and were cruel and enjoyed inculcating guilt in children. But the good ones told me that I was all right. As an adult, I still believe that we become the reflection we see in the eyes of others, so it's important that someone tell us we're all right. That may seem childish, but only to those who have paid no dues and hence have no question mark about who they are, because their own experience or lack of it has never required them to define themselves. You can meet some of these at university cocktail parties, or sometimes they're journalists who fear and envy power and celebrity, but who love to live in its ambience. There's always a sneer buried inside their laughter. They have never heard a shot fired in anger, done time, walked through a mortared veal, seen a 19-year-old door gunner go apeshit in a free fire zone. They sleep without dreaming. They yawn at the disquietude of those whom they can't understand. No one will ever need to tell them that they are all right. I think for some, the soul has the same protean shape as fire, or a collection of burning sticks that melts and hisses through the snow until only an ill-defined and soot-streaked hollow remains to indicate the nature of flame and its passage through ice. Then somebody tells you that you are all right. I had to go back on the other side of the divide. It was a good time to take Alafair out of Missoula, too. I walked down to the school and found Tess Regan in her office. A vase of mock orange sat on her desk, and her corkboard was a litter of thumb-tacked crayon drawings. Through a sunny window I could see the children on the playground, a solitary basketball hoop, and the brick wall of the church next door. She wore a cotton-knit yellow dress, a gold neck chain, and gold earrings that were almost hidden by her auburn hair. Her nails were cut short and painted with clear polish, and her fingers were spread on her desk blotter while she listened to me talk. I liked her and respected her feelings, and I didn't want her to be angry with me any longer or to be uncomfortable because of our conversation yesterday. "People hang up on me all the time. I expect it," I said. "A treasury agent once told me I had the telephone charm of Quasimodo." "That purple lump on your head, that happened at your house yesterday?" "I was careless. It'll be gone soon." "You want to take Alafair out of school today and tomorrow?" "That's right. She'll be back Thursday." "Where are you going, if you don't mind my asking?" "I have to take care of some business across the mountains." "I'm very concerned about all this. You give me bad feelings. These men you talk about are evil, aren't they? But you seem almost cavalier." "You're wrong about that, kiddo. I wish you wouldn't call me that." "All right. Alafair is a wonderful little girl. I worry about her. I worry about your attitudes." "She thinks the world of you, too." "I don't want to be unpleasant or to upset you in any way, but I want you to understand something. Somebody sent me a used hypodermic needle and a letter and a photograph. I won't tell you what was in the photograph, but the person who wrote the letter said that the needle had been used in a snuff film. His threat was not aimed at me. It was directed at Alafair. I believe he was serious, too. Now, in the movies, potential murder or assault victims are given 24-hour protection by the cops. But it doesn't happen that way. You're on your own. If you don't believe me, ask anybody who's been hunted down by a guy who they had locked up and who made bail by the next morning. They tell a great story. A lot of them tend to become NRA members. Her green eyes were steady and intelligent. She was a good soldier and obviously was trying to look beyond the abrasive quality of my words. But I had gone over a line, almost like an emotional bully, and she wasn't up to handling it. "I'll get Alafair for you," she said. "Miss Regan, Tess, I'm at a real bad place in my life. I apologize for the way I talk, but I'm really up against it. Don't make me walk out of here feeling like a shit." But it was no use. She brushed past me, her hips creasing inside her knit dress, her eyes welling with tears. Later that day, Alafair and I drove into the clouds on the divide. It rained hard, and the trees looked thick and black in the wet light, and water sluiced off the road into the canyons far below. It was too late to get anything done at the Teton County Courthouse, so we stayed the night at a motel in Choteau, the county seat. The next day, I found the connection between Sally D. and the oil business. I found it all over the East Front, in Teton, Pend Oreille, and Glacier counties. And I found out the service that Dixie Lee had been performing for him. Chapter 10. That evening I called Dan Nagurski at his house in Great Falls. "Where you been? I called you 3 times today," he said. "Over here, east of the divide." "Now? Where?" "Right outside of Great Falls." "What are you doing right now?" "Nothing. Going to a motel. I don't feel like driving back tonight." "We're fixing to cook out in the backyard in a few minutes. You want to come over?" "My little girl's with me." "Bring her. We've got 3 kids she can play with. I got some heavy stuff on Mapes that you ought to know about." "The DEA had a file on him?" "FBI. He was part of a kidnap investigation. You better come over." He gave me his address and directions, and Alafair and I drove in the twilight to a 1950s suburb of split-level ranch homes, maple-lined streets, sprinklers twirling on the lawns, flower beds full of blue clematis, yellow and red roses, with tree bark packed on the dirt to prevent the growth of weeds. We sat on the redwood deck built out back behind sliding glass doors, while Alafair played on a small seesaw with 2 of his little girls. The coals in his hibachi had already turned gray and hot before we arrived, and his wife brought out a tossed salad and a pitcher of iced tea on a tray, then laid a row of venison and elk steaks on the grill. The grease hissed and steamed off the coals, and the smell was wonderful. His wife was attractive and polite and had the same accent as he. She wore makeup and a dress, and her eyes were shy when you looked too closely at them. She went back into the kitchen and began slicing a loaf of French bread on a cutting board. "You're wondering why a woman who looks like that married a guy who looks like me," he said. "Not at all. Come on, Robicheaux. Women have kind hearts." "Yeah, they do," he said, and got up from his chair and closed the sliding glass door. "So let's walk around the side of the house so nobody else has to hear what I have to tell you. In fact, maybe we ought to wait until after you've eaten." "Let's do it." We walked into his side yard, which was planted with apple trees and climbing red roses on trellises set in small circular beds. There were small, hard green apples in the leaves of the trees. A picket fence separated his yard from his neighbor's swimming pool. It was dusk now, and the reflection of the neighbor's porch light looked like a yellow balloon under the pool's surface. He picked up 2 metal chairs that were leaned against the side of his house and shook them open. His mouth twitched when he started to speak, and I saw the web of vein and sinew flex and pulse in his throat. "Where'd your lawyer get his information on Mapes?" "He hired a P.I. "Tell him to get your money back. The P.I. blew it. I suspect he checked the sheriff's and the city police's office in Mapes' hometown, came up with the assault arrest, the golf club deal, when Mapes was 17, then sent your lawyer a bill for 2 days' services, which is usually about $600. In the meantime, he didn't check anything else." "What's the story?" "Look, you were a cop a long time. You know that once in a while you run across a guy who everybody thinks is normal. Maybe a guy with an education, a good job, a service record. A guy who doesn't focus much attention on himself. At least he doesn't give cops reason to think about him. But there's something wrong with him. The conscience isn't there. Or maybe the feelings aren't. But he's out there in suburbs just like this. And he's the one who commits the murders that we never solve. I think that's your man, Harry Mapes." In 1965, an 18-year-old soldier on leave from Fort Polk picked up his girlfriend in Tyler, Texas, and took her to a drive-in movie. Then it looks like they went out on a back road and parked behind an old greenhouse where somebody used to grow roses. At least that's where the sheriff's department found the girl's dress and underwear. They found the car 5 miles away in a creek bed. Somebody had torn the gas line loose and set it on fire. Both those kids were in the trunk, and the pathologist said they were alive when it burned. I leaned forward on the folding metal chair and picked a leaf from a rose bush. My throat felt tight. I could hear the children playing on the seesaw in the backyard. "Mapes was involved?" I said. "That's a big question. The fingerprints of another kid from Marshall were on the victim's car, but not Mapes's. But that would figure if Mapes drove one car and the other kid drove the victim's car to the place where they burned it. Both of them were seen together earlier that night, and it took 2 people to pull it off, unless the kid they had dead bang was on foot, which is improbable, since he owned a car and was driving around in it with Mapes earlier. The other kid didn't implicate Mapes? He denied everything. Evidently he had a reputation around Marshall as a lunatic. Acid, speed, all that bullshit. In his cell, he wrapped himself in toilet paper, soaked it in lighter fluid, and set himself on fire. Looked like good theater. But later on, he showed everybody he was sincere. He unwrapped some wire from a broom and hanged himself. In the meantime, Mapes' old man, who owned a sawmill there, hired a law firm, and they got a Mexican prostitute to swear Mapes and another friend of his were trying out their magic twangers that night. The other kid backed her up. But later on, it looks like he might have had problems with his conscience. And he was the one Mapes worked over with the golf club. You got it, brother. Case closed. On top of it, that other kid got zapped in Vietnam 2 years later. I rubbed my hands up and down on my trousers. I've got to nail him, Dan. I'm all out of leads, and I keep coming up with a handful of air. Let's eat some dinner. I don't think I'm up to it. I'm sorry. I've got less than 1.5 weeks to trial. I'm being straight with you. I'm just not going to do time. You're a good man, and you're going to be all right, he said, and put his big hand on the corner of my shoulder. It felt hard and cupped, like a starfish that had dried on hot sand. It was time to turn things around on Sally D, to plant some dark thoughts in his head about his own vulnerability, so I could concentrate on Harry Mapes. I knew that Charlie Dodds had probably become bear food at the bottom of a canyon, but Sally D didn't. However, he was well aware of Charlie Dodds's potential, and I doubted if he would enjoy being in an adversarial relationship with him. Snapping dogs don't like having their collars chained together. After Alafair and I got back to Missoula, I rented an hour's typewriter time at the University of Montana Library and composed the following letter. I worked hard on it. Chaucer and Dickens created wonderful rogues. I wondered what they would have thought of my attempt. But the more I read over my final draft, the more I was certain that they just might have winked at me with approval. Dear Sal, the flowers that go with this you can stick up your butt. When you called Vegas, you said it was a simple yard job. You didn't say anything about pictures and this before and after bullshit. That little stunt almost got me killed. In fact, maybe I think you set me up. You go around telling everybody you're a made guy, but made guys don't get their nose bent out of joint by some ex-cop that nobody cares about. I think you're not only a dago shitbag and a Welsher, but a yellow cunt, too. I heard about you from some guys that were in Huntsville. They say your punk had the whole joint laughing at you behind your back. The only reason you got straight is because you were more afraid of your old man than you were of your punk. But you're not getting out of this one. You owe me the rest of the money, and you know where to deliver it. I don't get it, and I mean right away. I'm coming after you. Nobody back in Vegas is going to make a beef about it either. They all think you're a prick that should have been clipped a long time ago. C.D. I drove up to Polson, found a florist, then called them from a payphone across the street and got the price of a small floral delivery to Sally Dio's house. Then I found the state employment office, parked by the curb, and watched the men who went in and out of the entrance or who sat against the wall in the shade and smoked cigarettes and passed the bottle back and forth in a paper sack. Finally, a middle-aged man in work clothes with uncut, dull blonde hair came out the door and sat down on the curb with his friends. I got out of my truck and walked up to him. Say, I'll pay you $5 to go into a florist's and put in an order for me, I said. I'm playing a joke on a guy, and I don't want him to know where the flowers came from. How about it? He took a hand-rolled cigarette out of his mouth and looked at me quizzically. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't give a shit, he said. I drove him back over to the street where the florist's was located, parked 3 stores down, and gave him the money for the order and a sealed envelope with the letter inside. I didn't know Dio's address, but I had printed his name on the envelope and drawn the approximate location of his house on Flathead Lake. Don't tell them you're doing this for anybody else, I said. Just give them the money and the order and the envelope, okay? Can you make it 10? If I don't buy them other guys a can of beer or something, they might cut me out of a job they get. He went into the store and was back out in 5 minutes. I drove him back to the state employment office. You didn't tell them anything, did you? I asked. What's to talk about in a flower place? I give them the money, I give them the envelope. You got any more jobs like this one you want done? That night, Dixie Lee and I took Alafair to a movie. Before I went to bed, I got Dixie to give me Sally D's unlisted phone number. What for? You don't want no more truck with that man, he said. He sat in his undershirt, candy-striped undershorts, and black shoes at the kitchen table eating a piece of pie. Don't worry about it. Are you kidding? He's got mental diseases they haven't named yet. I ain't putting you on, son. He's got a hard-on for you couldn't knock down with a hammer. Don't use that language in the house. Sorry. It's a speech defect or something. His head reminds me of a flower pot somebody dropped on the concrete. It's full of cracks and the dirt's starting to leak out, but he don't know it yet. Dig this. Sal built an elevator platform for the piano at his club. One of these deals that rises up into the spotlight when the guy's playing. Except after the club closed, this 280-pound bouncer got on top of the piano with his topless dancer for some serious rumba boogie, and somehow the machinery got cranked up, and the elevator went right up to the ceiling and mashed them both against a beam. Broke the guy's neck, and the broad was trapped up there with him all night. So Sal says it's a real big tragedy, and he holds a funeral on a Sunday afternoon at the club with a casket covered with flowers out in the middle of the dance floor. But the undertaker messed up the job, and the guy's neck was bent and his head was out around like a car tire had run over it, and the Dagos were slobbering and wailing all over the place while Sal's singing on the mic in a white suit like he's Tony Bennett. It was so disgusting, the waiters went back to the union and threatened to quit. Later, Sal says to me, "It was a class send-off, don't you think? JoJo would have liked it." Except I found out he only rented the casket and he had JoJo planted in a cloth-covered box in a desert cemetery outside of town that lizards wouldn't crawl across. Good night, Dixie. He shook his head and forked another piece of pie in his mouth. You worry about my bad language, and you're fixing to squeeze Sal into peaches? You're a wonder to behold, son. I set the alarm on my Seiko watch for 2 a.m. and went to sleep. It was raining lightly when I was awakened by the tiny dinging sound on my wrist. I dialed Sal's number, then hung up when a man with sleep in his voice answered. I waited 15 minutes, then hung up again as soon as the same man said hello irritably into the receiver. I drank a glass of milk, watched the rain fall in the yard and run down the window. Then at 2:30 I called again. I put a pencil crossways in my teeth and covered the mouthpiece with my handkerchief. Who the fuck is this? The same man said. Where's Sal? I kept my voice in the back of my throat and let it come out in a measured rasp. Asleep. Who's this? Go wake him up. Are you crazy? It's 2:30 in the morning. What's with you, man? Listen, you get that Dago Welsher out of bed. I think you're loaded, man, and you better stop playing on the phone or forget you ever called here. You don't recognize my voice, huh? Maybe it's because a guy put a wrench across my windpipe. A guy that gutless coos sent me to see. I didn't catch a plane back to Vegas either. I'm 1 hour away. I better not find out you're hitting on my broad either. He was quiet a moment. Then he said, Charlie? I didn't answer. Charlie? He said. Hey, man. What? I didn't know. Hey, man, I'm sorry. You should have told me. It's late, and I've been asleep, and I didn't know it was you. Get him on the phone. Man, he's out. I mean, like him and Sandy must have smoked a whole shoebox of shit before they crashed. How about he calls you in the morning? You got some kind of skin growth over your ears? Look, man, I go in there, he'll tear my dick off. He's been crawling the walls all day anyway. Look, I don't know what's going on between you guys, but I don't want to get caught in it, okay? I'm not putting you on, man. He can't talk to you. He really smoked his brains tonight." I waited 5 seconds and listened to him breathe. "Tell him I'm coming," I said, and hung up. I overslept the next morning and was awakened by the sound of Alafair fixing breakfast in the kitchen. She was too short to function well around the stove, and she clattered the pans loudly on the burners. "I can walk myself today, Dave," she said. "No, that's out. We do everything together, little guy. We're a team, right?" She stood in front of the stove, her face quiet, her head even with the top of the stove, looking at the skillet full of French toast. "It makes me feel funny in front of the other kids," she said. "I'll drive you then. It'll be like I'm dropping you off on the way to work. That'll be okay, won't it? Clarice don't know how to take care of tripod. She's always mad at him." I turned off the stove, picked up the skillet with a dish towel, and set it in the sink to cool. The French toast was burned around the edges. "We're just going to have to accept some things now." "That's the way it is, Alf," I said. She packed her lunchbox silently, then ate only half of her French toast and went outside and waited for me on the front step. The wind was blowing off the river, and the sunlight through the maple tree made shifting patterns of leaves on her face. Later, Dixie and I went to an early AA meeting. Afterward, one of the members who worked in the job placement service told Dixie that he had found him a part-time job operating a forklift at the pulp mill out on the river. We walked home, and it was obvious that Dixie was not happy at the news. He sulked around the house, then took his sunburst guitar out on the back steps and began playing with a thumb pick and singing a song that I had heard only once before, many years ago. The words went to the tune of "Just a Closer Walk with Thee." "Now bread and gravy is all right, and a turnip sandwich is a delight. But my kids always scream for more of them good old butter beans. Well, just a little piece of country ham, just pass the butter and the jam. Just pass the biscuits, if you please, and some more of them good old butter beans. Just see that woman over there, the one with both her hands in the air. She's not pregnant as she seems. She's just full of good old butter beans." I opened the screen and sat down on the steps beside him. It was warm, and the clover in the grass was alive with bees. "You're supposed to report to the plant at noon, aren't you?" I said. "That's what he said." "Are you going out there in slacks and a Hawaiian shirt?" "Look, that job ain't exactly what I had in mind." "Oh? Ain't that place a toilet paper factory or something? Besides, I don't have experience running heavy equipment." "A forklift isn't heavy equipment. And I thought you told me you operated one in Huntsville." "For about 2 days, till I dropped the prongs on a guy's foot." "We had a deal, partner. We don't renegotiate the terms." He made a sliding blues cord high up on the guitar's neck, then ran it all the way down to the nut. "I learned that from Sam Hopkins," he said. "I went out to his house in the 5th Ward in Houston. People said them niggers would leave you bleeding in the street for the garbage man to find. They treated me like royalty, man." "I spent some time Wednesday in some courthouses east of the Divide." His face went blank. "I found some of the deals you made over there." He continued to look out at the lawn and the bees lifting off the clover. "I'm not an expert in the oil business, but I saw some peculiar stuff in those lease files." I said. "They're public records. Person can look all they want to." He began fishing in his shirt pocket for a cigarette. "Every time you leased up a big block of land for star drilling, there was a hole or two left in it." He lit his cigarette and smoked it with his elbow propped on the belly of his guitar. "Those holes were leased or bought up by one of Sal's businesses in Vegas," I said. "The same company name is on some of the deals you made for him around Flathead Lake." "I'm not proud of it." "So does he want into the oil and gas business?" "He wants to cover his action in every way he can. He's shooting for the big score in gambling and lake property development. He wants in on the gas domes on the east front. In the drilling business, it don't matter if they tap in on top of your property or not. As long as you're in the pool, part of the dome, you're going to get royalties. That ain't all he's got on his mind either. If they make a big strike over there, it could be like that pipeline deal up in Alaska. All them sumbitches are horny, and they got plenty of money for dope, too. Them conservation people are hollering because the gas is full of hydrogen sulfide. Stinks like rotten eggs. But they ought to hear what Sal's got planned for the place." "So you took Star over the hurdles?" "That's about it." "And you helped Sal start out in a brand new enterprise?" "You want me on the cross? I told you I'd done it. I ain't lied about it." "But that's not all of it." "What?" "Dalton Vadrine and Harry Mapes had to know what you were doing." "At first they didn't, but Vadrine heard about it from another guy who was working the same township and range as me. He told Mapes, and they stuck it to me at the motel one night. I thought they were going to drop the dime on me with the home office, but they just wanted me to piece off the action. Sal said no problem. Cost him a little coke. Everybody was happy." "You got to give me something I can use against Mapes." "I got nothing to offer. I told you all of it. They're like piranha in a goldfish bowl. You stick your finger in it, you take back a polished bone." I left him, thumbing the bass string on his guitar and staring out at the lawn as though the blue and green shades in the grass held a secret for him. A few minutes later he came into the house and changed into an old shirt and a pair of ripped and faded pink slacks and drove off toward the smoking stacks of the pulp mill west of town. After he was gone, I sat alone in the silence of the house with the realization that there was nothing I could do today to help my case. I knew of nothing I could do tomorrow or the next day either. I'd run out of options. The time has come, I thought, to think not in terms of what to do, but instead of where to go. Any jail or prison is a bad place. The person who thinks otherwise has never been in one. Angola is worse than most. The man who would willingly submit to do time unjustly in a place like that would take pleasure in his own crucifixion, I thought. It was a big country, and there were lots of places to get lost in it. But the idea of being a permanent fugitive from the law was so strange and removed from any concept I had ever had about my fate in this world that thinking about it left me numb and staring at phantasms in the air. Annie, I thought. But she came to me only in the darkness, and her visits had become less frequent, and her voice had grown weaker across the water and in the din of the rain. I had only myself to depend on now, and my higher power and the AA program that I followed. Maybe, as I had told Dixie Lee in the hospital, it was time to look at the things that I had rather than the problems that seemed to beset me without a solution. I was sober, even though I had set myself up for a fall by not attending meetings. When I'd wanted to join Annie in that watery place more than anything in the world, I had gone into therapy rather than let that morning arrive when I would awaken in the blue-gray light, sit quietly on the side of my bed in my underwear, and fit the iron sight of my .45 against the roof of my mouth. And last, I had Alafair, who was given to me inside a green bubble of air from below the Gulf's surface. Maybe it's like the seventh-inning stretch, I thought, when they've shelled your fastball past your ears and blown your hanging curve through the boards. Afternoon shadows are growing on the field. Your arm aches. The movement and sound of the fans are like an indistinct hum in the stands. Then a breeze springs up and dries the sweat on your face and neck. You wipe your eyes clear on your sleeve, scrub the ball against your thigh, fork your fingers tightly into the stitches, and realize that the score is irrelevant now, that your failure is complete, that it wasn't so bad after all, because now you're free and alone in a peculiar way that has put you beyond the obligations of victory and defeat. The batter expects you to float another balloon past his letters, and instead you take a full wind-up, your face dry and cool in the breeze, your arm now weightless, and you swing your leg and whole butt into the delivery. Your arm snaps like a snake, and the ball whizzes past him in a white blur. And that's the way you pitch the rest of the game, in the lengthening shadows and the dust blowing off the base paths, and the sound of a flag popping on a metal pole against the blue sky. You do it without numbers in your head, right into the third out in the bottom of the ninth. And I wasn't going to let Tess Regan have the final statement either. You don't walk out of a room on someone with tears in your eyes as though he's an ogre unless you want to inflict a certain amount of damage. I ate lunch, then told her that over the phone. Then I asked her to have dinner with me in Alafair at a restaurant that evening. I don't know what to say. I don't want to be unkind to you. I just don't understand you, she said. Stop hiding behind that elementary school teacher stuff. You stop talking to me like that. Don't treat me like I fell through a hole in the dimension either. You're an incredible person. You can't say everything that's on your mind to somebody, then ask them out to dinner. I've been straight with you, Tess. I'm indebted to you for the care you've given Alafair. I respect and like you. I don't want you to be unaware of that fact. That's all I had to say. We'll leave it at that. She paused a moment, then away from the receiver cleared her throat. I have a PTA buffet at 5:30, she said. We could go out for dessert later if you'd like to. That evening, I shined my loafers, put on a pair of seersucker slacks, a long-sleeved blue shirt with a red and black striped tie, and Alafair and I picked her up in the truck at 7:30. She lived on the bottom floor of an old orange brick apartment building with a wood porch and thick wood columns and an enormous white-trunked birch tree in the front yard. She wore beige sandals and a print dress covered with small blue and pink flowers. We went to an outdoor cafe by the river and had ice cream and Black Forest chocolate cake, and I paid for it with my MasterCard, hoping that it hadn't been canceled yet. It rained briefly. Now the sky looked like an ink wash above the mountains, and I could see lightning striking hard on a distant ridge. Alafair was overjoyed at the thought of Tess Regan and me being together, but it wasn't a romantic overture on my part, or at least that was what I told myself, although she was surely good to look at. I think she reminded me of one of those girls whom Catholic boys were always told when I was growing up that they should marry. I doubt that a girl of that kind ever existed, but we believed she did anyway. Before I met Darlene, I was involved seriously with only 3 women in my adult life. My first wife was from Martinique, a descendant of French Huguenots, or probably iconoclasts who liked to smash statues in cathedrals. She tired quickly of living with a drunk, for which I couldn't blame her, but she also tired of living on a policeman's salary and became fond of wealth and clubhouse society. She married a Houston geologist, and the last I heard they lived in River Oaks and raced quarter horses at Rio Dosa. Annie was not only the best woman I ever knew, she was also the best human being. I called her my Mennonite girl, sewn together from cornflowers and bluebonnets. Her faults were those of excess, in love, forgiveness, worry over others, faith that goodness would always prevail over evil. She was seldom, if ever, critical of others, and when their views didn't coincide with her eccentric Kansas vision of the world, she saw them as victims of what she called weirdness, a condition that she saw virtually everywhere. I became involved with Robin Gaddis after Annie's death. She was a stripper and sometime hooker on Bourbon Street, but she was brave in her way and kind and gave much more than she received. What some will not understand is that it takes courage to grow up in a place like the Welfare Project by the old St. Louis Cemetery in New Orleans. Ask a tourist who has visited that cemetery in anything less than a large group, even in broad daylight. Or, if one is suicidal and would like to have a truly existential experience, he might try walking through Louis Armstrong Park right next to the Welfare Project at night. Robin's body was outraged in many ways long before she began taking off her clothes for men simply for money. I don't know where she is today. I wish I did. I have 2 Purple Hearts. I believe they belong much more to Annie, Robin, and Darlene than they do to me. The wind began to blow, and in the fading twilight I could see the smoke from the pulp mill flatten in the valley west of town, and smell its odor like a tinge of sewage in the wet air. We drove Tess Regan back to her apartment house, and I walked her to her door. The porch light was on, and there was a sheen in her auburn hair, and her shoulders looked pale against her pink and blue flowered dress. "Thank you for this evening," she said, and she touched me lightly on the arm with her fingers and let them rest there for perhaps 3 seconds. Her green eyes were warm and genuine, and I wondered if she had been rehearsing for a long time to be that Catholic girl the nuns and the brothers had told us about. We drove under the dark shadows of the trees toward our house, and the glow from the street lamps looked like long slicks of yellow light ironed into the street's wet surface. I turned the corner onto our block while Alafair kept looking out the passenger window at a pair of headlights behind us. "That same car stopped down from Miss Regan's," she said. "What?" "That car stopped behind us while you were talking to Miss Regan on the porch." I parked in front of our house. The street was dark, and the strings of lights on the sawmill across the river shone on the water's surface. "Don't get out of the truck," I said, and I reached under the seat for my .45. The vehicle behind me pulled to the curb, and the driver cut the headlights just as I stepped out of the cab with the automatic held behind my leg. Cleet stuck his head out of the window of his Toyota Jeep, his mouth grinning, a white-billed cap cocked over his eye. "Hey, you tell me where I can catch a St. Charles streetcar?" he said. "What have you got hidden behind you, nobleman? Are we into heavy shit here?" "What are you doing following me?" "I was on my way over and just happened to see you on the other street." Slow your pulse down, Streak. He got out of the Toyota and stretched and yawned. He wore a purple and gold LSU football jersey with a big tiger's head on the front. His love handle stuck out from the sides of his blue jeans. He reached back through the car window and took out a pint of whiskey in a paper bag, unscrewed the cap, and took a neat drink. "Who was the broad?" he said. I didn't answer. I walked Alafair into the house, turned on all the lights, looked in each of the rooms, and came back outside. He sat on the steps, smoking a cigarette, the pint bottle by his knee. "Who's the new broad?" he said. "Wrong word." "All right. Who's the lady?" "Just a friend. One of the teachers at the school. She looks after Alafair sometime." "I wonder why she isn't homely. Probably just a coincidence." "What are you up to, Cleet?" "Nothing. Maybe I just want to talk a minute. You got a minute, don't you?" I sat down next to him on the steps. Against the lights on the sawmill, I could see the outline of suitcases and a couple of rolled sleeping bags in the back of his Jeep. He took his billfold out of his back pocket and began counting through a thick sheaf of 20s in the bill holder. "How you doing on money?" he said. "Not bad." "I bet. I've still got my credit cards." "You remember that time I dropped a deuce at Jefferson Downs? You lent it to me so Lois wouldn't find out?" He paid it back when we took that charter fishing trip out of Gulfport. "Not quite. I didn't pay the guy." I looked at him. "He was a lousy guy. He ran us up on the sandbar. He didn't bring enough bait. His mate was a smart-ass. You think I'm going to give a guy like that $400? He said. "Thanks, Cleet. I don't need it right now." He folded a stack of bills between his fingers and shoved them into my shirt pocket. "Take it and stop irritating me." "Looks like you're packed up." "You can't ever tell." "What are you doing, partner?" "I think my greatest potential lies in population control and travel." "Who'd you tell about Charlie Dodds?" "The DEA." "I knew it." "The agent said he was going to the locals with it, too." "Big deal. But I knew you'd do it, Streak. You'll always be a straight cop." "There's worse things." "What's that mean?" "Nothing. I'm just talking about myself. I've got to go inside now. You want to come in?" "No, thanks. I think I'll just take a drive somewhere. Maybe eat a steak." "You've been lucky so far, Cleet. Walk away from it." "You ought to come up to the 9 Mile house at Alberton with me. They got steaks you can cut with a spoon. Watch out for that school teacher. Those kind will marry you." I watched him drive away in the darkness. I went into the kitchen and put the folded sheaf of bills from my pocket on the table. Then I looked at the bills again and counted them. Some of the bills were 50s, not 20s. He had given me over $600. Later that night, Dixie came home with a black and white television set that he had bought for $10 and was watching The Late Show on the couch in his underwear when the phone rang. I sat up sleepily on the edge of the bed and looked out at him in the lighted hallway as he answered the phone. His hairy stomach protruded over the elastic of his candy-striped shorts. He put his hand over the mouthpiece of the receiver. "It's a DEA Pollock in Great Falls," he said. "You want me to tell him you're bombed out?" "That's all right.
I said, took the phone from him, went into the bathroom, and closed the door. "What's up, Dan?" I said. "I'm just glad to find you home." "I'm glad to be home, too. My watch says it's 1 in the morning. An hour ago, somebody took a shot at Sally D. They damn near got him, too. The sheriff over there is going to have you high up on his list. Give him a call in the morning, will you? And tell him what time you got a hold of me. I don't want any more dealings with that guy." "Sure. Hey, the deputy who called me said Sal's real shook up. The shooter got up on the knoll above the house and parked a big one right through the kitchen window while Sal was drinking a glass of milk and eating cookies at the table. Blue glass and parts of a flower pot all over him. Guess who wants police protection now?" "What do they have so far?" "Not much. They know about where the shot came from. That's about it." "No witnesses?" "Not so far. You got some ideas?" "Put it this way. How many people wouldn't like to see him cooled out?" No, let's be a little more candid here. My speculations aren't of much value these days. We're talking about Purcell. He was here earlier tonight." "How much earlier?" 3 hours. Well, that'd give him time to get up there, wouldn't it?" "Yeah, it would." "You think he did it, don't you?" "Maybe." "Well, old Sal's on the other end of the stick now. I wonder how he's going to handle it." "He'll bring in more of his hired shitheads." "I'm real tired, Dan. Is there anything else?" "Stay clear of Purcell." "You better tell that to the Dio family. I wouldn't want Clayt hunting me." "I don't think these guys want advice from the DEA. It's not a federal situation anyway. Sometimes you get to sit back and watch the show." I went back to bed and slept until the sun came up bright in my eyes and I heard the Saturday morning sound of children roller skating out on the sidewalk. For one morning I didn't want to think about my troubles, so when the lady next door gave me a venison roast, Alafair and I packed my rucksack for a picnic, took Dixie Lee with us, and drove down into the Bitterroot Valley to Kootenai Creek Canyon. The sky was cloudless, a hard ceramic blue from the Sapphire Mountains all the way across the valley to the jagged snow-tipped ridges of the Bitterroots. We walked 2 miles up a U.S. Forest Service trail by the stream bed, the water white and boiling over the rocks, the floor of the canyon thick with cottonwoods and ponderosa pine, the layered rock walls rising straight up into saddles of more pine and peaks that were as sharp as ragged tin. The air was cool and so heavy with the smell of mist from the rocks, wet fern, pine needles, layers of dead cottonwood leaves, logs that had rotten into humus, that it was almost like breathing opium. We climbed down the incline of the stream bed and started a fire in a circle of rocks. The stream flattened out here, and the current flowed smoothly over some large boulders and spread into a quiet pool by the bank, where we set out cans of pop in the gravel to cool. I'd brought along an old refrigerator grill, and I set it on the rocks over the fire, cut the venison into strips, put them on the grill with potatoes wrapped in tinfoil, then sliced up a loaf of French bread. The grease from the venison dripped into the fire, hissed and smoked in the wind, and because the meat was so lean it curled and browned quickly in the heat, and I had to push it to the edge of the grill. After we ate, Dixie Lee and Alafair found a pile of rocks that was full of chipmunks, and while they threw breadcrumbs down into the crevices, I walked farther down the stream and sat by a pool whose surface was covered by a white, swirling eddy of froth and leaves and spangled sunlight. Through the cottonwoods on the other side of the stream I could see the steep, Moss-streaked cliff walls rise straight up into the sky. Then a strange thing happened, because she had never appeared to me during the waking day. But I saw her face in the water, saw the sunlight spinning in her hair. "Don't give up, sailor," she said. "What?" "You've had it worse. You always got out of it before." "When?" "How about Vietnam? I had the U.S. Army on my side. Listen to the voices in the water and you'll be all right. I promise. Bye-bye, baby love. Can't you stay a little longer?" But the wind blew the cottonwoods and the light went out of the water and the pool turned to shadow and an empty pebble and sand bottom. "Don't you be down here talking to yourself, son," Dixie Lee said behind me. "You give me cause to worry." I didn't have to wait long to learn how Sally Dio would try to handle his new situation. He called me that evening at the house. "I want to meet," he said. "What for?" "We talk some stuff out." "I don't have anything to say to you." "Look, man, this is going to get straightened out one way or another right now." "What have I got that you're interested in?" "I ain't interested in anything you got. What's the matter with you? You got impacted shit in your head or something?" "I'm busy tonight. Plus, I don't think I want to see you again, Sal." I could almost hear his exasperation and anger in the silence. "Look, I'm making an effort," he said. "I'm going the extra mile. I don't have to do that. I can handle it other ways. But I'm treating you like a reasonable man." I deliberately waited a good 5 seconds. "Where?" I said. "There's a bar and restaurant in Missoula, the Pink Zebra, right off Higgins by the river. It's in an alley, but it's a class place. 9 o'clock. I'll think it over. Listen, man." I hung up on him. Later, I put the .45 under the seat of the truck, dropped Alafair off at the babysitter's, then drove to the Pink Zebra downtown. It was located in a brick-paved alley that had been refurbished into a pedestrian walkway of small cafes and shops and bars that offered philodendron and brass elegance more than alcohol. I went inside and walked past the espresso machines and a row of booths that had copper champagne buckets fixed to the outside. The brick walls and the ceiling were hung with gleaming kettles of pots of ivy and fern, and in the back was a small private dining room where I saw Sally Dio at a table with 2 men whom I hadn't seen before. But they came out of the same cookie cutter as some I had known in New Orleans. They were both around 30, heavier than they should have been for their age, their tropical shirts worn outside their gray slacks, their necks hung with gold chains and religious medals, their pointed black shoes shined to the gloss of patent leather, their eyes as dead and level and devoid of emotion as someone staring into an empty closet. I stopped at the door, and one of them stood up and approached me. "If you'll step inside, Mr. Robicheaux, I need to make sure you're not carrying nothing that nobody wants here," he said. "I don't think we'll do that," I said. "It's a courtesy we ask of people. It's not meant to insult nobody," he said. "Not tonight, partner." "Because everybody's supposed to feel comfortable," he said. "That way you have your drink, you talk, you're a guest, there ain't any tensions." "What's it going to be, Sal?" I said. He shook his head negatively at the man next to me, and the man stepped back as though his body were attached to a string. Sal wore a cream-colored suit, black suspenders, and an open-necked purple sport shirt with white polka dots. His ducktails were combed back on the nape of his neck, and he smoked a cigarette without taking his hand from his mouth. He looked at me steadily out of his blade face, his stare so intense that the bottom rim of his right eye twitched. "Get the waiter," he said to the man who was standing. "What are you having, Mr. Robicheaux?" the man said. "Nothing." He motioned the waiter to the door anyway. "Bring a bottle of something nice for Mr. Dio's guest," he said. "Bring Mr. Dio another Manhattan, too. You want anything else, Sal?" Sal shook his head again, then motioned the two men out of the room. I sat across the table from him. A half-dozen cigarette butts were in the ashtray, and ashes were smeared on the linen tablecloth. I could smell the heavy odor of nicotine on his breath. The looped scar under his right eye was tight against his skin. "What the fuck's going on?" he said. "What do you mean?" "With Charlie Dodds." "I don't know anything about him." "Cut the shit. He tried to clip me last night." "What does that got to do with me?" He breathed through his nose and wet his lips. "I want to know what's going on," he said. "You got me, Sal. I don't know what you're talking about." "You and Dodds cut some kind of deal." "I think maybe you burned out some cells in your brain." "Listen, you stop trying to fuck with my head. You and him got something going. You paid him or something. You turned him around. I don't know what kind of deal you're working, but believe me, man, it ain't worth it." "This is why you want to meet? Big waste of time." "What do you want?" "Nothing." "I mean it. You quit jerking me around. We're talking business. We straighten all this out right now. We don't, my old man will. You understand that? You and Charlie Dodds aren't going to fuck up millions of dollars in deals people got around here." "You're hitting on the wrong guy, Sal." The waiter brought in a Manhattan and a green bottle of wine in a silver ice bucket. He uncorked the wine and started to pour it into a glass for me to taste. "Get out of here," Sal said. After the waiter was gone, Sal lit a fresh cigarette and drew the smoke deep into his lungs. "Listen," he said. "There's nothing between us." "Then you shouldn't send bad guys around my house." "It was a personal beef. It's over. Nobody got hurt. It ends now. There's a lot of money going to be made here. You can have in on it." I looked at my watch. "I have to be somewhere else," I said. "What the fuck is with you? I'm talking a score you couldn't dream about. I'm talking 3 or 4 large a week. Broads, a condo in Tahoe, any fucking thing you want. You gonna turn that down because you got a personal beef to square?" "I'll see you, Sal. Don't send anybody else around my house. It won't help your troubles with Charlie Dodds." I started to get up. He put his hand on my forearm. "I know something you want. You need, man, and I'm the cat to give it to you," he said. "What's that?" "That guy Mapes. Dixie said he can send you up the road. How'd you like it Mapes wasn't around to worry you anymore?" He took a drink from his Manhattan. His eyes were level and intent over the glass. "I don't even know where he is," I said. "You say the word. You end this bullshit between you and me.
You deliver up that cocksucker Charlie Dodds, Mapes his dead meat. You get Polaroids, and you burn 'em. You don't have any connection with it. Nobody'll ever see the guy again. It'll be like he never existed.
I'll think about it.
He'll think about it.
That's what I said, Sal. Call me tomorrow afternoon. I walked out of the restaurant into the cool of the night. The streets were full of college kids, and I could smell pine wood smoke from people's chimneys and the heavy, cold smell of the river in the air. When I got home, Dixie showed me the business card a Missoula City detective had left in the mailbox. The detective had penciled a note on the back to the effect that he wanted me to call him since he had missed me twice at the house. I suspected this had to do with Dan Nagurski's calling the local police about Charlie Dodds's visit to my house. I dropped the card on top of the icebox, put Alafair to bed, and watched The Late Show with Dixie Lee. I slept through until morning without dreaming or once getting up in the night. When I woke, I stepped out on the porch with a cup of coffee. The river was green and running fast in the shadows of the bridge, riffling over the boulders in the deepest part of the current, and the sunlight through the maples in the yard looked like spun glass. Chapter 11. It was a Sunday morning. I took Alafair to 9 o'clock Mass, then we fixed kush and ate breakfast with Dixie Lee. He had shaved, pressed his slacks, and put on a white shirt. "Where are you going?" I said. "Some holy rollers asked me to play piano for their church. I hope the plaster don't fall out of the ceiling when I walk in." "That's good." He looked down at his coffee cup, then played with the big synthetic diamond ring on his finger. "I got something bothering me," he said. "What is it?" He looked at Alafair. "Alafair, why don't you start on the dishes while Dixie helps me with something outside?" I said. We went out to the truck, and I took the small whisk broom from behind the seat and began sweeping out the floor. "I'm afraid I'm going to drink. I woke up scared about it this morning," he said. "Just do it a day at a time. Do it 5 minutes at a time if you have to." "Why the fuck am I scared, man?" "Because it's fear that makes us drink." "I don't understand. It don't make sense. I felt real good yesterday. Today I'm shaking inside. Look at my hands. I feel like I just got off a jag." "Dixie, I'm not a psychologist, but you're going into a church today that's like the one you grew up in. Maybe you're dealing with some memories that bring back some bad moments. Who knows? Just let it go, partner. You're sober this morning. That's all that counts." "Maybe some people ain't supposed to make it." "You're not one of them." "You'd really throw me out if I went back on the juice?" "Yep." Somehow that just made a cold wind blow through my soul. "You work the steps, and I promise all that fear, all those weird mechanisms in your head will go away." "What mechanisms?" "Strange thoughts and images. Things that don't make any sense. Stuff that you won't talk about with anybody. If you work the program, all those things will gradually disappear." The morning was cool, and there was a breeze off the river, but there were drops of perspiration on his forehead and in his eyebrows. "Dave, I just feel downright sick inside. I can't explain it. It's going to pass, I said. Just don't drink today. But his eyes were forlorn, and I well understood the peculiar chemical misery he was experiencing at the moment. I also knew that my words would mean more to him later than they did now. While we're out here, let me tell you about something else, I said. I'm going to receive a phone call this afternoon. I don't want you to answer it. All right. It'll be from Sally D. I don't want him to know you're living here. You're putting me on. I continued sweeping the floor mat with the whisk broom. Dave, that ain't true. It's complicated. So is shit. This is some kind of nightmare. What are you doing, man? Just don't answer the phone. I wouldn't touch the sumbitch at gunpoint. An hour later, the phone rang, but it was Tess Regan, not Sally Deal. Jason, the 8th grader I told you about, the one who talked with the man in the yellow car. He just came over on his bicycle, she said. Last night he went to the Heidel house for dinner with some of his relatives. He saw the yellow car behind the restaurant. He's sure it's the same one. He remembered that the back window was cracked and there was a University of Wyoming sticker on it. What kind of car? A Mercury? Did he get the license number? No, I asked him. He said he didn't have a piece of paper or a pencil. Kids don't quite pull it all off sometimes, Dave. He did just fine, I said. It was at dinner time, you say? Yes. He said the Mercury was there when he went into the restaurant, and it was still there when he left. He tried to tell his uncle about it, but it was a birthday party, and adults tend not to hear children sometimes. Thanks very much, Tess. Tell Jason I appreciate what he's done. Alafair and I drove over to the Heidel house, a large Bavarian-style restaurant on the south side of town. The lunch crowd had started to come in, and the parking lot was half filled with cars, but none of them was a yellow Mercury. I drove behind the building and around the sides, but had no luck there either. I took Alafair for an ice cream cone, returned in a half hour, and still came up empty. When we got home, Dixie Lee was reading the newspaper on the front steps. It ain't wrong. At least not while I was here, he said. How was church? It went okay. They asked me to play again Wednesday night. They ain't a bad bunch for people that probably left that toast in the oven too long. Alafair went inside just as the phone rang. Damn, there it is, Dixie Lee said. Go easy, boy. Let's stay on the sunny side for a while. Alafair had picked up the receiver, but I eased it out of her hand before she could speak. I stepped into the bathroom and closed the door on the cord. You had time to think, Robicheaux, Sally D said. I still believe you have things mixed up. I'm not interested in opinions. You want to do some business or you want to keep fucking around? You got it backwards, Sal. You hired Charlie Dodds to take me out. That's past history. You come up to the lake uninvited, you provoked my father, you started that beef out on the road, I mark it off even. That's the way I see it. What's the offer? What do you mean, what's the offer? I spelled it out to you yesterday. No, you didn't. You said $3 or $4 grand a week. You gonna pay that kind of money for house security? We'll set you up with your own action.
You manage a club in Vegas. All you got to do is count the receipts. You know what the skim is on a half-dozen lobby slots? I'm about to go on trial. You're breaking my knob off. No. I think you're trying to do a number on me, Sal. You'll talk a lot of shit about the big score out in Vegas. Let me think I got no worries about Harry Mapes. Then a little time passes and I'm back in Louisiana in handcuffs. You think I'm playing games while that crazy fucker's shooting at me? That's your problem. My big worry is prison. That and your shitheads coming around my house. I told you, there ain't anybody after you now. What is it I can't get through to you? This is a simple deal. You make money, I make money. Mapes gets whacked, you're home free. I guarantee it. People don't get out from under us. You were a cop, you know that. I don't think I want to do business with you, Sal. What? I think you're about to take another fall. What is this? What the fuck are you up to, man? Don't call here again. I'm out of your life. Don't even have thoughts about me. You shit-eating motherfucker, you're setting me up. It won't work, cocksucker. It's entrapment. You tell that to Nagurski. I've got lawyers that'll shove it up his ass. I placed the receiver quietly in the cradle and went outside and sat down on the steps beside Dixie Lee, who was reading the comics in the newspaper. He turned the page and popped the paper straight between his hands. Don't start telling me about it. My system's puny as it is. I'd just soon drank razor blades, he said. I called Nagurski at his house a few minutes later. He wasn't home, so I put Alafair in the truck and we drove back to the Heidel house. This time, the yellow Mercury with a cracked back window and the University of Wyoming sticker was parked in the shade of the building behind the dumpster. I parked in the main lot, away from the Mercury, took Alafair inside and bought her a Coke by a stone fireplace that was now filled with a huge tropical aquarium. I went up to the male cashier at the bar. I backed into a yellow Mercury by the side of the building, I said. I think it might belong to somebody who works here. I think I just scratched it, but I'd like to make it right. Next to the building, right out there? He asked, gesturing toward the side of the restaurant where the dumpster was located. Yeah, that's it. Sounds like Betty's. That's her down the bar. She was around 30, blonde, thick across the stomach, overly rouged, too old for the Bavarian waitress costume that she wore. Is that your Mercury by the side of the building? The one with the Wyoming sticker? I said. Sure. She stopped washing glasses and smiled at me. There were tiny lines in the corners of her eyes. I'm afraid I backed into it. I don't think I really hurt it, but you might take a look at it to be sure. You couldn't hurt that thing. It's 12 years old and has 85,000 miles on it. Well, I just didn't want to drive off and not say anything. Just a minute. She took several glass steins out of the tin sink, set them top down on a folded dish towel, then said something to the cashier. I have to hurry. We're real busy right now. I told Alafair I'd be right back, and the waitress and I went outside to her car. I ran my hand over some scratches by the Mercury's tail light. That's just about where I hit it, I said. I couldn't tell if that was old stuff or not. Maybe I just hit the bumper. Forget it.
It's not worth worrying about. I'm getting rid of it anyway. Aren't you a friend of Harry's? I said. Which Harry? Mapes? Sure. How'd you know that? I guess I saw you all together. How do you know Harry? Through the oil business. I thought he was doing lease work east of the divide. He is. He's just visiting right now. Well, I'm sorry to have taken you away from your work. It's all right. It's nice of you to be concerned. Not many people would bother. She was a nice lady, and I didn't like to deceive her. I wondered how she had gotten involved with Harry Mapes. Maybe because it's a blue-collar, male-oriented town, I thought, where a woman's opportunities are limited. Regardless, I felt sorry for her. I took Alafair back to the house, called the babysitter, then Tess Regan, but neither of them was at home. There's a $1 double feature at the Roxy. How about I take her to that? Dixie Lee said. Before I could hide it, he saw the hesitation in my face. You think I'm going to get drunk? I'm going to run off and leave her alone? He said. No. Or maybe I ain't worked up to the step where you can trust me as good as that old woman down at your church. I just didn't know what you had planned for today. You want me to look after her or not? I'd appreciate you doing that, Dixie. Yeah, I can see that. And that's all right. I ain't sensitive. It all bounces off me. I probably won't be home until late this evening, I said. Can you fix a supper? Show me a little trust, son. I'd be grateful for it. I drove back across town and parked on a side street behind the Heidel house so I could see the Yellow Mercury. It was a long wait, but at 8 o'clock she came out of the restaurant, walked to her car with her purse on her arm, started the engine, and drove south into the Bitterroot Valley. I followed her for 25 miles along the river. The light was still good in the valley, and I could see her car well from several hundred yards away, even though other cars were between us. But then she turned onto a dirt road and headed across pasture land toward the foot of the mountains. I pulled to the shoulder of the highway, got out with my field glasses, and watched the plume of white dust grow smaller in the distance, then disappear altogether. I drove down the dirt road into the purple shadows that were spreading from the mountain's rim, crossed a wide creek that was lined with cottonwoods, past a rotted and roofless log house with deer grazing nearby, then started to climb up on a plateau that fronted a deep canyon in the mountains. The dust from her Mercury still hung over the rock fence that bordered the property where she had turned in. The house was new, made of peeled and lacquered logs that had a yellow glaze to them, with a railed porch, a peaked shingle roof, and boxes of petunias and geraniums in the windows. But her car was the only one there. I drove on past the house to the canyon where there was a Forest Service parking area and watched the house for a half hour through my field glasses. She fed a black Labrador on the back steps. She took some wash off the line. She carried a carton of mason jars out of the shed back into the house. But there was no sign of Harry Mapes. I went back home and found Alafair asleep and Dixie Lee putting a new set of strings on his sunburst Martin. I didn't have to call Dan Nagurski again. He called me at 5 minutes after 8 the next morning. You beat me to it, I said. I tried to catch you at home yesterday. About Saladillo? That's right. About your phone conversation with him? That's right. So he did use the payphone down the road from his house? Yeah, he sure did. In fact, he was using it several times a day. Calls to Vegas, Tahoe, L.A., Galveston. Notice I'm using the past tense here. I squinted, my eyes closed, and pressed my forefinger and thumb against my temples. I've sympathized with you. I've tried to help you, he said. I took you into my confidence. I just had a conference call with a couple of federal agents who are very angry right now. My explanations to them didn't seem to make them feel any better. Dan. No. You got to talk yesterday. It's my turn now. You blew a federal wiretap. You know how long it took us to set that up? Listen to what you've got on that tape. Solicitation to commit murder. He stepped in his own shit. You remember when I told you that Sal is not Bugsy Siegel? I'm in it. He did time for stolen credit cards. He's a mid-level guy, but he's connected with some big people in Nevada. They're smart. He's not. He makes mistakes. They don't. When he falls, we want a whole busload to go up the road with him. Are you starting to get the big picture now? All right. I screwed it up. That doesn't bother me as much as the fact that I think you knew better. He walked into it. I let it happen. I'm sorry it's causing you problems. No. You wanted to make sure he thought he was tapped. That way he wasn't about to try to whack you again. What would you do? I would have stayed away from him to begin with. That's a dishonest answer. What would you do if a guy like Dio was trying to whack you out? Maybe you and your daughter both. I could hear the long-distance hum of the wires in the receiver. Did that Missoula detective get a hold of you? He asked. He came out and left his card. I hope it'll be of some help to you if you have more trouble there. Look, Dan, I have another call. We'll see you, he said. I went into the kitchen to fix a bowl of grape nuts and spilled the box all over the floor. I cleaned up the cereal with a wet paper towel and threw it in the trash. I'm heading out for work, Dixie Lee said. All right. Who was that? Nobody. Yeah, well, what do you want to do after Wednesday? What? About Alafair. That job ain't but 4 hours a day. I can put 'em in any time I want. What are you talking about? School's out for the summer, ain't it? I can help look after her. What's the best time for me to be home? I don't know, Dixie. I can't think about it right now. I felt him looking quietly at the side of my face. Then he turned and walked outside to his automobile. I looked at my watch. It was 8:30. I locked the house, put the .45 under the truck seat, and drove south once again into the Bitterroot Valley. This time the black Jeepster was parked right next to the Mercury, and when I pulled into the yard and got out of the truck, wood smoke was blowing off the stone chimney. Through the front window I could see the woman named Betty drinking coffee with a man at a table in the living room. The porch rails and the lacquered yellow logs of the house were wet with dew. I stepped up on the porch, knocked on the door, and when the woman opened it, I saw Harry Mapes stare at me with his mouth parted over his coffee cup. Then he got up and walked out of my line of sight into a side room. "Hi," she said, and smiled with recognition. "You're—" "I didn't tell you my name yesterday. It's Dave Robicheaux. I'd like to talk to Harry." "Sure, he's here. But how'd you know where I lived?" I'm sorry for disturbing you, but I'd appreciate it if you'd ask him to step out here." "I don't understand this," she said, and then turned and saw Mapes standing behind her. "Harry, this is the guy I told you about." "I figured it was you," he said to me. He wore jeans and a flannel shirt, and a black automatic hung from his left hand. The chain scars on his face were almost totally gone now. "Harry, what are you doing?" she said. "This is a guy who attacked me in Louisiana," he said. "Oh," she said. Then she said it again. "Oh." "Come outside, Mapes," I said. "You don't know when to leave it alone, do you?" he said. "My lawyer told me you might try something like this. He also told me what to do about it." "What's that?" "You try to intimidate a witness, you just create more trouble for yourself. Figure it out." "So you're holding all the cards. Look, I don't have a weapon. Why don't you just step outside? Nobody's going to eat you." His fingers were long on the sides of the automatic. I had seen only one or two like it since I'd left Vietnam. It was a 7.62 millimeter Russian Tokarev, a sidearm often carried by NVA officers. I saw Mapes wet the triangular scar on his lip, his mouth tight, his eyes narrowed as though he were biting down softly on a piece of string. He wasn't a bad-looking man. He still had the build of a basketball player, or a man who could do an easy 5-mile morning run. You wouldn't pay particular attention to him in a supermarket line, except for his eyes. He was the kind who was always taking your inventory, provided you represented or possessed something he was interested in. And sometimes when you studied the eyes in his kind, you saw a hidden thought there that made you look away hurriedly. "You're right," he said, and set the pistol on the arm of a couch by the door. "Because you're all smoke. Guy was always firing in the well, a big nuisance who couldn't mind his own business." He opened the screen door and stepped out on the porch. "You think it's going to come out different somehow at your trial?" he said. "You think following me around Montana is going to make all that evidence go away?" "You got it wrong, Harry. I gave up on trying to nail you. You're too slick a guy. You've fooled people all your life. You burned 2 people to death when you were 17. You murdered the Indians, the waitress in Louisiana, your partner, and I think you raped and murdered Darlene. You got away with all of it." I saw the blood drain out of the face of the woman behind the screen. Mapes's chest rose and fell with his breathing. "Listen, you asshole," he said, "but that's not why I'm here. You were at the school ground in that Mercury there, looking at my daughter through field glasses, asking questions about her. Now, my message here is simple. If you come around her again, I'm going to kill you. Believe it. I've got nothing to lose at this point. I'm going to walk up to you wherever you are and blow your fucking head off." I walked off the porch into the yard. "Oh, no, you don't," he said. "You too, Betty. You stay out here and listen to this. My lawyer did some checking on this guy. He's a drunk. He's a mental case. He's got an obsession because he got his wife killed by some drug dealers. Then somebody threatened his daughter, and he accused me and my partner. The fact that he's an ex-cop with dozens of people who'd like to even the score with him doesn't seem to enter his head. Let me tell you something, Robicheaux. Betty's son goes to a Catholic school in Missoula. She and her ex-husband have shared custody. Sometimes I pick him up or drop him off for her. If that's the same school your daughter goes to, it's a coincidence, and that's all it is." "You heard what I said. No warning light next time," I said. I got inside my truck and closed the door. "No, Harry, bring him back," the woman said. "Who's Darlene? What's he talking about, a rape?
"Harry?" "He's leaving. Close the door," he said to her. "Harry, I'll call the sheriff. He can't get away with saying that." "He's leaving. Not coming back." Then he walked toward the truck window just as I started the engine. "You're going to prison," he said. "Nothing's going to change that. You can mess me up with my girl. You can say stuff about blowing me away if it makes you feel good. But in a few weeks, you're going to be hoeing sweet potatoes in Angola." I put the transmission in reverse and began backing around in a half circle. The wind blew his hair, and his skin looked grained and healthy in the sunlight. His eyes never left my face. My knuckles were ridged on top of the gearshift knob, and my thighs were shaking as I depressed the floor pedals. It had all been for nothing. But there was still time. The moment was still there. To pull the .45 from under the seat, to aim it suddenly at his face, knock him to his knees, screw the barrel hard into his neck, and cock the hammer. Let him experience the terror of his victims who clawed the inside of an automobile trunk while the metal heated and the flames spread to the gas tank. I could feel the .45 leap into my hand as though it had a life of its own. I shut off the engine and stepped out of the truck. My face felt cool in the bright air. The yellow log house and the ponderosa and the blue spruce on the hillsides seemed dazzling in the sun. His eyes dropped to my hands. I held my palms up. "Did you ever go to the stake in Saigon?" I said. "What?" "Some ARVN and white mice would march them out to the stake, tie them to it, and put a round behind the ear. At least that was what I was told. I never saw it. I think you had some head damage over there. You got 30 seconds to be past Betty's property line, and then we call the sheriff." "You better concentrate on my words, Harry. The executioner was probably a special kind of guy. He could kill people and go home and have lunch. He's somebody you can understand. He'd recognize each other in a group. But you know I'm not like you, and that's why you're not afraid of me. I can come out here and talk about cooling you out, but you know I won't do it. But how about Sally Deal?" "Deal? You must be truly out of your mind. Get out of here, man." "He was talking about whacking you out. That's not a shuck. He's got some new guys up at the lake. They're the real article, genuine syndicate hitmen. You can call Dan Nagurski at the DEA in Great Falls and ask him. Or better yet, ask him to deny it. If that's not enough for you, I can give you Sal's unlisted number, and you can talk with him about it. If I'm just jerking you around, you can clear the whole matter up in a few minutes." "What's Deal care about me? Only met the guy twice." "Ask him. Maybe you shouldn't have gotten mixed up in his and Dixie Lee's lease deals. He's probably a borderline psychotic. I doubt if he thinks too straight." His eyes looked like they were focused on a thought 10 inches in front of his face. Then they came back on me. "Where'd you hear this?" he asked. "Stay away from my daughter. Don't come near that school. I don't care if your lady friend's son goes there or not," I said. And I got back into the truck and drove out on the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I saw him standing alone in the yard, staring after me, the woman holding the screen door wide behind him.
I went back home, walked down the street to a noon AA meeting, bought groceries for our supper that evening, then sat on the back steps in the shade and tried to put myself inside the mind of Harry Mapes. He was a smart man. He had killed a number of people over the years, his first when he was 17, and God only knew how many in Vietnam, and he had never spent a day in jail for it. He wasn't compulsive, he was calculating, and he used fear and violence to achieve an immediate practical end. Like any sociopaths, his emotions were simple ones and concerned entirely with desires, survival, and the destruction of his enemies. He remained passive, functional, and innocuous in appearance until he felt threatened. Then he rose to the occasion. When he saw me east of the divide on the dirt road between the Indian beer joint and the home of Clayton Desmarteau's mother, I scared him in some way. He went to the school ground to keep my mind on other things, or perhaps to provoke me into attacking him again. Somehow he had concluded that Darlene had sent me east of the divide, had put me on that dirt road south of the Blackfeet Reservation, and he feared that somewhere in that hard-pan country I would discover what had happened to Clayton Desmarteau and his cousin. In the last 2 days I had managed to turn it around on both Dio and Mapes, to use some smoke and their own frame of reference against them, so that in all probability they wouldn't come around me and Alafair again. But my legal situation remained the same as it had been when I left Louisiana. My victory had become the restoration of the status quo. I lay down on the living room couch in a funk, with my arm across my eyes, and fell asleep. The image in my dream was brief, like needles of light in the afternoon haze. Darlene kneeling by the water, white-tailed deer thudding across the wet ground between the cottonwoods. I felt feathers brushing across my forearm and cheek. I opened one eye and looked at Alafair's grinning face. The other day she'd found an old feather duster in the house. "How you doing, you cute little guy?" I said. "How you doing, you cute little Dave?" she said. She wore jeans and her baby orca t-shirt. I sat up on the couch. "How'd you get home?" I said. "Dixie Lee walked down and got me. You was asleep." "Dave." "What?" I rubbed my face and tried to make the afternoon come into focus. "We only got 2 more days of school. We going home then?" "Maybe so, little guy." "We better call Baptiste and tell him." "Alafair, when we go back home, it might be just for a few days. I might have to sell a few things and raise some money so we can take another trip." "Trip?" "To a different place for a while. Down by the ocean, maybe." "We're not going to live at the house no more?" "I don't know, Al." I looked at the confusion in her face. "Let's take things as they come," I said. "I just don't want you to be disappointed later if we move somewhere else for a while." I heard the phone ring in the hallway. Alafair picked up a lunchbox from the coffee table and started toward the kitchen. "Miss Regan asked if we eat redfish," she said. "Why she ask that? What she care about redfish?" "I got pushed down on the school ground. I threw a dirt clod at the boy that did it." I let her go and didn't say anything more. "Dave, you better take this," Dixie Lee said in the doorway, the telephone receiver in his hand. What is it? St. Pat's Hospital. They got Cleet in there. We drove to the hospital on Broadway, left Alafair in the second-floor waiting room with a comic book, and walked down the corridor to Cleet's room. A plainclothes cop with a badge on his belt was just coming out the door. He had a blond mustache and wore a white shirt and knit tie. He was putting a small notebook in his shirt pocket. "What happened?" I said. "Who are you?" he said. "A friend of Cletus Purcell." "What's your name?" "Dave Robicheaux." He nodded slowly, and I saw the name meant nothing to him. "Your friend got worked over," he said. "He says he didn't know the two guys who did it, but the bartender who phoned us said the two guys called him by name. Tell your friend it's dumb to protect people who slam a man's hand in a car door." He brushed past me and walked to the elevator. Dixie Lee and I went inside the room, which Cleet shared with an elderly man who had an IV connected to his wasted arm. Cleet's bed was on the far side of the partition, one end elevated so he could look up at the television set that was turned on without sound. One eye was swollen into a purple egg, and his head was shaved in 3 places where the scalp had been stitched. His right hand was in plaster. The ends of his fingers were discolored as though they were gangrenous. "I heard you with a detective," he said. "He doesn't seem to believe your story," I said. "He'd probably got marital trouble. Makes a cynic out of you." "What's happening, Dixie?" "Oh, man, who did this to you?" Dixie Lee said. "Couple Sal's meatballs." "Who?" Dixie Lee said. "Carl and Foo-Foo. I got Foo-Foo one shot in the rock, so he's not going to be unlimbering his equipment for a while." "What happened?" I said. "I stopped at this bar off 90. They must have seen the Jeep in the parking lot. They caught me with a baton when I came out the side door. When I thought they were through, they dragged me to a car and slammed my hand in the door. If the bartender hadn't come out, they'd have done my other hand." "Tell the cops," Dixie Lee said. "Why do you want to protect Carl and Foo-Foo?" "What goes around comes around," Cleet said. "I ain't sweating it, Mon. You used to say, 'Bust 'em or smoke 'em.' Let the cops bust 'em," I said. "Maybe they got a surprise coming out of the Jack-in-the-Box," Cleet said. He looked at my face. "All your radio tubes are lit up, Strake. What are you thinking about?" "Why'd they do it?" "Sal's running scared. He's got nobody but his old man and his hired Dagos. Even the cornholers cut out on him." "That's not it," I said. "Well, how do I know what goes on in his head?" "Come on, Cleet," I said. When I left, he owed me $1,500 in back salary. Plus, I'd already paid my rent to him in advance. So I went in his house and took a couple of gold ashtrays. "You crazy bastard," Dixie Lee said. "He didn't kill Darlene then, did he?" "I don't know," Cleet said. "Yes, you do. Somebody shot at him. He thinks it was Charlie Dodds. If he had killed Darlene, you'd be the first person he would fear. Those two guys wouldn't have just broken your hand either. They would have passed you on the road and taken you out with a shotgun." "Maybe," he said. "No maybe about it, Cletus," I said. "It was Mapes. He thought she sent me over by the reservation where he killed the 2 Indians. He found her alone, and he raped and killed her. You got a beef with the wrong guy, and you know it. I got a beef with Sal for all kinds of reasons, he said. But that's all right. Our man's going to have a sandy fuck. What? I said. A 50s joke. Sand in the Vaseline, he said. Forget it. Hey, do me a favor. My Jeep's still out at that bar. It's a log place right where Broadway runs into 90. Take it to your house, will you? The keys are on the table. I don't want some local punks to clean it out. All right. Where's Mapes? He said. You'll have to find him on your own, partner. You know where he is, then? You want us to bring you anything? Come on, you think I'm going to get out of bed and scramble Mapes' eggs? You give me too much credit. You'll find a way, Cleet. He wet his mouth and smiled. Dixie, can you give me and Streak a minute? He said. Sure. It's just something from our first district days, Cleet said. I don't mind, Dixie Lee said. Then come on back later, Cleet said. Don't be talking down to me. It hurts my feelings, Dixie Lee said. I'll come see you tomorrow. He walked out of the room. He's not full of booze, Cleet said. What do you need, Cletus? I screwed up a lot of things back there in New Orleans. Blew my marriage, took Jews, knocked a girl up, got into the Shylocks. Then I cooled out that shitbag in the hog lot. But I paid for it in spades. I'd like to change it, but I can't. I guess that's what remorse is about. But the big one that's been eating my lunch all this time is that I could have brought that guy in and gotten you off the hook. For $10,000, I helped them turn you into toilet paper. The lowlifes all took a fall one way or another. Yeah, your 14 years with the department went down the hole, too. It was my choice, Cleet. You want to act like a stand-up guy about it. That's copacetic, but I don't buy it. I fucked you over. It's the worst thing I did in my life. I'm telling you, I'm sorry. I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm telling you how I feel. I'm not bringing it up again. You were my best friend. I stuck it to you. It's all right. Maybe you were doing the best you could at the time. His one open eye stared up at me. It looked like a piece of green glass in his battered face. It's time to write it off, partner. That's straight. Who cares about last year's box score? He swallowed. His eye was watery along the bottom rim. Fuck, man, he said. I have to go. Alafair's in the waiting room. I've got to tell you something, he said. What? I got to whisper it. Come here. What is it, Cleet? No, closer. I leaned over him. Then his good hand came up, clamped around the back of my neck like a vice, and pulled my face down on his. He kissed me hard on the mouth, and I could smell the cigarettes on his breath, the salve and mercurochrome painted on his stitches and shaved scalp.
We drove out west of town to the bar where Cleet had been beaten up by Sally Dean's goons and found his Toyota Jeep in the parking lot. Dixie Lee drove it back to the house, parked it in back, and locked it. A few minutes later, Tess Regan called. "Can you come over?" she said. "When?" "Tonight. For redfish. Didn't Alafair say anything?" It came out a little confused. "I called you earlier, but nobody was home. It's nothing special, really. We can make it another night." "Tonight's fine," I said. And it was. The evening was cool and smelled of flowers and sprinkled yards, and she blackened the redfish on a grill in the backyard and served it in a small dining room, which glowed with the sun's reflection through the tall turn-of-the-century window. She wore tight blue jeans and low heels, a short-sleeved blouse with tiny pink roses on it, and gold hoop earrings, but her apartment gave her away. The wood floors and mahogany trim on the doors gleamed. The kitchen was spotless. The hung pictures and those on the marble mantel were all relative. The wallpaper was new, but the design and color did nothing to remove the apartment from an earlier era. A Catholic religious calendar with an ad for a mortuary on it was affixed to the icebox door with small magnets. She had crossed 2 palm strands and an X behind the crucifix on the dining room wall. After supper, we did the dishes together while Alafair watched television. When her leg bumped against me, she smiled awkwardly as though we had been jostled against one another on a bus. Then her eyes looked at my face with both expectation and perhaps a moment's fear. I suspected she was one of those whose heart could be easily hurt, one to whom a casual expression of affection would probably be interpreted as a large personal commitment. The moon was up now. The window was open, and I could smell the wet mint against the brick wall and the thick, cool odor of lawn grass that had been flooded by a soak hose. It was the kind of soft moment that you could slip into as easily as you could believe you were indeed able to regain the innocence of your youth. So I squeezed her hand and said good night, and I saw the flick of disappointment in her eyes before she smiled again and walked with me back into the living room. But she was one with whom you dealt in the morning light, unless you were willing to trust the nocturnal whirrings of your own heart. She came to me in a dream that night, a dream as clear in its detail as though you had suddenly focused all the broken purple and tan glass in a kaleidoscope into one perfect image. Darlene's hair was braided on her shoulders, and she wore the doe-skin dress she had been buried in, the purple glass bird on her breast. I saw her look first at me from the overhanging of the cliff, then squat on her moccasins by a spring that leaked out of rocks into a tea-colored stream. She put her hands into the trailing moss, into the silt and wet humus and mud, and began to smear it on her face. She looked at me again quietly, her mouth cold and red, her cheeks streaked with mud. Then she was gone, and I saw a huge golden deer crash through the underbrush and cottonwoods. I sat straight up in bed, my breath coming hard, my hands shaking. I looked at my watch. It was 2 a.m. I shook Dixie Lee awake on the couch. "I've got to go east of the divide. You have to take care of Alafair till I get back," I said. "What?" "You heard me. Can you do that? Fix breakfast for her, walk her to school, pick her up in the afternoon." "What's going on?" His face was puffy and full of sleep. "I have to depend on you, Dixie. I'll be back by tomorrow evening, but you've got to take good care of her. Call in sick at work if you have to." "All right," he said irritably. "Well, what are you doing?" "I think I'm going to nail Mapes. I think I'm going to do it." He sat up on the edge of the couch in his underwear, his arms draped between his thighs.
He widened his eyes and rubbed his face. "I hate to tell you, son, but you still act like a drunk man," he said. 15 minutes later, I stopped at an all-night diner on the edge of town, bought a thermos of black coffee. Then I was roaring up the highway along the Blackfoot River, the tree-covered crests of the mountains silhouetted blackly against the starlight, the river and the cottonwoods and willows along the banks aglow with the rising moon. It was dawn when I drove down the dirt road where Clayton Desmarteau had gone into the ditch. The hard-pan fields were wet with dew, and the long rays of the sun struck against the thick green timber high up in the saddles of the mountains that formed the divide. I took an army entrenching tool out of the back of my truck, jumped across the stream on the north side of the road, and walked up the incline to the lodgepole pine. It was cool and the wind was blowing, but I was sweating inside my shirt, and my hand was tight on the wood shaft of the E-tool. Low pools of mist hung around the trees, and I saw a doe and her fawn eating in the bear grass. Then I intersected the thin trace of a road that had been used as an access to a garbage dump, and walked on farther across the pine needles until I hit the stream that flowed under a heavy canopy of trees at the foot of a rock-faced hill, and followed it across the soft, moldy remains of a log cabin, a rusted-out wood stove half buried in the wet soil, and carpets of mushrooms whose stems cracked under my shoes. Finally, I saw the spring that flowed out of the hillside, glistened on the dark rocks and moss, and spread into a fan of blackened leaves and rivulets of silt at the edge of the stream. Annie and my father had tried to tell me in the dream, but I hadn't understood. It was winter when Vadrine and Mapes had murdered Clayton Desmarteau and his cousin. It was winter, and the ground must have been frozen so hard that a post-hole digger could only chip it. My heart was beating as I unscrewed the metal ring under the blade of the E-tool, folded the blade into a hoe, and tightened the ring. I scraped away the layers of leaves and raked back long divots of silt and fine gravel, creating half a wagon wheel that spread out from the stream's edge back to the spring's source. My pants were wet up to my knees, my shoes sloshing with water. Then I reset the blade and began digging out a level pit in 5-inch scoops and setting the mud carefully in a pile on the bank. I worked a half hour until my shirt was sweated through and my arms and face was streaked with mud. I'd begun to think that maybe Dixie Lee was right. I was simply behaving as though I were on a dry drunk. Then my shovel hit the toe of a work boot, and I worked the sand and mud off the edges, the congealed laces, back along the gray shank of shin bone that protruded from the rotted sock. I uncovered the other leg, then the folded knees, and the collapsed, flattened thigh that was much too small now for the cloth that lay in strips around it. The second man was buried right next to the first, curled in an embryonic position, the small, sightless, tight gray ball of his face twisted up through the soil. I stepped back from the pit into the middle of the stream, cleaned the shovel blade and the gravel, then knelt on the opposite bank and washed my arms and face in the water. But I was trembling all over and I couldn't stop sweating. I sat on the bank with my knees pulled up in front of me and tried to stop hyperventilating, to think in an orderly fashion about the rest of the morning. I hadn't hit the perfecta in the 9th race, but it was close, if I just didn't do anything wrong. Then, as I wiped the sweat out of my eyes with my thumb and looked across the stream at the glistening mound of mud and silt that I had dug from the bodies, at the nests of white worms that I had lifted into the light, I saw a corroded green cartridge that had been ejected from an automatic. It had the same bottleneck shape as the 7.62 millimeter round fired by a Russian Tokarev. I had to drive 3 miles down the dirt road before I found a payphone outside of a closed filling station. It had started to rain over the mountains, but the sky in the east was still pink and blue, and the air smelled of pine and sage. When I got Dan Nagurski on the phone at his office, I told him all of it. Or I thought all of it, but my words came out in a rush, and my heart was still beating fast, and I felt as if I were standing at the finish line at the track, my fingers pinched tight on that perfecta ticket, trying in the last thunderous seconds of the race to will the right combination under the wire. "Let your motor idle a little bit," he said. "How'd you find 'em?" They were run off the road between the beer joint and Clayton Desmarteau's house. I think Mapes and Vidrine took them out of the truck at gunpoint and drove them into the woods. An old road leads off the main one and runs back to a garbage dump. They got out there and walked back to the stream, but the ground was probably covered with snow and frozen solid. I bet you could bust a pick on it in wintertime. Then they walked across a warm water spring where the ground stayed soft and wet year-round, and that's where they shot Desmarteau and his cousin. "Tell me about the shell again." "It came up in a shovelful of mud. I didn't even see it until I had stopped digging. It's bottlenecked, like a 7.62 round. Mapes has got a Tokarev. He had it in his hand at the girl's house down in the Bitterroot. I think he had it in Lafayette, too. He was trying to get to his open suitcase when I hit him with the chain. Look, it's enough for a search warrant, but it's got to be done right. You can bring the FBI, and let them coordinate it." "Oh, they can use kidnapping in interstate flight or depriving a minority of his civil rights by taking his life. The locals might blow it. If Mapes gets a sniff of what's going on before they serve the warrant, he'll lose the Tokarev. I had to take a lot of heat because of that phone tap." "I'm sorry." "Hasn't quieted down yet." I was up against the wall. I don't know what else to tell you. "You want me to hang up and call the sheriff's office?" He waited a moment. "No, don't do that," he said finally. "I guess we've got a vested interest. This whole Indian thing started with Pugh, and Pugh's had a long-time involvement with Sally D. Give me the directions again." I told him in detail once more. The shower had moved eastward across the fields, and the rain was now clicking on the roof of the phone booth. An Indian boy on an old bicycle with fat tires rattled past me on the road, his face bent down against the rain. "I'll call the FBI and the Teton Sheriff's Office," Nagurski said. "Then I'll be out myself. I want a promise from you, though." "What is it?" "Other people take it from here on in. You're out of it, absolutely." "All right. I want your word. You don't go near Mapes." "You have it. But you got to get him with the Tokarev. I think you've made your point. But are you sure that's what you saw in his hand? I wonder why he didn't get rid of it." "They were prized souvenirs in Vietnam. Besides, he always sailed out of everything he ever did." "Where are you going to be?" "On the road where their truck went into the ditch. We can walk in from there or find the access road that leads back to the garbage dump." "Did you hear anything more from Dio?" "No, except 2 of his goons broke Purcell's hand. He says he took a couple of gold ashtrays out of Dio's house. Bad guy to steal from. Purcell must not have pressed charges because we didn't hear anything about it. He said something strange when I went to see him in the hospital yesterday. He said, 'Our man's going to have a sandy fuck.' Or maybe I misunderstood him. I think Dio has a girlfriend named Sandy. Anyway, it didn't make any sense to me." "Where is he?" "St. Pat's in Missoula." "Maybe it's time we have a talk with him. I'll see you a little later."
In the meantime, congratulations. You're a good cop, Robicheaux. Get your badge back. You've been a good friend, too, Dan. And lastly, keep your name out of my paperwork for a while. I drove back up the road in the rain and parked by the stream where I had entered the woods at dawn. Then the clouds moved eastward and the rain drifted away over the land behind me, and in the distance the sheer red cliffs of the mountains rose into the tumbling plateaus of Ponderosa. When I closed my eyes and laid my head back against the seat, I heard robins singing in a lone cottonwood by the stream. The next morning, I drank almost 2 pots of coffee and waited for the phone to ring. I had spent nearly all of the previous day at the murder site, the Teton Sheriff's Department, and the coroner's office. I watched 3 deputies finish the exhumation and put the bodies gingerly in black bags. I gave a statement to the FBI and one to the sheriff's office. I talked to the pathologist after he had opened up the brain pans of both Indians with an electric saw and had picked out the 7.62 slugs that had been fired at close range into the back of their skull. I had them contact the St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Office about Dixie Lee's deposition, in which he claimed to have overheard Vadrine and Mapes talking about the murder of the Indians. I told them where to find Mapes in the Bitterroot Valley, where his girlfriend worked in Missoula, the kind of cars he drove. I talked incessantly until people started to walk away from me, and Nagurski winked at me and said he would buy me a hamburger so I could be on my way back to Missoula. So I drank coffee on the back steps, waited for someone to call. Dixie Lee went to work and came back in the early afternoon, and still no one had phoned. "Ease up, boy. Let them people handle it," he said. We were in the kitchen, and I was shining my shoes over some newspapers that I had spread on the floor. "That's what I'm doing," I said. "You put me in mind of a man who spent his last cent on X-Lax and forgot the pay toilet costs a dime." "Give me a break on the scatology." "The what?" "It's not a time for humor, Dixie." "Go to a meet. Get your mind off it. They got his butt dead bang. You're out of it, boy." "You have them dead bang when you weld the door on them." Finally, I called Nagurski's office. He wasn't in. He had left no message for me, and when I called the Teton Sheriff's Office, a deputy there refused to talk with me. I had become a spectator. I sat down at the kitchen table and started buffing my loafers again. "While you were gone yesterday, I put all Cleet's stuff in the basement," Dixie Lee said. "Was that all right?" "Sure. He'll probably get out in a couple more days. He's got one rib that's broke bad, though. The doc says he's got ulcers, too." "Maybe he'll go back to New Orleans and get started over again." "There was something funny in his Jeep." "What's that?" But I really wasn't listening. "A pillowcase with sand in it." "Huh?" "Why would he put sand in a pillowcase?" "I don't know." "He must have had a reason. Cleet never does anything without a reason." "Like I say, I don't know." "But it's funny to do something like that. What do you think?" "I don't care, for God's sakes. Dixie, cut me some slack, will you?" "Sorry." "It's all right. I just thought I'd get your mind off things." "Okay." "I want to see you loosen up. Smile a little bit. Start thinking about Louisiana. Let them people handle it." "I'll do all those things, I promise," I said. And I went into the bathroom, washed my face, then waited out on the front porch till it was time for Alafair to get out of school.
But he was right. I was wired, and I was thinking and acting foolishly. In finding the bodies of the Indians, I had been far more successful than I'd ever thought I would be. Even if the FBI or the locals didn't find the Tokarev, Mapes would still remain the prime suspect in the murder because of the motive and Dixie Lee's testimony, and he could be discredited as a prosecution witness against me in Louisiana. No matter how it came out, it was time to pack our bags for New Iberia. And that's what I started doing just as the phone rang. "Mr. Robicheaux?" a woman said. "Yeah?" "This is the secretary at the DEA in Great Falls. Special Agent Nagurski called a message in from his car and asked me to relay it to you." "Yes?" "He said they found the weapon. Mapes is in custody. Call in a couple of days if you want ballistic results. But he's not going to fly on this one. Enjoy your trip back to Louisiana." Did you get that, sir? Yes. Did you want to leave a message? Tell him Playgirl magazine wants him on a centerfold. She laughed out loud. "I beg your pardon," she said. "Tell him I said thank you." 5 minutes later, Alafair came through the front door with her lunchbox. "How'd you like to head home day after tomorrow?" I said. Her grin was enormous. We cooked out in the backyard that evening and had Tess Regan over. Then Alafair and I climbed the switchback trail to the concrete M on the mountain behind the university. The whole valley was covered with a soft red glow. The wind was cold at that altitude, even though we were sweating inside our clothes, and rain and dust were blowing up through the Bitterroot Valley. Then the wind began to blow harder through the Hellgate, flattening the lupin and whipping grains of dirt against our skin. Overhead, a U.S. Forest Service fire-retardant bomber came in low over the mountains and turned toward the smoke jumper school west of town, its 4 propellers spinning with silver light in the sun's afterglow. The thought that had kept bothering me all afternoon, that I had tried to push into a closed compartment in the back of my mind, came back like a grinning jester who was determined to extend the ball game into extra innings. When we got home, I unlocked Cleet's Jeep and picked up the soiled pillowcase that was on the floorboard. I turned it inside out and felt the residue of dry sand along the seams. Then I called Sally Dio's number at the lake. It was disconnected. I had reserved the next day for packing, shutting off the utilities, greasing the truck, making sandwiches for our trip home, and having a talk with Tess Regan about geographic alternatives. But Sally D was to have one more turn in my life. "What time are you going to work?" I said to Dixie Lee at breakfast the next morning. "I ain't. The boss man said he don't need me today. That's something I want to talk to you about, Dave. With you cutting out, I don't know what kind of future I got here. Part-time forklifting ain't what you call a big career move. Will you watch Alafair while I go up the lake?" "Why are you going up there?" "I need to talk with Dio. If he's not there, I'll leave him a note, then I'll be back." "You're going to do what?" He set his coffee down on the table and stared at me. I drove to Polson, then headed up the east side of the lake through the cherry orchards. I could have called Dan Nagurski or the sheriff's office, but that would have forced me to turn in Cletus, and I thought that a man with ulcers, a broken rib, a crushed hand, and stitches in his head had paid enough dues. It was cold and bright on the lake. The wind was puckering the electric blue surface, and the waves were hitting hard against the rocks along the shore. I parked in front of the Dio's redwood house on the cliff, took off my windbreaker, left it in the truck so they could see I wasn't carrying a weapon, and used the brass knocker on the door. There was no answer. I walked around the side of the house, past the glassed-in porch that was filled with tropical plants, and saw the elder Dio in his wheelchair on the veranda, his body and head wrapped in a hooded striped robe. In his hand was a splayed cigar, and inside the hood I could see the goiter in his throat, his purple lips, the liquid and venomous expression in his eyes. He said something to me, but it was lost in the wind, because I was looking down the tiers of redwood steps that led to the rocks below and the short dock where Sally D and his two hoods had just carried armloads of suitcases and cardboard boxes. Even Sal's set of drums was stacked on the dock. The three of them watched me silently as I walked down the steps toward them. Then Sal knelt by a big cardboard box and began reinforcing a corner of it with adhesive tape, as though I were not there. He wore a yellow jumpsuit with a collar flipped up on his neck, and the wind had blown his long copper-colored hair in his face. "What do you want us to do, Sal?" one of his men said. Sally D stood erect, picked up a glass of iced coffee from the dock railing, drank out of it, and looked at me with an almost amused expression. "Nothing," he said. "He's just one of those guys who gets on the bottom of your shoe like chewing gum." "I'll just take a minute of your time, Sal," I said. "I think somebody's fucked your airplane." "Yeah?" "Yeah." "My airplane?" "That's right." "How'd they fuck my airplane?" "I think maybe somebody put sand in your gas tank." "Who's this somebody you're telling me about?" "That's all you get. You can make use of it or forget I was here." "Yeah? No shit? Fuck with my airplane?" "If I were you, I'd check it out." "You see my airplane around here?" "Well, I told you what I had to say, Sal. I'll be going now." "Why are you doing me these favors?" he said, and grinned at the two men who were leaning against the dock rail. "Because I don't want a guy like you on my conscience." He winked at the two men, both of whom wore shades. "Keep looking at that spot between those two islands," he said to me and pointed. "That's it right over there. Keep watching. You hear that sound? It's an airplane. You know whose plane that is? You see it now, coming past those pine trees? Sounds like there's sand in the gas tank. It looks like it's going to crash." The milk-white amphibian came in low between the islands and touched down into the dark blue surface of the water, the backwash of the propellers blowing clouds of spray in the air. "Number one, I got locks on those gas tanks," Sal said. "Number two, I got a pilot who's also a mechanic, and he checks out everything before we go anywhere." Then he looked at the other two men again and laughed. "Hey, man, let me ask you an honest question. I look like I just got off the boat with a bone in my nose and a spear in my hand? Come on, I ain't mad. Nothing's going to happen to you. Give me an honest answer." I turned to go. Hey, man, don't run off yet. You're too fucking much." His mouth was grinning widely. "Tell me for real. You think we're all that dumb? That we weren't going to catch on to all these games? I mean, I look that dumb to you?" "What are you trying to say?" "It was a good scam.
But you ought to quit when you're ahead. Foo-Foo promised the florist $100 if he should see the guy who sent the flowers and the note. So he came out yesterday and told us he seen the guy. So we found the guy, and the guy told us all about it. Charlie Dodds haven't been anywhere around here. Looks like you're on top of everything. I'm sorry I wasted your time. He tried to hold his grin, but I saw it fading, and I also saw the hard brown glint in his eyes like a click of light you see in a broken beer glass. I'll tell you what's going to happen a little ways down the road, he said. I'm going to be playing cards with some guys in Nevada. Not Carl or Foo-Foo here. Guys you never heard of or saw before. I'll just mention your name and the name of that shithole you come from. I'll mention Purcell's name, too. And I might throw in Dixie's as a lucky strike extra. That's all. I won't say nothing else. Then one day a guy'll come to your door, or you'll be standing by your truck when you come out of a barber shop. Or maybe he'll want to rent a boat from you. It's going to be a big day in your life. When it happens, I want you to remember me. His two men grinned from behind their shades. The sunlight was brilliant and cold on the lake, the wind as unrelenting as a headache. Chapter 12. The story was on the front page of the Missoulian the next morning. The amphibian went down on the Salish Indian Reservation just south of the lake. 2 Indians who saw it crash said they heard the engines coughing and misfiring as the plane went by overhead. Then the engines seemed to stall altogether, and the plane veered sideways between 2 hills, plowing a trench through a strand of pines, and exploded. A rancher found a smashed wheelchair hanging in a tree 200 yards away. I wondered what Sal thought about in those last moments while the pilot jerked impotently against the yoke, and Sal's hired men wrenched about in their seats, their faces stretched with disbelief, expecting him to do something, and the horizon tilting at a violent angle and the trees and cliffs rushing up at him like a fist. I wondered if he thought of his father, or his lover in Huntsville Pen, or the Mexican gambler whose ear he mutilated on a yacht. I wondered if perhaps he thought that he had stepped into history with Richie Valens, the Big Bopper, and Buddy Holly. But I doubted that he thought any of these things. I suspected that in his last moments Sal thought about Sal. I folded the paper and dropped it into the trash sack in the kitchen. Alafair was putting our styrofoam cooler with our sandwiches and soft drinks on the front seat of the truck. How would Cleet get into Sally D's house to steal those ashtrays? I asked Dixie Lee. He'd probably just let himself in. Sal didn't know it, but Cleet copied all his keys. He could get into everything Sal owned. House, boat, cars, airplane, meat locker in town. Cleet ain't nobody's fool, son. Like the Wolfman used to say, you got the curves, baby, I got the angles. I saw him in one of his boxes when I put his junk in the basement. Would you mind getting them for me? I said. Dixie went down the basement stairs and came back with a fistful of keys that were tied together with a length of baling wire. I walked out on the front porch into the morning, across the lawn and the street, and down the embankment to the river's edge. The sun was not up over the mountains yet. Trout were feeding in the current around the stanchions of the steel railway bridge, and the sawmill across the river was empty and quiet.
I unfastened the looped baling wire and flung the keys out into the water like a shower of gold and silver coins. Dixie Lee was standing on the curb watching me when I walked back up the embankment. "Ain't that called destroying evidence or something?" he said. "It's all just rock and roll," I said. "How come Dixie always say ain't?" Alafair asked. "Try not to say how come, little guy." "Great God in heaven! Leave that little girl's grammar alone," Dixie said. "I think maybe you're right," I said. "You better believe it, boy," he said, then took a deep breath down in his chest and looked out at the ring of blue mountains around the valley as though he held title to them. "Ain't this world a pure pleasure?" he said. Epilogue. Harry Mapes was sentenced to 2 life terms in the Montana State Penitentiary at Deer Lodge, and the charges against me in Louisiana were dropped. I'm up to my eyes in debt, but it's late fall now, the heat has gone out of the days, and the sky has turned a hard, perfect blue, the way it does in South Louisiana after the summer exhausts itself in one final series of red dawns and burning afternoons. The water is now cool and still in the bays and coves, and the fishermen who go out of my dock bring back their ice chests loaded with sacolets that are as thick as my hand across the back. I invited Tess Regan to visit us, made arrangements for her to stay with my cousin in town, but when the time grew near for her to catch the plane, I knew she wouldn't be here. She said it was a sick grandparent in Bozeman, but we both knew better, and that's all right. I believe every middle-aged man remembers the girl he thinks he should have married. She reappears to him in his lonely moments, or he sees her in the face of a young girl in the park buying a snowball under an oak tree by the baseball diamond. But she belongs back there, to somebody else. And that thought sometimes rends your heart in a way that you never share with anyone else. Cleet moved back to New Orleans and opened a bar right down from Joe Berta's Golden Star on Decatur. I don't know where he got the capital. Maybe he came away from Sally D's house with more than 2 gold ashtrays. Dixie Lee worked with me in the bait shop for a month, played weekends at a Negro nightclub in St. Martinville, then moved to New Orleans and organized a trio. They play regularly at Cleet's place and one of my brother's clubs. One night I was down on Decatur, and I passed Cleet's place when the door was open. I saw Dixie at the piano, way back by the dance floor, his white rhinestone sport coat and pink shirt lighted by the floor lamps. I heard him singing. "When they lay me down to rest, put a rose upon my breast. I don't want no evergreens. All I want is a bowl of butter beans." 3 weeks ago, I was deep in the marsh at first light. At that time of day, you hear and see many strange things in the marsh. A bull gator calling for his mate, a frog dropping off a cypress knee into the water, the cry of a nutria that sounds like the scream of an hysterical woman. The fog hangs so thick on the dead water and between the tree trunks that you can lose your hand in it. But I know what I saw that morning, and I know what happened, too. And I feel no need to tell a psychologist about it. I was picking up the trot line that I had strung through the trees the night before, and just as it started to rain through the canopy overhead, Annie and my father walked through the mist and stood on a sandspit right by the bow of my pirogue. She was barefoot and wore a white evening gown, and she had strung together a necklace of purple 4 o'clocks around her throat. "It's goodbye for real this time, Dave. It's been special," she said, then waded into the water,
her dress billowing around her. She kissed me on the eyes and mouth, as perhaps my mother would have. My father's tin hat was at an angle on his head, and he grinned with a matchstick in the corner of his mouth and held up one of his thumbs and winked. Then they walked deeper into the marsh, and the fog became so white and thick and cold that I had to reach out with the paddle and knock against the hard wood of a cypress to know where I was. Neither sleep nor late-night thunderstorms bring them back now, and I rise each day into the sunlight that breaks through the pecan trees in my front yard. But sometimes at dusk, when the farmers burn the sugar-cane stubble off their fields, and the cinders and smoke lift in the wind and settle on the bayou, when red leaves float in piles past my dock and the air is cold and bittersweet with the smell of burnt sugar, I think of Indians and water people, of voices that can speak through the rain and tease us into yesterday. And in that moment I scoop Alafair up on my shoulders, and we gallop down the road through the oaks like horse and rider toward my house, where Baptiste is barbecuing gaspagu on the gallery, and paper jack-o'-lanterns are taped to the lighted windows, and the dragons become as stuffed toys, abandoned and ignored, like the shadows of the heart that one fine morning have gone with the season.